Naruto, age 13. For once, everything was going her way from waking up to find out the events of the previous night was not a dream to realizing that she truly was a ninja now despite failing the exam. All those years of hard work, the years of ridicule froze students and teacher alike were now a thing of the past, as she was her own woman now. She had the headband to prove it, and at the end of the week, she would have the paperwork to back it up when she was assigned to a team. Too bad she didn't really have anyone to spend the time during the week between graduating and team assignments with to really celebrate. The week was there for the students who graduated to spend the last little bit of free time with their families as they said goodbye to their childhood and prepared for adulthood that becoming a genin of Konoha entailed. She had no family, though, to spend this time with, but she wasn't going to let that stop her. She was going to show off her new accessory with pride and show those hateful villagers that they were wrong about her. If things truly went her way, maybe she could even stop pretending to be a boy as the old man Hokage had made her do all these years. She was never really sure why she had to hide anyways. She was physically weaker than most boys her age, after all most girls were, but she made up for that with her speed and agility as well as stealth. None of that mattered though, as she couldn't fight off grown adults either way, so why bother hiding her true gender? The villagers would hate her either way and beat her every October 10th, not to mention every time a group got drunk and decided a good hunt was in order. The sweet aroma of the best food ever caught her nose, drawing her from her thoughts as she strolled into her favorite restaurant. Okay, maybe it was the only one who would truly serve her, but it was still her favorite. As she walked up to the ramen bar and took a seat on a stool, she looked up to see the old man coming from the back. "Oh, so you're a ninja now?" Tucci teased in good nature, giving the blonde a big smile. "I guess that means you're celebrating. How about a bowl of ramen on the house?" "That would be great, old man." Naruto cheered while giving the man a cheesy, yet proud grin. "Can I have a miso ramen?" "Sure thing, kid," Tucci said before turning to the back and calling out, "One miso ramen for our favorite customer, Ayam." "Coming right up, father." Ayam called back, her voice full of her usual cheer. The two always seemed to be happy when Naruto saw them, and the two always treated her with love and respect. Too bad the same couldn't be said for the rest of the villagers, including the new customer who just came in. Like Sakura, this woman had bright pink hair and a loud banshee-like voice. Even though the blonde didn't know for sure, she believed this woman was Sakura's mother or another close relative. She was also on the civilian council and one of the biggest causes of many of Naruto's headaches. "Where the hell did you get that?" the pink-haired woman asked. "Haruno, leave the boy alone or I'll have to ask you to leave." Tucci barked at the screeching woman, momentarily drawing the hate-filled glare on himself. "Don't worry, I wouldn't be caught dead eating in the same place as this trash." The woman sneered, glaring down at her nose at Naruto, who drew in on herself. "You may have the headband, but you will never really be a ninja. Filth like you will never be anything more than the worthless garbage that you are." "Haruno," Tucci growled threateningly as he picked up a kitchen knife from behind the counter. "I'm leaving, and I won't be back," the woman said coldly as she spun around and stalked off, obviously fuming at the altercation between the three. "I'm sorry about that, Naruto." Tucci sighed, all of a sudden looking much older than he had when the blonde walked in. "Don't listen to her, kid. I know you'll be a great ninja. Just don't ever give up. Don't let people like that dictate how you want to live your life. It's just so hard sometimes, you know." Naruto admitted sadly, making the old man give her a pitying look. "If you ever need anything, you know I am, and I will always be there for you," Tucci said, giving an encouraging smile. "Sure," Naruto said, returning the smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. It was true that the two had always been there for her with kind words and encouragement, even helping when she had no money for food or clothes. They really have given Naruto so much, everything except for the one thing she both wanted and needed the most: a family. For once, Naruto slowly ate her noodles and didn't even bother asking for seconds. Instead, she somberly thanked the two who had tried to get her to engage in small talk during the meal. She just didn't feel like talking after running into the pink-haired woman, nor did she have much of an appetite any longer. Walking through the busy streets of the village, she paid close attention to the people watching her as she passed. She wasn't sure why she thought things would be better when she gained the headband, but a large part of her was sure that she would be respected more. Instead, the looks held no respect whatsoever, while they held more disgust and contempt for her than ever before. Several people even went so far as throw things at her and make demeaning remarks about how filth shouldn't be allowed the honor of being a ninja. With a much heavier heart than she started her day out with, Naruto decided to one of the lesser-used training grounds where she normally went for practice. She wanted to try and use her new technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu, to help improve her taijutsu by sparring with her clones. At the same time, she would also be mastering the technique that had let her defend Irika and herself from the traitor that was one of her former instructors. The technique itself was simple enough, just a single-hand seal. On the other hand, it was supposedly a B-rank jutsu, and very hard to use as it required an insane amount of chakra to pull off, creating just one or two clones. It was lucky that she had such an insane reserve of chakra, as she could create the clones all day and it would barely faze her. Grinning a bit as a spark lit in her eyes, as she once again promised herself that she would prove that she was more than most people gave her credit for being. She would prove that she wasn't filth, trash, or a little monster like some said. She would prove that she could be more than a dead last by becoming the best ninja she could be. She would make the villagers respect her by giving it her all to protect them. Hours later, she sat under a tree, her chakra reserves still rather high despite her body feeling tired after the grueling sparring session she forced herself to do. It felt good, though. Her muscles burned, though to her it meant that she was getting stronger. She was getting better, and she intended to continue doing so. Well, looky here, boys. The demon brat looks tired. A condescending voice laughed harshly, drawing Naruto's attention to a group of at least 7 men surrounding her. 2 of them wore the standard Chunin uniforms, while the others she suspected were civilian. Actually, she recognized some of them as being shop owners that would not let her shop in their stores. "I bet you think you're hot shit now that you have that headband, don't you?" Another of the men asked, swaying a little, letting the blonde know that most of these men had been drinking and were most likely drunk. She also knew that she wasn't going to escape very easily, as they had already surrounded her, and there were 2 Chunin with them while she was physically tired from her training. "Get up, brat," another of the men demanded as they yanked her up by the arm. She started to make the seal to make some shadow clones to help her, but she found a kunai jammed through the palm of her right hand, ripping a pain scream from her throat. "Leave me alone," Naruto sobbed as she tried to pull away. "I don't think so, brat," another man said as he grabbed her injured hand opposite of the other man, the 2 working together to hold her still while keeping her hands apart to prevent any jutsu. "Did you bring the whip?" "Yeah, we're going to whip this dog and show him his place under those that are better than him." Another man laughed as he flicked the whip, making a loud, cracking noise. "Take his jacket off. We don't want it reducing the pain any, do we?" It was at that moment that fear really started to fill the blonde. She was scared of being beaten, but she was used to it. They never stripped any clothing off her before now, though, as they usually stuck with using blunt objects, kunai, or punches and kicks. The Hokage and her personal doctor, the only 2 people that she knew of that knew her true gender, had warned her to never let anyone see her naked, as it would let them know that she was a girl. The horrible orange jumpsuit was loose and baggy for a reason. She was already maturing, and it helped hide her growing curves. She had asked numerous times why she had to wear it, why she couldn't wear pretty dresses like the other girls. Instead, the Hokage only shook his head sadly and told her someday he could tell her after she became a ninja, while prohibiting her doctor from telling her despite the woman obviously wanting to. Now, these men were going to find out, and she had a bad feeling she would find out why she was supposed to hide, but she didn't want to find out this way. She was helpless as she struggled against the 2 men holding her, sobbing as the kunai, stuck in her hand, throbbed painfully, while another man came up and unzipped the top while pulling it open. "Holy shit, those don't belong on any boy." "What are you talking about?" as 2 men came up on either side of the one who had her top open while staring at her bound chest. "So what? We knew the kid was a freak. A boy having tits only make him more of one," one of the 2 said. "Idiot, check down below," the one who opened her jacket demanded. A few moments later, of the 2 holding her, Naruto was stripped of her sandals and jumpsuit as she stood hanging between the two men in only her bandage-wrapped chest and panties. What do we have here? Our little fox is a little vixen. The demon is a bitch. One of the men laughed. You know what we do to little bitches, don't you? Another asked. We're gonna have fun with you, little girl. Yes, we are. We're gonna break you in real good. Maybe even keep you as our new toy. Another man said, his voice strange in a way that made the fear in Naruto grow even more. She didn't understand what they were talking about, only that it wasn't good. It didn't take long to find out what the men planned to do, and she was helpless to stop it. Instead, she cried in confusion, screaming in pain as she begged them to stop. For what seemed like hours, she begged them to stop hurting her as they took turns between her legs, beating and biting her as she thrashed under them. It wasn't until the moon was high in the sky that the pain finally stopped as the men began screaming as the blonde girl's mind began shutting down. She felt something like a blanket or overly large coat draped over her body. Oh dear Cammy, you're a feminine voice gasped. A what? A man's voice demanded, anger in his voice, as the covering was wrapped tighter around her and she was lifted off the ground. Don't you worry about it, bastard. The female's voice hissed angrily. You stay here and make sure none of these sickos survived. The last thing she remembered was Silver and the male voice saying, I'm so sick of cleaning up after your mess, demon brat. Drip, drip, drip. Naruto moaned as the constant sound of dripping water broke through the fog in her mind, forcing her to open her eyes in annoyance. Drip, drip, drip. Cammy, but that was annoying as hell. The drips were so loud that it could have been a giant water drop falling into a lake. Looking around as she sat up, Naruto noticed that it was not a lake at all, but a sewer. She was in a sewer. Those bastards dropped me in a sewer. Taking a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself, when she realized that not only was she in a sewer, but she was also naked. She started shivering as flashes of memory assaulted her mind of what those men had done to her and the pain it brought. She didn't know why they did it, but she felt so disgusted and dirty. She felt that no matter how much she bathed, that she would never wash off the dirt. A deep sense of hopelessness and helplessness quickly settled in as tears began falling. Why? Why do you keep hurting me? Naruto screamed in agony, sobbing as she curled into a ball. She knew that she held the nine-tailed fox within her now, but she wasn't the fox. She was Naruto Uzumaki. Why? Child, a deep, guttural voice called out, echoing off the tunnel walls. Go away. Naruto sobbed louder as she curled up tighter. Can't you just leave me alone? I never did anything, so why are you doing this? Kit, sweetie, follow my voice. I promise I won't hurt you. The guttural voice said again, but this time it began changing near the middle of it. It went from being loud and deep, as if it was growling, to soft and melodic, as if the person could have been singing it. The voice seemed so sincere, so loving, as it seemed to wrap around the blonde, urging her to follow the voice. Slowly, the blonde girl climbed to her feet, swaying a little. Looking down at herself again, she was surprised that there were no bruises after everything they did to her. Maybe she had been out a lot longer than usual. As much pain as she was in before passing out made her not doubt that theory. Kit, we are on limited time, so please come. The voice beckoned again, this time getting the blonde to hug herself before moving forward. It seemed to take forever as Essie waded through the very shallow water that filled the bottom of the tunnel as she tried to ignore the annoying dripping and instead focus on the beautiful voice up ahead. Finally, she broke out of the tunnel into a very large and spacious chamber that didn't seem to have a ceiling as the walls kept going up and up until they vanished into the inky darkness overhead. Who are you? Naruto asked nervously as she noticed a large cage in the center of the chamber and a shadowed form about the size of an adult moving around inside. The blonde gasped when a very beautiful and exotic beauty came out of the shadows, almost gliding as she moved to the edge of the cage where Naruto found herself too. Either one of the two should have been able to move between the bars, but the woman stopped just shy of them and looked at them sadly before turning her gaze on Naruto. I'm so sorry for what happened to you, the woman said, her voice barely loud enough to hear as she hung her head while her hair fell and a way to hide her eyes in the shadows it created. Naruto was shocked when she saw the drops of water falling into the larger body of water on the floor, making the horrendous dripping noise. She was crying. This woman was crying for what had been done to Naruto? But why? Because I am a nine-tailed fox. The woman croaked out, reaching out to stroke Naruto's cheek, but screamed as her hand reached the line of bars and lightning coursed up the woman's arm. She yanked it back before mumbling, "I deserve that." Taking a few moments to look over the woman again, Naruto studied her and realized some very important things that helped prove the woman's claim of being the demon that attacked the village the night the blonde was born. The tufts of hair sticking up on the woman's head was not hair as Naruto first believed, but rather red fox ears. And what she thought was merely decorations on the form-fitting robe was actually 9 white-tipped, red foxtails that swayed back and forth. The woman's cheeks held the same markings as Naruto's own, though the woman's eyes were a golden yellow. I guess it really is true then, isn't it? Naruto sighed, realizing that there was a part of her that didn't believe the whole sealing the world's most powerful demon into her tummy. It sounded insane, and yet one of the only people she trusted had finally admitted to that fact, while the definite proof of the creature's existence was standing before her nursing a burnt hand. Does that mean we're inside me or something? In your mind, yes, the woman said sadly. I wanted so much to help you all these years. I wanted so much to hold you, to comfort you when you were lonely or hurting. Most of all, I wanted to take all of your pain away and onto myself because all of this is my fault. Why did you even attack Konoha? Naruto asked as she made sure to stay away from the edge of the cage. She wasn't sure if it would shock her, but she was also wary of the woman in front of her. She wasn't curious as to why she was human-looking, as she knew demons could change their shape. The thing she wanted to know was why even attack Konoha to begin with? If the fox never attacked, then maybe her parents would still be alive, and she wouldn't be blamed for everything that the fox caused during that fateful night. I didn't do it by choice, but I accept full responsibility for it. The woman sighed deeply, sadness filling her voice as she kneeled down on the floor in the low level of water. I was originally held inside of your mother before the attack. You knew my mother? Naruto gasped, her jaw hanging open as a little flicker of hope filled her heart. Could she finally learn a little about her mother? Your mother was a great person, sweetie, loving and protective of those she considered precious. To those that threatened the people she considered precious, she was considered a demon herself. The fox woman said with a faraway look as the tears slowed, making the blonde realize that her own tears had stopped for the time being. What? Naruto began, taking a deep breath as she partly feared the answer. What was her name? Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. The fox woman said softly while rubbing her arms as if she was cold. Unlike her mother, Kushina didn't like me and refused to talk to me. Still, I was able to see everything she did, experience everything she did. So you can see everything I do? Naruto asked softly, not sure how to take that little bit of information. No, your seal is different than the normal Uzumaki seal. Normally, I've been passed down from generation to generation, as I should have been with you. The fox woman explained. It's been that way since I was punished by Kami and sealed in my beast form. The only time I can take a human form is when I'm with a human. Kami punished you? Naruto asked, horrified at that news. That's a story for a later time, sweetie, but you asked why I attacked Konoha. We should get to that while we have time. The fox woman sighed. During childbirth. Childbirth? Naruto asked, a little confused. Oh, Kami, they really screwed up your education, didn't they? The woman sighed. Sweetie, if we have time, I promise to go over that. During childbirth, though, the Uzumaki seal would weaken, and that is when the man in the spiral mask attacked and shattered the seal, freeing me. Before I knew it, I was looking into a Sharingan, before waking up in you. I was put in a Jinjutsu and tricked into attacking. So, it isn't your fault either? Everything that's happened was because of this freak with a weird eye. Naruto sighed, leaning against the bars before realizing she should be getting zapped by the same shock that is the fox woman. The seal doesn't hurt you. You can come and go as you want while I'm trapped in here. The woman said with a sad smile as the blonde cautiously walked into the cage. You feel so real. Naruto said, surprised, as she reached out, touched the woman's shoulder, who was still kneeling. Naruto knew that the woman could get her now, maybe even kill her. A part of the blonde even hoped for it, hoped for the pain to end. Instead, her eyes began watering again as she moved closer to the kneeling woman. "Will you hold me?" "Oh, honey, anytime you need." The red-haired woman smiled as she pulled the blonde in her lap and held her tightly, letting the young girl cry while stroking the blonde locks of hair. "Where the hell were you, Kakashi?" An angry Hokage demanded as he sat at his desk, going over the thick folder of all the damage done to his favorite little blonde. The Hokage had originally planned on letting the ANBU before him in on the truth behind Naruto many of times, but each time the silver-haired man had disappointed Hiruzen in some way concerning the child. "I had to break up an argument at a bar," Kakashi explained calmly. Hiruzen knew it was a lie, though. The man wasn't breaking up a fight. He was there getting drunk. "Do not lie to me, Kakashi." Hiruzen roared in anger, and he jumped to his feet and slammed his open hands on the desk, making a loud, booming sound. "Lord Hokage," Kakashi whimpered as he took a step back, his mouth hanging open as he searched for what to say. "Save it, Kakashi." Hiruzen sneered as he dropped back down in his seat with an evil grin spreading across his face. "I know how the council has been hounding you to train Sasuke, and for once, I think I agree with them. But sir, I am a high-ranking officer in the ANBU. I can't take on a team of genin and keep up with those duties." Hiruzen explained slowly, while hoping the old man would see how impossible it would be to do both jobs. Teaching a bunch of kids would take up too much time, more so even than his duties in ANBU that he enjoyed. "Oh, that won't be a problem, Hiruzen. From this moment on, you're stripped of your ANBU rank, and your pay will be cut to reflect your new position as sensei. Furthermore, you will be fined for failing in your duties to protect young Naruto, and your pay docked for shirking your duties," Hiruzen said with a sneer, though a part of him knew that this should help the newly appointed Jonin in learning how great a child Naruto was. It would also serve several other purposes as well. "You can't do that," Kakashi blurted before covering his mouth up, eyes wide in horror as he watched the old man seemingly glow red for several moments as he fought down his rage. "I can and have, Kakashi. It's time you were reminded what Konoha and the will of fire represents. You need to be reminded what the words you dare preach truly mean by relearning teamwork, as well as understanding just how badly you have wronged Naruto." Hiruzen sighed. "This who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their friends and comrades are worse than trash. Kakashi, not only have you broken the rules I set down, you have in effect abandoned a helpless child, a comrade. Perhaps the children can teach you just as much as you can teach them." "I doubt that, sir," Kakashi grumbled, fully intending to do what he normally does with genin when forced to test them by failing them. Once done, then perhaps he could get back to his post as ANBU. "Kakashi, I will be monitoring the genin tests, and if you don't give them a fair chance, I will have you brought up on charges for obstructing official business and have you stripped of your position as a ninja with dishonor. You will live out the rest of your days as a civilian. Do I make myself clear?" Hiruzen asked in a quiet, yet razor-sharp voice, showing that he meant business with what he said. "Yes, sir," Kakashi stiffly replied, angry at the old man and fearful of what would happen with the genin. If he failed them, then he could have his career stripped from him, and if they passed, then he would be stuck teaching a group of brats who thought they knew everything and was invincible. Life sucked, and there was no making lemonade out of this clusterfuck he landed himself into, and in the back of his head, he knew he had no one else to blame but himself. Naruto, age 13. It was barely a day since she left the hospital, almost 2 since she finally woke up despite her not really wanting to. She didn't even want to leave her personal hospital room that was reserved solely for her when she was injured, with only her doctor that was hand-picked by the Hokage himself allowed in to see her. She wasn't ready to face the village after what those men did. She wasn't even sure she ever would be. After everything that was thrown at her in her short life, they finally managed to break her spirit. After 3 scolding hot showers this morning, Naruto was standing nervously outside her classroom, where she would see her classmates one last time before team placements. She felt so dirty and worthless as her fingers shook. Her only support was the fox demon urging her to be strong from within her mind, where the woman kept whispering encouraging words to her. telling her that everything would be okay and that by entering the door, she would finally be a ninja, and any civilian who attacked her would pay for assaulting a military officer of the village. The problem was, she wasn't sure if she wanted to be a ninja anymore. Why should she be something that tied her to a village that hated her so much that they had to crush her spirit, take everything away from her, and violate her in the worst ways imaginable? She didn't want to admit it, but there was a small spark of anger and hatred that had always been in her, and after what those bastards did to her, that small ember was slowly growing into a fire that was threatening to consume her. She was constantly swaying between the deep darkness of the abyss of depression and the raging hot inferno that was her growing anger. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open and walked in the loud room filled with new genin excited about their last day of class. Their last day of being a child while looking forward to life as a ninja, an adult in the law's eyes. Looking around the class as the crowd hushed, many sending hateful glares her way, she couldn't help but agree with the QB's assessment. These children were not ready. "What are you doing here, loser?" Sasuke asked while sneering at her. "Yeah, only graduates are supposed to be here. Failures like you should just go back to whatever hole you crawled out of," Kiba growled, a confused look on his face as he looked her up and down. It took a few moments for Naruto to realize that she didn't put on any of the special cologne the Hokage supplies her with to mask her scent from the sensitive noses of the clans like the Inuzuka. "In case you haven't noticed," Choji said as he came up beside her, pointing at the headband around her head, dramatically sporting the leaf insignia that marked her as a ninja of Konoha. Grabbing her hand, the large boy almost literally dragged her up the stairs to the back row, where Shikamaru was already dozing on his desk. Out of all of the students, these were the only two that ever really treated the blonde decently on a regular basis. Well, mostly Choji, as the lankier of the duo, usually ignored her in favor of napping, but he never had anything bad to say about her. Shaking a little with the close contact, Naruto finally managed to pull her hand free while fighting her fear down as she sat in her seat, next to where Choji would sit between her and Shikamaru. "Thanks, Choji." "Don't mention it," Choji said with a sad smile as he pulled out 2 bags of chips, giving her one while tearing into his own. That was something that was unusual of the boy, as he may offer her chips from time to time, but it was usually a few out of his bag and never a whole bag. Looking a little shocked at the bag, the blonde finally picked it up and opened them before nibbling on a chip herself. "Glad to see you made it. As troublesome as it is, I'm glad you made it too," came Shikamaru's lazy drawl, making the blonde give a real smile to the two, probably her first real smile since being awake. Realizing that she was safe with the two, she allowed herself to relax, just in time for Irika to come into the room and yell at the class to settle down so he could read off team assignments. Maybe being a ninja could still be okay. If she could get on a team with Choji and Shikamaru, then maybe things would turn out okay. Out of all of the Jonin that she knew, which was surprisingly quite a few, she hoped that the Snake Lady would be a team sensei and would be her team's leader. After all, she knew that Anko was very similar to her and didn't treat Naruto very badly. And Naruto Uzumaki will be finishing up Team 7. Irika said, taking a deep breath, getting ready to continue, as Naruto felt like banging her head against the desk for missing who her teammates were. "What did you say, Irika-sensei?" Naruto asked nervously as most of the room turned to look at her, as if she was stupid. "How could you put me on a team with that loser?" Sakura demanded. "My Sasuke and me are all my team needs." "Sakura, sit down and shut up. You know that Genin teams always consist of 3 Genin and 1 Jonin sensei. No exceptions except for apprenticeship," Irika said, "and I said Team 7 sensei is Kakashi Hatake with Genin members Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki. There will be no arguing either. These teams were put together by the Hokage himself, and the Hokage's word is law." "Fine." Naruto groaned as she crossed her arms. Not only did she get stuck with the emo bastard, but his #1 fangirl as well. And to top it all off, she had no idea who this Kakashi was either. Was he one of the bastards who hated her like the rest of the village? Why couldn't she have a woman for a sensei that she knew at least treated her like anyone else, and not the monster many of the villagers saw her as? "Class, you're free to whatever you want for the next 2 hours." I do suggest that you use this time to maybe get to know your teammates and grab some lunch. Irika said as he dropped the clipboard he had been reading off of onto the desk. Make sure you're back in this room before the 2 hours are up, though, as your new squad leaders will be here to pick you up. With a loud chorus, everyone vacated the classroom, leaving Naruto to sit by herself. At first, she thought that maybe Choji and Shikamaru was going to stay with her and chat, and she was kind of happy about that despite the mixed feelings the two boys brought out in her. Ino took care of that by literally dragging the two boys off while shooting her a hateful glare. She didn't even have a chance to talk to Sasuke or Sakura, as they were two of the first to leave the class. It bothered her that Sakura treated her so badly after offering the blonde friendship their first day in the academy. At first, the two had been friendly to each other until the end of the day when the Pinkette's mother caught the two together and dragged her daughter away while screaming at the blonde to stay away, while calling her monster and demon. Sakura's older sister had been with their mother then and gave the blonde a sad, apologetic look. It wasn't until later that Naruto learned the two Haruno sisters were half-sisters, and the elder of the two couldn't come to the academy because they only had enough money to enter Sakura when a younger girl came of age. It helped that the older girl didn't really want to be a ninja and wanted to follow in her father's footsteps of a merchant and musician. Laying her head down on her desk, Naruto closed her eyes, wondering why she even bothered trying to ask Sakura to hang out the last few years. Especially when the loud girl became a fangirl and misunderstood the blonde's invites as date requests. All she wanted was a friend, and for a short time for that day, she had a friend. Of course, Choji and Shikamaru was friendly with her, but they avoided her out of class most of the time. Shikamaru was just lazy, but Choji seemed a little nervous around her a lot of the time if they met out somewhere. Deciding to just push those thoughts out of her mind, she decided to take care of some of her other problems first, such as meeting with the QB again. She was still weary around the Demoness, but in all honesty, the Fox Demoness felt like what the blonde always dreamed a mother would. From the little contact they had so far, Naruto had learned a little about the creature sealed within. She also learned that the seal was multi-layered, so if she wanted to, she could grant the QB more freedoms within the seal itself. Of course, she was wary at first, but Naruto was prepared to just rip the entire seal apart after learning about it. For that moment, she didn't even want to bother living, and when the QB warned her that doing so would kill her, the blonde had simply said, "Good." She didn't though in the end, but she also didn't remove any of the layers either, as QB had told her to think about it first. The creature wanted to give her a choice and even advised her to carefully consider it, as there would be no going back after a seal was removed. That was more most anyone else had ever done for her before so reluctantly accepted. She didn't want to have to go into her mind every time she wanted to talk to the exotic beauty that was the Demoness, so she intended to remove that part of the seal, which would grant their minds to form a link that would allow the two conversation at any time. In a way, it was a big step, one she planned to take last night, but she was too busy scrubbing herself in the cold water of her shower until she was worn out and went to bed to sleep a thankfully dreamless sleep. Welcome back, Kit. The Fox Demoness' gravelly voice boomed, letting the blonde know that the woman was lounging around in her large, animalistic form inside the cage that was the representation of the seal before opening her eyes. I should have done this earlier, but I want to remove the first seal, Naruto said, her voice wavering a little as the large creature-like form of the woman was a little unsettling. With a loud sigh, the fox creature shrunk down to the humanoid form of the woman as she kneeled down in the center of the cage, looking up into the deep blue orbs of the younger girl. There was a sadness in the Fox Demoness' eyes as she studied the blonde girl, not seeing any of the innocence or fun-loving spirit that the older woman knew should have been there. As I have warned you, Kit, this is a big step, and you can't go back if you later decide you made a mistake, the woman said softly, a little hope lingering in her voice. Removing the first seal meant that the two could talk at any time, and the woman could see much more through Naruto's eyes than the few glimpses she could steal before. I'm sure, Naruto said with her own sigh, wondering why the woman seemed to have the need to call her Kit. Then again, the woman claimed to see Naruto as a child, her own child to be precise, and to the foxes their young was called Kits according to Demoness. Which reminds me, have you decided upon a name? I have no need for a name. Why must you feel the need to label me with one? The only name I held before was more of a title still, and Cammy stripped me of that. The woman said sadly, still obviously refusing to talk about the details of the tidbit of information. The humans were the ones to come up with QB no Kitsune. That's a title, though. I wouldn't feel right calling you by Hey You or Fox Demon. Naruto said as she moved up to the cage and ran her hand over the part of the seal that she knew she would be removing soon. Calling you by a name would just seem more normal. Fine. If you must label me with such a thing, I suppose you could call me Lena. Lena sighed in exasperation. That's a pretty name. Naruto smiled as she looked over to the kneeling woman. Not really. It was the name of my favorite avatar back before Cammy saw the need to punish me and my children and change the world from the way it once was. Lena explained, remember that once you remove that, there's no going back. I know, Naruto said before ripping the paper off the cage before feeling a sharp pain in her head, causing her to scream out. Shooting up to a sitting position, she looked around as she clutched her head, hearing several people snickering. She also saw a few worried glances sent her way, one surprisingly from Sakura before it was masked with a normal hateful glare. Geez, keep it down, you idiot. Ino snapped from a few rows in front of Naruto, sitting between Shikamaru and Choji. Are you okay, Naruto? Do you need to go see the nurse? Irika asked with worry as he looked up from cleaning out his desk. And no, I'm okay, just a bad dream. Naruto groaned in a mixture of pain and embarrassment. Why the hell didn't QB warn her of that? I did warn you of that, came Lena's voice inside of the blonde's head. And besides, what happened to the need of calling me by name? Sorry, Lena. Naruto groaned as she settled down in her seat, watching as one teacher after another began filing in to collect their students. Before long, the blonde was left with only her teammates and Irika waiting for Kakashi to arrive. After another hour, Irika sighed as he gathered his things. Sorry, but I have to go. I have a meeting with the Hokage. Just wait here for your team leader and make sure you show him the proper respect he deserves. Irika said before mumbling to himself. As if he deserves any. I swear he would be late for his own funeral. Yes, Irika-sensei. Sakura said chipperly while Sasuke just grunted in response. He took a moment to shoot Naruto an apologetic grin before hurrying from the room. It wasn't even 10 seconds before Sakura was hanging off Sasuke's arm and begging him for a date while building up his ego even more. If this is how I'm supposed to act if I wasn't supposed to hide, I think I would hide anyway. Naruto sighed while staring at the pink-haired girl. Maybe you should try to talk to them, get to know them a little more, since the three of you will be on a team from now on. Lena suggested, and Naruto reluctantly agreed. Climbing from her seat, she moved closer to the other two, but made sure to keep one desk's worth of distance between her and her teammates. What are you doing, loser? Sasuke grunted as he noticed her moving, which drew Sakura's attention as well. I thought that since we are, teammates now, that we could at least try to pretend to get along. Naruto quipped with one of her famous cheesy grins, though for once it was completely faked. She didn't feel like she had much to be happy about. If she had her choice, she would be home right now, trying to wash the dirt from her body that she could still feel after talking with Lena and learning the birds and the bees more or less. Forget it, loser. I don't need you or anyone. Sasuke grunted before turning away from her. How about you, Sakura? Maybe we could hang out a little after meeting Sensei? Naruto asked, not really expecting the Pinkette to jump at the chance. How many times do I have to tell you I won't date you? Sakura sneered as she hugged Sasuke's arm. You are a pathetic loser that no girl would ever even consider getting close to. You're a freak unlike my Sasuke. I never asked you out on a date. Naruto snapped, unable to stop herself. She knew her emotions were running raw, but she didn't care. She was going to finally get this off her chest, and damn the consequences. You are the one who offered to be my friend, and I never once asked for anything more. If you want to know the truth, I don't even think I want to be here anymore. Why the hell should I be? Why should I risk my life for people who don't give a damn about me? My first impression of you three is that you are pathetic. A voice said from toward the door, cutting the blonde's tirade short. Get your asses on the roof for team introductions in 5 minutes, or don't bother coming at all. See what you caused, loser? Sasuke sneered at the blonde as the silver-haired man vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto hung her head as the only male left in the room took off out of the room. The pinkette following after while shooting a guilt-filled look back at the blonde, though it went unnoticed. Slowly following after the two, not caring that they quickly made it out of sight, Naruto ascended the stairs until she came out on the rooftop with only 5 seconds to spare. She ignored the glares of her new sensei and her two teammates who were sitting close together. Sakura was hanging off his arm, again, while he looked annoyed with the pinkette. "Sit down, Blondie, so we can get this over with," Kakashi said, almost seeming as if he wished he was anywhere else than there with them. Obeying, the blonde sat down on the steps as she looked at the ground to avoid the looks coming from her teammates and teacher. "Okay, let's get this over with. When I call you, you will tell everyone your name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams for the future," Kakashi ordered as he crossed his arms. "You first, Pinky. Why don't you go first and show us how it's done, sensei?" Sakura asked. "Fine," Kakashi said with a roll of his one visible eye. "My name is Kakashi Itaki, and I have many likes and a few dislikes. I suppose I have some hobbies and dreams. I have those, I guess." "All we got was your name," Sakura shrieked in indignation at their teacher, voicing pretty much all three of the newly minted Genin's thoughts. Kakashi grunted and waved at Sakura in a sign for her to go. "My name is Sakura Haruno. The person I like is my hobby is," squealing while glancing at Sasuke out of the corner of her eye. "The things I dislike is Eno Pig," and getting an unsure look in her eyes as her voice takes on less conviction. "And blonde losers." Taking a deep breath, "Should I tell you my dream for the future?" "Probably not," Kakashi grumbled, next a brooding boy. "I'm not brooding," Sasuke snapped. "And my name is Sasuke Uchiha. There are tons of things I dislike, and I really don't like anything. I don't want to use the word dream, but my ambition is to resurrect my clan and to kill a certain man." "Well, doesn't that sound wonderful?" Kakashi sighed while mentally cursing his luck, a fangirl, an emo avenger, and the village monster. And the blonde brat last. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto sighed, clenching her fist as she saw the way Kakashi's eyes hardened when she said her last name. She realized he was another so-called demon hater, and there was nothing she could do about it, as she was stuck on this team now. "I guess I like ramen and people who aren't blind assholes. I dislike people who judge others for something out of their control and the 3 minutes it takes for the water to boil for my ramen." Naruto sighed. She added the bit about ramen to sound cheery, meaning it as a bit of a joke despite it being something she probably would have happily said before she graduated. "My hobbies are pranking and I don't think I have a dream any longer." "What happened to becoming Hokage?" Sakura asked before she could stop herself, gasping at the dead look that crossed Naruto's expressive eyes. "People have to care about you to become Hokage," was Naruto's sad reply, before Kakashi clapped his hands once to get their attention, ignoring the pained look of the blonde and the confused look of the pinkettes. "That's all good and whatever, but we are wasting daylight hours. Normally this would be done first thing in the morning after team introductions, but I want to get this over with so I can get back to my life." Kakashi said, "I'm going to give you a test to see if you're worthy of being a team or go back to the academy." "That's not fair. We already passed the graduation exam," Sakura shrieked in outrage. "That was just to weed out the undeserving. No, this test is to see if you're actually ready to be a genin, and if you don't want to be sent back, I suggest you get a training ground 7, where I'm at right now, within 30 minutes. Kakashi explained before vanishing in another puff of smoke. The only person who understood what just happened was Naruto, as she had recognized the shadow clone for what it was when it dispelled. "Let's get going," Sasuke grunted. "And you better hurry up this time, loser." "Whatever," Naruto huffed as she followed the Uchiha and Pinkette. It didn't take long for the trio to arrive at the appointed grounds, where Kakashi was leaning up against a tree, reading an orange book that looked somehow familiar. It took a few moments to realize that it was the same book the blonde often saw the Hokage reading when he was supposed to be doing paperwork. "Glad you could make it. I want to get this over with as quickly as possible," Kakashi said as he walked out into the small clearing where there were 3 stumps of wood. He took an alarm clock and sat it down on a middle stump before turning back around to face the students while tying 2 bells to his belt. You have 2 hours to get these bells from me. Those who get one will become a true genin, and those who don't will be going back to the academy. That's not fair, Sakura whined. Tough. You now have 1 hour and 58 minutes, Kakashi said before going back to reading his book. Sasuke and Sakura both took off into the tree line. Naruto stayed and looked up at Kakashi with a defeated look in her eyes. Why? Naruto asked, hugging herself. Why what? Kakashi sneered from behind his book. Why do you hate me? I'm not the fox. Naruto whispered to Kakashi. What have I ever done to you? You dare claim that demon? Kakashi hissed at the blonde, keeping his voice low. It wouldn't do to let the other two students know, as that would be a breach of the law. Since Naruto knew, though, it was okay to talk to the blonde about it. I knew the fourth and his wife. I knew the child that was supposed to be used was a girl. You failed in your disguise, monster. The Hokage may not see it, but I do. You hate me because you think I'm a boy. Naruto gulped. If she told him the truth, would Kakashi stop feeling this hate towards her and thinking she was the demon? Get on with the test or fail. I really don't care. I don't want to spend my time teaching a demon, much less any little brat. I have nothing to live for but my job. I don't need a bunch of snot-nosed brats making my life more complicated. Kakashi snarled, his anger clearly growing. I'll prove I'm not the demon. Naruto cried as she created several shadow clones and attacked Kakashi head-on. She was surprised, though, when he wasn't shocked like Mizuki had been. Even worse, unlike Mizuki, Kakashi easily defeated each and every one of her clones. I doubt that, demon. Kakashi's voice said from behind her. Turning her head, she saw his hands and a tiger seal, too late to do anything. Konoha's secret technique, 1,000 years of pain. The blonde screamed as she flew through the air, crashing down in a heap on the ground while curling into a ball. She was crying while rocking back and forth, seeing the men around her again. She couldn't get the vision out of her mind despite hearing Linoe, a voice at the edge of her consciousness, urging her to calm down. It took her some time to calm down before realizing her head was in Sakura's lap, while the Pinkette gently brushed her hair and whispering calming things to her. I should fail all three of you. The blonde's performance was just pathetic. Emo boy thought he didn't need anyone, and you, Sakura, you only had eyes for Sasuke until the little crybaby freaked out. Kakashi's voice said, breaking through the fog of the blonde's mind. What you did was uncalled for, sensei. Sakura snapped out angrily. Can't you see that something is wrong with him? Whatever, it isn't my problem. Kakashi growled out. He could fail them so easily, but seeing how the Pinkette had actually helped the blonde, with even Sasuke showing some concern, showed that they would possibly become a close-knit team. The Hokage would cut a fit if he knew Kakashi gave this test early and failed them after showing they could possibly work together. Sighing as he realized he didn't have a choice, he said, You three have one last chance. Be here at 5 in the morning, and I will give you one last chance to pass this test and become full-fledged genin. Oh, and don't eat breakfast or you will be sick. Whatever. Sasuke growled. I will be a genin. I am a Uchiha. You are very full of yourself, Uchiha. Be here and don't be late. Kakashi warned before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Is he okay? Sasuke asked, surprising the blonde by the small amount of worry that was evident in his voice. I don't know, I've never seen anyone freak out like that, Sasuke. What could have happened to make him react like that? Sakura asked. Nothing, just forget it, Naruto said as she crawled to her feet. She ignored the two's cries to wait as she ran from the training ground, shaking violently. She just needed to get away from them, to get home. Calm down, kid. Lena's voice urged in her mind. I don't care. I'm not going back. I can't take this anymore. I just can't. Naruto sobbed as she ran to her apartment. She didn't notice the smoke until it was too late and ran into a group of people gathered around what was her apartment complex. She recognized them as the people who lived there, but they were all gathered outside, some of them crying. It took her a few moments to calm down enough to realize why she was so hot. The entire building was ablaze, one giant inferno. This is your fault, came a cry from one of the people in the group before more angry cries joined in. Naruto tried backing away from them, but more people closed in on her from behind, blocking her in. Get the demon brat, this is his fault. More cries claimed before a blunt object struck the blonde in the back, knocking her to the ground before the mob began beating her. Naruto, age 13. A dull, throbbing pain was the first thing she noticed upon slowly cracking her eyes open. She knew it was going to hurt. Lena had already told her that she would be awakening in the middle of the night. It was before she would be fully healed, but she needed to leave this place. As Lena said, she would never find peace here, much less acceptance from these people in this village. If she wanted to find happiness, she would have to leave the village to do so, and in order to leave, she needed to sneak out. The best time to do that was during the night. Sitting up in her hospital bed, she groaned from her protesting muscles. Her body, still healing from both the beating she received and the layer of the seal she removed while she was out this time. Unlike the first layer, this one affected her body on a physical level while not changing her appearance. Before, she would have been able to call upon Lena's demonic chakra in extreme circumstances, but now she could use it more freely while at the same time having a new source of energy to call from: yokai. It was going to be hard, but she knew she had to leave now. Her chakra pathways were raw from the surge of power the removal of the seal caused. It hurt to move too quickly, but as she crawled from the bed, she felt as if she had even more power than before. It was different than her chakra. She could even feel the difference from the chakra Lena generated within her. It felt so dark, but not in an evil kind of way. "You're going to be very talented someday, kid," Lena said, pride filling her and overflowing into Naruto herself. It gave her the strength to strip her hospital gown off and find her tattered orange jumper and sandals on a chair near the door. It only took a few moments to get dressed before she was ready to leave, only to find the door locked. She forgot about that, though she never really needed to leave before. Only very few people were allowed in her room per the Hokage's orders. Only Naruto's personal doctor and the Hokage himself were supposed to be in here, while there were two of the Hokage's personal ANBU guards right outside the door. Now what? Naruto sighed as she ran her fingers through her hair. "There are guards on the door, but not the window, kid," Lena said, as she formulated a plan to get her vessel out of there. "Since you are already aware of your yokai, maybe it is time to teach you a spell." "As in magic? How the hell can I learn magic? I'm not a demon," Naruto asked, confusion filling her. Growing up, she heard the stories of how the demons used their terrible magic to wreak havoc on the land and terrorize the people. She never understood how people could fear a demon's power and attack her calling her one. "It doesn't matter. You are now directly linked with my yokai. While most vessels are never able to even sense it if they accept the power, some others develop small traits, such as my previous holder's ability to create and control chakra chains," Lena explained, taking a gentle yet lecturing tone. "However, there is always the chance that a vessel may be able to mold the yokai to their will. If someone can tap into the yokai enough, they can cast spells, though I doubt anyone can do anything more than minor spells anymore." "Then how does that help us get out of here?" Naruto asked as she began growing hopeless at their prospects of getting out tonight. "With ease and style if you can pull this off. You already have the groundwork more or less mastered for this spell. The Shadow Clone is the perfect primer for learning this spell, and I'm confident that while you won't master it, you'll be able to use it to create a human ladder to get to the ground, since we are 4 stories up," Lena said. "Then why not use the Shadow Clone Jutsu? I still hurt from everything. I'm not sure if I can do this." Naruto sighed. She wasn't sure if she could pull this off. Mentally, she knew her self-confidence took a huge hit over the last couple weeks with all of the pain and suffering that she had been through. Knowing something and feeling or overcoming it was much different and much harder. "Because the spell I'm going to teach you can last a hell of a lot longer than a simple hit destroying it. It also has more benefits to it than the Shadow Clone to boot. The biggest reason, though, is it will sew up some of the excess power running through your body and relieve some of the pain. Hopefully," Lena said, mumbling the last part. The thing about mumbling when you have a mind link with someone is that they will hear it regardless unless it is shielded. "Hopefully?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow, proving that the comment wasn't shielded. "Yeah, hopefully. This is kind of new ground with me here. All of my previous vessels fought the power merging with their system, either on purpose or unconsciously. You, on the other hand, welcomed it with open arms, not to mention an open mind, which gives you much more access to my power than any of your predecessors. Lena said while sending encouragement through her link with the blonde. I'm going to teach you a demonic art, or spell if you prefer, called the demonic mirror clone. You will create clones out of mirror shards, and they will be exact copies of you down to scent and chakra levels, not to mention yokai. What do I need to do? Naruto sighed as she looked around the room looking for a mirror. In the bathroom, take the pillow and put it over the mirror and punch it just enough to break it. Lena explained as she thought about this. If the blonde could truly pull this off, then it would prove that Naruto could cast spells, or at least simple ones. Of course, this spell was pretty much useless in a battle situation unless the clones were created beforehand. If Naruto had allies to distract the enemy long enough to cast the spell then, that would be one thing. But this world was much different than the old days when the sword and magic ruled. Now ninja was the predominant warrior, and they were much faster than the swordsmen of old, and they weren't going to sit still for a spell to be cast that could quickly turn the tide of battle. With pillow in hand, Naruto stalked into the bathroom and held the pillow up to the mirror while cocking her fist back and struck the center of it. She heard a soft crack, mostly muffled by the pillow, before cocking her fist back to punch it one more time harder. Moving the pillow back, she saw a handful of shards sticking to the pillow. Is this enough? Plenty. Now you need room to work, so go back into the room and stand in the center. Spread the pieces of mirror out around you, then I will go over the next step with you. Lena directed as she watched her shard move from the bathroom to the main room and toss the pieces of broken mirror across the ground. Hey, won't this cause me 7 years of bad luck? Naruto joked as she tossed the pillow aside. There's no such thing as luck, my dear kid. Only luck there is what we make. Lena said, while mentally picturing the runes and magic circles that would be needed for this spell. Concentrate on the circle and the symbols you see within it. Don't lose focus on it. Lena said before waiting the few moments it took for Naruto to get a firm grasp on the magic circle. Good. Now imagine the circle around you on the floor, you in the center of it. Draw upon the dark energy that you feel, the yokai, and fill the circle and symbols with it. Like this. Naruto asked softly as she clasped her hands together and held them over her heart as an invisible wind began circling around the blonde. As she closed her eyes, concentrating on a magic circle, a dark violet light filled the room as it traced out the magic circle and spun around her feet, bathing the room in an eerie glow. Good. Now fill the shards of the mirror with yokai, directing it to take form. Imagine them each turning into you as you continue pumping yokai into them. Lena explained, proud of the girl as she sensed the shards of mirror floating into the air and expanding, taking shape. Demonic mirror clone. Naruto instinctively whispered, her voice eerily low and yet loud at the same time. Flashing her eyes open, she couldn't help feeling proud of herself for doing it on the first try. That's my girl. Lena cheered as the blonde grinned. You are going to make an excellent sorceress. What if I don't want to be, though? Naruto asked softly, almost afraid of disappointing or angering the fox. It is your choice, and in all honesty, most of the spell that I'm sure you can learn wouldn't help you much in battle. There may be some that can help you, though, maybe enhance your jutsu some. Lena explained before letting out a sad sigh, catching the blonde's thoughts before they were voiced. I don't want to be a ninja anymore. I just want to get out of the village and find a place where I can be happy. A place where I can be accepted. Naruto sniffed. Don't worry, honey. If that is what you chose to do, then I'll do everything I can to help you find a place. Lena said sadly. She was sad that such potential would go to waste, but she thought of the blonde as a daughter and already promised herself to help the child in any way possible. If it was down a path to find peace, then Lena would do everything she could to see it happen. It was almost funny. A few centuries ago, she wouldn't give a damn about humans really beyond amusement. The only person she could ever really say she cared anything for really was her old avatar and namesake. Where do we get out of the village, though? The gates are sealed at night. Naruto asked as she wondered what the Demoness had in mind. There is a small tunnel near the Hokage monument that you can use to sneak out. Lena said, my last vessel used it all the time to get in and out of the village just to get some time away from the idiocy. Then let's get going. Naruto said happily. Triple X. Sakura couldn't understand why she was feeling the way she was as she stumbled toward the training grounds to her team meeting. She was so tired from the lack of sleep, but seeing the way the class idiot acted during their first test with Kakashi bothered the Pinkette. She shouldn't care what happens to the loser brat that her mother warned her about. The loser that the parents of most of the class warned her about. Even with Naruto being annoying, always asking for dates, he never seemed like the monster her mother made her out to be. Her older sister had often warned her not to believe everything their mother said, but Sakura always marked that up to her mother not getting along with the eldest daughter. Their mother never let them forget that they had different fathers telling them both that neither man was worth a crap abandoning their family. The things Naruto had said, telling the Pinkette that he only ever wanted the friendship promised him, had got the girl thinking. They were teammates now, so maybe it was long past time she kept her promise of friendship to the blonde idiot and really get to know him. She knew something was seriously wrong with him after the reaction he had to Kakashi's stupid attack. Of course, the attack was uncalled for. It was perverted and disgusting, but to make Naruto act the way he did was disturbing. The question was, why did he act that way, though? Where's the loser? Sasuke asked, drawing Sakura's attention away from her internal ponderings. Looking up, she saw a slightly worried look on the boy's face, which made the Pinkette swallow nervously. Was there something else wrong now? I haven't seen him yet. I just got here, Sakura said softly, unable to push away the uneasy feeling that was quickly growing. I went by where he was supposed to live, Sasuke said, shocking the Pinkette. Just how did Sasuke even know where their blonde teammate lived? Then again, even if the boy did seem worried about the blonde the night before, just as Sakura was, she was surprised he cared enough to take time out and go by Naruto's home to check in on the troublemaker. It was burnt to ashes. His home burned down? Where did he stay at then? Sakura asked, shocked that something like that would happen. Was the blonde okay, or was he hurt? They had to go find him. Good to see you both made it, but where is your teammate? Kakashi asked, his arms crossed and an amused look in his eye. It's horrible, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto could be hurt, his home burned down, Sakura said, making the man look at her in confusion. I would have thought you would have been happy to be rid of the little monster. After all, he was just a loser to your class, was he not? Kakashi asked as he crossed his arms. By the way, you failed since your third teammate didn't show up. You don't have to look so satisfied, Sakura screeched angrily. And what the hell do you mean by that? I mean, just what I said, Pinky, you fail. Kakashi chuckled. And here I thought I might actually have to teach a Chunin squad. Lucky me. Yes, lucky you. An angry voice said, drawing not only Kakashi's attention, but the two students as well. A woman in ANBU gear and a cat mask crossed her arms while giving off an aura or anger towards the oldest member of the group. The Hokage wants you in his office now, Kakashi, and he wants you to bring your students along. This is not a request either, but an order. Whatever, cat, I'll be there shortly, Kakashi said as he waved off the ANBU, an action that only seemed to piss the woman off even more as she gripped her sword and pulled it slightly from its sheath. Not in 3 hours, Kakashi, in 3 minutes. If you are late, you will be stripped of your rank and sent to Ibiki, Cat said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Damn it, Kakashi swore. Meet me at the Hokage Tower. Kakashi growled before disappearing in his own swirl of leaves, leaving his two students in confusion as to what just happened. HN, Sasuke grunted before he started off toward the tower. Wait up, Sakura called as she hurried to keep up with the Uchiha. Triple X. To say that he was growing too old for this shit would be an understatement, as his day went from crappy to hell in a matter of 2.5 hours, and there were no signs of it getting better anytime soon. It all started with the headache he had from witnessing that farce of a test that Kakashi gave the Chunin the night before. He would have one after Kakashi then, but he had to make sure that little Naru was okay. Sadly, he wasn't able to check up on her as he found her home burning and a mob of people attacking her. After he ordered ANBU to arrest the mob and have Urza meet him at the hospital, he rushed the young blonde to get medical treatment. Thankfully, the blonde would yet again make a full physical recovery, but the child's mental health was in danger with all of the trauma that was forced upon her recently. It wasn't fair for any child to suffer all that young Naru had to at the hands of the very villagers that should be worshipping the ground she walked on for protecting them from the Kyuubi no Kitsune. With a heavy heart, the old man made his way to his office to find the very blonde he was worried about sitting in his chair. At first, he was relieved to see that she was okay, but the sad, defeated smile on the girl's face made his heart break. What happened next was something he never thought he would have to deal with. Please tell Chiraka that I will miss them and that I love them. I'll miss you too, old man. I always saw you as a grandfather, Naru said, her eyes tearing up as cracks started forming across her face. Naruto, what's going on? Hiruzen asked, taking a step closer to the girl, only for her to shatter into bright sparkles that he later realized was mirror dust. This Naruto was some kind of strange clone, and what she said made him summon his ANBU and send them and some trackers in search for Naruto. When each team returned, they brought back a blonde child, only for the girl to smile at him and say that they were sorry before they repeated the shattering process. These strange clones completely fooled some of the best trackers the village had to offer. Finally, in hopes that he may have misunderstood the message, something he knew was a long shot, he spied on Kakashi to see if perhaps the blonde showed up for the Chunin test. Seeing the short exchange between Jonin and the Chunin hopefuls enraged the Hokage as he ordered Kat to go demand Kakashi report to him or face the consequences. Now he was sitting at his desk with Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke standing before him, and he had no idea if he was doing the right thing. This would either wake them up or sign their death certificates. It was a calculated risk taking the step, but he already put into motion things that would completely change things here after poor Naru was raped. He had to continue with this, not because they had a right to know, but because he knew that they may have the best possible chance of bringing the blonde back because they were her classmates and would know things about her that the adults didn't know. It would also teach the children a very important lesson of the ninja world to look underneath the underneath. Lord Hokage, you can't seriously expect me to pass this team if their third ember can't even be bothered to show up on time? Kakashi asked, a little anger seeping into his voice as he ignored the glares of his would-be students. Shut up, Kakashi. Hiruzen growled as he sent a small dose of killer intent at the three before him before doing several hand seals, activating the seals around the room that created a soundproof barrier. What was that? Sakura asked nervously as the air wavered around the office in a blue light for a moment. I have activated a soundproof barrier seal around this room, as what we will discuss is a S-class secret. Hiruzen explained as he steepled his fingers before his face and gave a calculating look at each of the trio before settling on Sakura. None of you will speak unless I directly ask you or tell you to talk. Is that made clear? Yes, Lord Hokage, sir. The three said, nervous energy surrounding them as they stood stiffly with their attention completely on the old man at the desk. Good. First of all, I want to ask you all something very important. What do you think of your teammate Naruto Uzumaki? Hiruzen asked as he looked over his steepled fingers at Sakura. Miss Haruno, what do you have to say? Well, he wouldn't make a very good ninja, sir, Sakura said, pausing to lick her lips as they suddenly felt very dry. She wasn't too sure what she thought anymore about the blonde since she was worried about him. And if she really did hate him, she wouldn't be, would she? Before I would have said I hated him. He's loud, brash, and not very talented nor smart. Yet he managed to paint the Hokage monument while avoiding any ANBU patrols noticing and evading them for hours once they did. To me, that seems like someone who is pretty skilled in stealth and evasion. And the pranks he pulled often showcased his skills in trap making. Hiruzen pointed out, tell me, why did you hate him before, and yet now you seem almost worried? My mom, she told me to stay away from him, that he came from a worthless family full of thieves and liars, and she said he was a monster just like them, willing to murder anyone without a second thought. Sakura said while bowing her head. I followed everyone else's lead in hating him, but after what happened during the bell test and his apartment burning down, I'm worried about him. I can't say I hate him if I'm this worried, can I? No, you can't, Miss Haruno, and I'm proud that you finally managed to start seeing past the hate. Sadly, it may be too late, though. Hiruzen sighed sadly. What do you mean? Sakura gasped. I will be getting to that in a few moments. First, I want to hear your teammate's response. Hiruzen said, shifting his gaze to Sasuke. Well, Mr. Uchiha, care to tell me your feelings toward Naruto and why? He is a dead last loser in the class, but truthfully, I can't say I hate him. I can't say I like him either. I don't have time for silly things like that. I need to get stronger, and attachments like that will only slow me down. Sasuke said, making the Hokage give him a sad smile. Sasuke, I'm sorry for failing you. I should have paid more attention to the reports from your doctor, and I would have seen that it wasn't who I personally chose to oversee your care. Hiruzen said, rubbing his eyes a bit while cursing himself for how far down such a dark path the last Uchiha had come while being right under the Hokage's nose. He swore his so-called friends and ex-teammates would pay for everything they had done behind his back very soon. What do you mean? Sasuke asked as he glared at the aged man before them. I will tell you everything after this meeting, as it is something personal regarding the murder of your clan. Hiruzen said, while shaking his head as he already knew what the raven-haired youth's response would be. Tell me now, I don't care if they hear or not. Sasuke demanded, taking one step forward angrily before realizing who it was he was dealing with. If you are sure, Hiruzen said. I'm sure. Sasuke grounded out. So be it. Sasuke, when your clan was killed, I tasked Inoichi Yamanaka with seeing to your care. I didn't know at the time as I had so much to do with the fallout of the massacre, but my advisors used my seal to forge documents, changing who I picked to see to you to someone of their choosing. You were supposed to be told the truth behind what happened to your clan and helped through it. Instead, the person who oversaw your care lied to you and sent you down a dark path of hate and vengeance. Hiruzen said, looking like he aged years during saying that. What do you mean? I need to avenge my family by killing my brother. Sasuke snapped, making Kakashi shake his head sadly and Sakura gasp in shock. Your brother didn't kill the Uchiha clan. 3 council members orchestrated it and forced your brother's hand. They were threatening to not only ill the Forest's legacy, but to cause civil war instead that would have had a much higher death rate. I was trying my best to negotiate a peaceful end to the hostilities, but these 3 fools went behind my back and told Itachi that either he'd do it and he could spare both your mother and you, or they would do it and leave no survivors. Hiruzen said, rubbing his eyes. While I may not have liked your father, I respected him and would have never allowed such an action, and those bastards knew it. That can't be. It has to be a lie. Sasuke growled as his eyes began to tear up. It was my brother's fault. I spent the last several years training to get revenge. Sasuke, Sakura whispered softly, reaching out to take his hand, and for one, he let her as their fingers intertwined and squeezed his hand for support. It isn't a lie, and before you ask the reason Itachi showed you what he did and told you that you needed to hate him and get revenge is because of guilt. He wants to die for what he did, but he wants you to be the one to do it, as he feels the last true Uchiha should do it and regain the clan's lost honor. Hiruzen explained, cursing himself for having to do this now. This should have been done years ago, and the boy's issues should have been worked through by now. Your brother loves you, Sasuke. What about my mom? Why did he kill her? Sasuke asked as he was freely crying now. She defended your father and ended up being struck down by a stray kunai your father threw at Itachi when they were trying to use a pincher movement to subdue him. Hiruzen said sadly, at least according to the unofficial reports. And before you ask, the reason he is a missing nin, and this isn't widely known, is because he begged me when I found out what happened to do it, because he wanted to die. I pleaded with him not to, but I convinced him to at least try to live with the hopes of him maybe seeing the light and returning home. Right now, he is a spy in a group of missing nins, but I have the paperwork right here. Hiruzen says as he reached into his desk and pulled out a folder and sliding it across the desk to Sasuke, opened the cover and peered down at an official paper dated years back, declaring him innocent and undercover on a S-class mission. As you can see, your brother has a full pardon if he can ever be convinced to come home. What about my revenge? Sasuke asked as he dropped to his knees with a defeated look. He didn't even push Sakura away when she kneeled down to embrace him, comfort him. I can't tell you who the council members are, but the Fire Daimyo has several people here in secret investigating them. They already have enough evidence to execute them for their crimes, but until the investigation is complete, I can't give out their names. I can promise you that you will be the one to carry out their sentence. Hiruzen said with a sad smile. He could see a change in the boy already. He just hoped that it would be for the better when all is said and done. Thank you. Sasuke croaked out as Sakura stayed by his side, lending him comfort and support. And you, Kakashi, I already know your feelings. You hate Naruto, thinking him to be the monster sealed inside of him. I have left you so many hints, and I have even debated with telling you full out on so many occasions. You didn't earn the right to know, though, as you couldn't see what was right in front of you as you time after time refused to follow your own advice. Hiruzen said with a mixture of anger and sadness. This is an S-class secret that all of you are now bound by. To mention it to anyone is grounds for immediate execution. You're finally going to tell them about how that demon. Kakashi asked hatefully. Shut up, Kakashi. Hiruzen roared angrily. If you bothered to even look at Naruto before Anko wrapped her up in her jacket, then you would have realized that Naruto was a girl and not a boy. She was raped because of idiots like you who don't have faith in the force skills and sealing despite him being known to outclass even Jiraiya in that regard. Naruto is a girl and was raped? Sakura gasped, sudden realization as to reason behind the blonde's actions the day before during the test. Sakura knew that victims of rape often had flashbacks to their attack, which was what Naruto had fallen into after that idiot's attack. You're lying. Naruto is a boy and the fox taken human form. Kakashi growled as he flexed his fist. He refused to believe it, because if it was true, then he had in effect abandoned the person whom Minato had said would be like a little sister to Kakashi. Please, you have to be lying. No, Kakashi, I'm not. I told her to hide her identity to help protect her from the very same thing that happened the night after she graduated. A group of men decided to punish her for becoming a ninja and found out her true identity. So instead of just beating her like they usually would, they decided to rape her as well. The idiots can't even get it through their heads that if Naruto was the demon, then she would have destroyed the village by now after everything she has been put through. Hiruzen explained. Why do you keep mentioning a fox and demon? Are you talking about the Kyuubi? Sasuke asked hoarsely as he began regaining his composure. Yes, the night the Kyuubi attacked the village, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, faced the mighty demon. A demon cannot be defeated, but it can be contained. It can be sealed inside of a human body, keeping its powers at bay, but it has to be a newborn baby. Hiruzen explained. And Naruto was that baby in the fourth's legacy? Sakura asked, shock written on her face, and soon Sasuke's as well. Yes, Naruto is actually Neru Uzumaki Namikaze. Thanks to all of her father's enemies, such as IWA, she was given her last name and her heritage hidden until she became Chunin to protect herself from them. Hiruzen said, though Kakashi should have known better, but he was too busy bending over for the council to be their fuck puppet and kissing their asses to put his prejudice aside. You should have told me. Kakashi snapped. I would have if you proved that you had a brain for yourself. Hiruzen shouted as he slammed his hands on the table. If you and the other idiots took your jobs as ANBU seriously, then Neru would not have ran away from the leaf. She what? Sakura asked, pleading for her to have heard that wrong. I've sent teams to track her down, but so far they've all come back with her clones. They were a special, physical type that was an exact copy that no one has ever seen before. I don't know where she learned them, but she escaped and I can't really blame her. Hiruzen said before shooting a glare at all three of them. If I hear any hint of this outside this office, though, I will hold all three of you responsible, and all three of you will be executed for treason by giving out classified information. I'm so sorry. Kakashi sighed, though Hiruzen wasn't too sure who it was directed to, and he didn't care. In his aged eyes, the apology was too little and way too late. Since Team 7 cannot function without a third member, and there are no other genin available to put on your team, I am left with two options. First, I can send you back to the academy for another year, but that would actually look bad in your files. While I admit a part of me wants to send you back, I think you too deserve another chance. You, on the other hand, Kakashi, I'm not so sure you do, however, I will be giving you another chance. Hiruzen said, giving an almost evil smile. You need to relearn what it truly means to be a ninja of the Hidden Leaf, so you will be reduced in rank to that of Genin, and for the next 6 months you will be rotating between Genin teams. And if you can manage to prove that you still have the will of fire, I will restore you to Jonin and B Team 7 Sensei. Miss Haruno and Mr. Uchiha, you both will be taking a 6-month remedial course that will be off the books along with a special case that arrived here in Konoha recently. He is a young man with a very interesting Kekiai Genkai that is a survivor of a village that was attacked by pirates. An AMBU border patrol spotted him and brought him back here, and he was offered a place to stay. If you can get along with him and prove that you can overcome your childish ways, the three of you will become Team 7. I guess I deserve that. Kakashi sighed, earning him a glare from the Hokage, though the old man didn't say anything. Thank you, sir, Sasuke and Sakura said, both obviously depressed as they started to remove their headband. Keep them. For now you will keep your ranks as Chunin, though, on an unofficial probationary period. There is one more stipulation for Sasuke, though. You will be seeing Inoichi Yamanaka and receive psychiatric help. And at the end of the 6 months, you will also be given a psychiatric evaluation, and you'll need to pass it to stay a ninja. Hiruzen said, Yes, sir. I promise that I won't let you down, Sasuke said as determination and fire showed in his eyes. Only this time the darkness and hate seemed to be gone from his eyes, unlike when he came in with a look of hatred for anything in his path. I'm sure you won't, Hiruzen said, giving the youths a small smile. He had high hopes for this generation, especially when he personally welcomed each of the new teams and personally saw to it that their eyes were opened. If you would like, you can go meet your new teammate at the library where Iruka is tutoring him right now. His name is Gray Fullbuster, and I'm sure you will give him a warm welcome and help him settle in. Triple X. It was getting late in the day when Naruto finally slowed down, her legs burning in pain from pushing them non-stop since way before dawn. Her 2 clones that were left wasn't showing any signs of tiring, though, which made Naruto grimace. She idly thought about making them carry her, but she quickly batted that idea aside. Good, you don't want to ET lazy. Lena joked, though she quickly turned serious. You did a great job escaping and coming so far, but did you have to really send a clone to the Hokage and tell him you were leaving? I had to let him know that I was okay and that I did love him. He was like a grandfather to me. Naruto sighed, getting ready to argue the point when she heard a scream from up ahead. At first she thought, why bother? No one ever helped her really until way after her attacks were over. She couldn't let it go, though, as she knew how much it hurt when she was all alone with no one to turn to. Anyway, I can create more of those clones, Lena. Not without a mirror, and we don't have any at the moment. Lena explained. Try using shadow clones and your remaining 2 mirror clones. Just be careful, okay? Believe me, I plan to, Naruto said with a grin as she made the hand seal for the Kage Bunshin and created 50 more clones before whistling in appreciation at the amount she made. Okay, let's get to work. Not even 2 minutes later, the Sea of Blondes made it to where the scream came from to find an overweight man in his middle ages knocked to the ground with 2 thugs standing over them with old, rusty-looking kunai. From what she could tell, and by Lena's input, they guessed that the 2 were pretty much unskilled highway robbers. It didn't take long either to prove the fact, as the mob of shadow clones had defeated the robbers and had them tied up back to back with their own spool of ninja wire. Thank you so much, kind sir. I don't know what I would have done if you haven't come by, the older man said, bowing to the blonde. All my money was already stolen earlier, and they wouldn't believe me. All I have is my goods on my cart, and they were going to kill me and take it all. It isn't worth much. I'm just a used instrument dealer, but I have a wife and child at home, and it's okay, don't sweat it, old man, Naruto said nervously as she backed a few steps away while waving the man off as she dispelled her clones, wincing as she realized that 2 of the clones that the thugs actually defeated were her last mirror clones. I don't have a lot, but please take this, the man said as he walked over to the cart and started digging through the tarp-covered junk in the back. A few moments later, he pulled out a case and a few books. I don't need anything, honest, Naruto said, trying to wave the man off, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. He pushed the case and books in her arms, making her look down at the cover of the book on top of the case she was now holding. It read, Beginner Instructions on the Fiddle. It isn't much, but I want you to take it, the man said before turning to dig in the cart again. A few moments later, he pulls out an old cloak and also shoves it into the blonde's arms with the case holding the fiddle and the books. Ask him if he has an extra map, Lena urged, making Naruto balk for a moment. She didn't want to ask the man for something after he had already given her so much. We need to see where we are and where we are going. I really don't need all of this stuff, sir, but if you maybe have an extra map, Naruto asked softly while trying to hand the stuff over to the older man. Instead, he pushed it back while pulling a folded map out of his pocket and handed it over. It's fine. I already have this route memorized, and after the trouble I had on this trip, I think I will set up a shop back home where I don't have to risk traveling. The man sighed. It's such a shame, too. I really enjoyed the traveling. If you're sure, old man, Naruto said reluctantly as she held her new things close to her. They may have been used, but they were hers now. She felt a little bad taking them, but as the man bid her goodbye, she started off again and headed back off the path. As she got to some shade under a large tree, she decided to sit under it and take a break. It's a good thing that you didn't give him your name, but perhaps you shouldn't go under your name anymore. Lena said, at the very least, you should use your real name to help throw off any pursuers. Though you should come up with a fake name if you really plan to hide or start a new life. I'll think about it. Naruto, or, as she guessed she should go by now, Naru sighed mentally as she looked through the books. There weren't a lot, but they looked like enough to get her started on learning the basics at least. I do know how to play several instruments myself. I know some old songs that I bet most people don't even know if you're interested. Lena suggested as Naru leaned back against the tree. Maybe it could be fun, and I do want to learn something different than being a ninja. Naru said as she closed her eyes a few moments. I really think you shouldn't give up on that, but I won't pressure you. Just think about it, Lena said, sadness permeating her voice as she talked to her vessel and friend. For now, let's look at the map. Good idea. Let's see where we are exactly, Naru said as she sat up and unfolded the map in her lap. It looks like we are here, Lena said while marking the map, mentally so Naru could see it. I suggest we go to Tanzaka Town. It looks like a large city that we should be able to get lost in. Okay, let's get going then. I want to get there by nightfall, Naru said happily as she stood up and looked at the cloak a few moments before pulling it on and using the strap on the fiddle to sling it over her back. A few moments later, she had the few books gathered in her arms and began moving toward the direction Lena indicated. Naru, I know it looks close on the map, but at a safe pace for you, it could take a couple weeks to get there if you want to stop and take rests and learn a little about your new instrument. Lena explained. Plus, if you aren't going to be a ninja, you need something to make money with. You can panhandle to make money if you get good enough. Panhandle? And how would I get good enough that fast? Wouldn't it take a while to get used to playing the fiddle? Naru asked curiously. Not if you use your shadow clones. Your clones can work on the mental part of learning, but sadly, they won't transfer muscle memory. When we can get some more mirrors, the mirror clones can transfer muscle memory, but not actual muscle. Lena explained, by using your clones to learn the knowledge, you can take some time every day after we travel to practice it. Okay, let's get going then, Naru said, hope actually filling her for once, as though her future looked like it may be hard, it looked like it had potential. It was her choice and her future, and she intended to make it a happy one. Naruto, age 13. I think maybe you have had enough, buddy, the bartender said sadly, giving the cycloptic ninja a look of sympathy. Kakashi didn't give a crap, though, what the pudgy little man thought, though, as he slammed the bottle down on the counter with a loud bang. When I can no longer think, then it will be enough. Until then, keep them coming until I say so, or I'll make you regret it, Kakashi said angrily. He knew deep down he didn't mean it. He would never really hurt someone like that for no good reason. He was a good person, a caring person, and yet, he hurt her so much. He caused a lot of that poor child's suffering, and it was because he was a fool. 2 beers. A familiar voice said from just over Kakashi's shoulder as a hand slapped several paper bills on the counter. He recognized the Rio was more than what the beer was worth, but the owner of the hand didn't wait for change. Instead, they grabbed the 2 bottles and yanked the silver-haired man off the bar stool. What the hell are you doing? Kakashi demanded with a slight slur. Looking up, he blushed a bit seeing the mesh-covered chest of Anko, her tan coat being the only thing that really hid anything. If you want the beers, shut up and come on, Anko snapped as she dragged Kakashi to a corner booth and shoved him down in it before sitting on the other side. Why didn't you tell me? Kakashi asked, his one visible eye red and bloodshot. I'm assuming you were talking about the girl. I advise you not to say too much as the law is still the law, and as pissed as I am with you, I don't want to see you getting in any more trouble than you already are. Anko sighed as she shoved a bottle into his hand. He nodded in thanks before tearing the top off and taking a long swig of the honey-colored beverage that was dulling his pain. Yes, sir. I would have never. Kakashi started, but the glare the woman gave him shut him up. He knew, even in his inebriated state, not to piss this woman off as she was one of the few that really scared him. First off, I never knew until that night. Only thing I wish I did different was let those bastards live so Ibiki and myself could make them suffer before they died. Second, the old man made me promise not to tell anyone as it was a S-class secret. And third, we both know you still would have treated the brat the same exact way. You were looking for someone to blame for Minato's death, and the brat was the easiest target, especially since you were listening to the council and the idiot civilians too much. Anko said, her voice wavering between anger and sadness as she popped her own bottle open and took a drink. I would have done something, helped her in some way, Kakashi said, his voice full of conviction while his eyes, though dull with alcohol, full of doubt. Kakashi, I know you thought of them as your family. I love them also. They were some of the few people who treated me kindly when everything with Orochimaru went down. I miss them, more than you know, but blaming someone for what happened was never the way to honor them. Anko said softly, taking the man's free hand in her own. They taught you better than that, but you let the council fuck with your mind. You let them poison you. Let them add that venom on top of your grief and hate for the fox. Anko, I don't know what to do. Kakashi sighed in resignation. He honestly didn't know what to do. It was how he found himself in this position. He never truly recovered after his father killed himself. Then when he lost Obito, he became even more lost, but Rin and Minato, as well as Kushina, helped him cope. Then he lost Rin, again it being his fault, and he almost completely slipped into the darkness that was threatening to consume him. Both of his teammates were killed in action, and it was his fault. If his first team wasn't bad enough, two other teams that he was placed with were wiped out because he just wasn't good enough to stop their enemy during the war. It was Minato and Kushina that took him in as an unofficial member of their family, gave him a purpose to keep on living. For a very short time, he actually thought everything was going to be okay, especially when Kushina announced that she was pregnant. Then he was told that they had to go to a private place when a redhead had gone in labor, and Kakashi had to stay behind and worry. It wasn't even several hours when the bestial roar shook the village, signaling the demon's assault. So many gave their lives that night, including his beloved sensei and father figure and mother figure. He was a failure. He should have done more to help out, yet he was forced to help make sure the villagers safely made it to the emergency bunkers. When he heard the news, it broke him until Danzo had come to him, explained everything about how the demon had stolen the fourth's likeness to recover from the devastating blow Minato had dealt it. The old war hawk had given Kakashi a new reason to go on, though not only enough to survive and not really live. He buried himself in his ANBU work that Danzo helped him get, and until recently that was what Kakashi did. His job was everything to him, even staying much longer than most ANBU ever stayed. He had the best record of any ANBU, the respect of many of his peers except when it came to one person, Naruto. Of course, many ANBU was more than happy to see the little blonde ball of energy suffer. When he was given watch, he often neglected his duties watching the kid, and for some reason he got away with shirking those duties in favor of losing himself in the past. The few ANBU that cared for the boy grew to hate Kakashi, and that anger grew slowly throughout the ANBU ranks as the blonde gained more and more support. Do you want to know what I think you should do? Anko asked, taking a deep breath when Kakashi nodded. Okay then, I believe that you should start over. If the kid comes back, apologize to her and bend over backwards, making everything up to her. If she doesn't, don't give up. Keep going on and keep doing your best to be the man I know you can be if you would just get your head out of your ass and your nose out of that damn book of yours. Do your best to make it up to the old man and teach those brats what it means to be real ninja. That way when we do find the girl, you could be the big brother you were supposed to be. I can't take a team, Anko. Kakashi sighed as he drained the bottle of what was left and gladly accepted the nearly full bottle Anko slid over to him. And why not? You always fail teams. You could be a great teacher if you try, Anko said, slowly growing worried when Kakashi began tearing up. Because I'll get them killed, like I always do. Kakashi croaked out. Oh, Kashi. Anko sighed as she moved to sit next to the cycloptic man and drew him into a hug, offering him some comfort from his demons. I can't believe this. You lied to me all of these years. Sakura screeched as her mother stared her down with a hateful glare. I will tell you one last time, Saka. The older woman snarled, jealousy and anger filling her being as she shoved her daughter away from her. The fucking whore came here from a clan of murderers and took away the man that was supposed to be mine. I spent years throwing myself at that prick's feet just to be noticed for him to have a child with that harlot. He was mine. Thanks to her, I had to settle for a pathetic lowly merchant who left me. If this is how you acted around him, I can see why. Sakura snapped back. Is this why my dad left too? He couldn't deal with your lies and hypocrisy. You little bitch. The woman snarled, slapping Sakura hard enough to knock her off her feet to crumble off the ground. I have done everything for you both, and you both continue to defy me. Your worthless sister failed to marry into the Yamanaka clan, and you are barely an average genin. You both are failures. You are the failure. Sakura whispered harshly as she held her stinging face, knowing it would probably bruise as she climbed unsteadily to her feet. Get out of my home. The woman spat while giving Sakura a harsh glare. You're so proud of being a genin, considered an adult now. Well, since you are, you can take your filthy demon-loving ass and get out of my home. I will not have an ungrateful daughter under my roof. You know what? I don't want to stay under the same roof as a woman who spreads her legs for anyone willing to buy her a cheap beer. Sakura growled as she drew a kunai as the woman lunged at her. The woman stopped just in time to save herself from being skewered on the sharp blade, while mother and daughter locked eyes just inches apart. Get out and don't ever come back. The woman snarled. Gladly, Sakura snarled back, fighting back tears as she turned and stormed out of her home, not caring that it was already dark out. Instead, she wandered the streets as her heart slowly crumbled away. She knew she would have an argument with her mother. The woman was never Mother of the Year, but she never dreamed that anything like this could happen. She could feel the tears burning her cheeks, her face throbbing from her mother's strike. What happened to you, Pinky? An unwanted voice asked, drawing Sakura's gaze up to see her supposedly new teammate, Gray, sitting on a set-up steps leading up to a somewhat familiar house. She cheeks grew pink as she stared at his bare chest a few moments as she realized he was only wearing his boxers. Put some clothes on, you pervert. Sakura snapped as her inner persona just drooled at the sight before her. Sakura, are you okay? Sasuke asked as he stepped down out of the house that the steps led up to, making the girl realize why the air looked familiar. She had somehow managed to stumble through town and end up in front of her crush. She blushed even more when the raven-haired youth stepped down to gently caress her cheek around the forming bruise. Who did this to you? My mother. Sakura sobbed before collapsing into a shocked Sasuke's arms, who after a moment wrapped his arms around her as she sobbed out the entire scene of what happened to her. And people say I'm cold. Gray sighed in an attempt to lighten the mood as he patted the Pinkette girl's back. You can stay here with us, Sasuke said softly, a little surprised at how easily he made the offer. It was the second time that day as he offered his new teammate a room in his home as well, after finding out his place was in the same complex as Naruto's was. Before, he wouldn't really have cared much, but after his world was turned upside down, he wasn't sure what to think. All he knew was that he was actually a little happy to have company here, since he had a feeling that he was going to need the same support Sakura needed now, and he intended to give. It was a calm, cool evening as Nara leaned against the trunk of an apple tree, several cores laying around her from her dinner. She held her fiddle a little clumsily as she went over the information her shadow clones learned while traveling. She was sure that she had the basics down as she brought the bow to the strings and brought it along them in a horribly loud screech, making her flinch. Patience, Kit. The fiddle is a good instrument, though it takes a little time to get used to it, Lena said in an encouraging tone inside of the blonde's head. Taking a deep breath as Nara knew what the woman said was true from all of the information that she absorbed from the shadow clones throughout the day. It was a little weird all of a sudden getting knowledge you never knew shoved in your head all of a sudden, but when she got more used to it, she knew it would be a huge help in learning anything she wanted. Smiling at that thought, Nara glanced up into the night sky, basking in the unusually bright light from the full moon. It was beautiful, and she was free, and she had never felt this good in her entire life despite being a little afraid. Thankfully, Lena was with her and kept the blonde from becoming too afraid, as the woman often offered warmth and support through their link during the day. Now, she was helping Nara go through the memories and try to put the knowledge to use as she messed with her new instrument. Preparing herself for another horrendous screech, Neru lifted the instrument and bowed again to be pleasantly surprised to find the sound to be a lot better than the previous attempt. It was still an ear-splitting howl, but it no longer wanted to make her ears bleed. With tips from Lena and practice, it only took about an hour to not only get used to holding the instrument and bow, but playing the warm-up scale as well. True, it wasn't flawless, but at this rate, she would be playing songs in no time flat. Look at it this way, Lena had joked. With all the noise, there won't be any wild animals brave enough to even think about coming close. At first, Neru gave the woman a mental glare, while the demoness just gave an image of innocence. After a few moments, the two burst into a fit of giggles that lasted several long minutes. I better get back at it if I want to figure this out. Nara finally wheezed out before she brought the instrument up again into place and began again. It was 2 days later that Neru finally stumbled into a small village, exhausted and hungry. She had found out an important fact since leaving Konoha that she would have to change. She sucked at hunting. Thankfully, though, she was lucky to find several apple trees and a small grove that had wild strawberries growing. Still, she would kill for some kind of meat. Pulling out the money purse again that she picked up off a bandit that was stupid enough to attack her yesterday, she looked at the strange money. All she ever knew was Rio. This money seemed foreign to her, and sadly, Lena wasn't much help with it. She was hoping to find someone who would sell her a huge meal with loads of any kind of meat. Maybe some chicken, or pork, or maybe even beef. She failed to notice the bead of drool leaking out of the corner of her mouth. Snap out of it, Neru. People are going to think you escaped from the hospital if you keep drooling like that. Lena laughed, gently breaking the blonde out of her fantasies, making the young girl wipe the liquid away with the back of her hand. What do we do? Neru asked, looking around. There were a few small farms and houses, as well as a large building with a sign that simply said, INN, as well as a few shops. Pull your cloak's hood and try to keep from showing off too much. Lena instructed as the blonde did what was asked. We can stay here tonight if there is enough money, but this is an outpost. An outpost? Neru asked with worry, since she basically knew what an outpost was. It was a place where merchants would stay and rest between major towns. More importantly, though, it was a place where patrols stayed during the night to rest, many of the patrols being ninja from Konoha. What if they see me? I can't hide in something like this. Sadly, that was true. While she was able to outrun ANBU easily, in Konoha, there were so many places to hide. Here, it was pretty much all open, and if someone recognized her, there wouldn't be much of a chance to escape if they caught on to her. There's a way, but it means removing another layer of the seal. Lena said tentatively. She didn't want the blonde to think that she was using the girl like those bastards in Konoha. Those humans were the real monsters, no matter what anyone said. I don't think you are using me, Lena, Neru said softly, giving the fox demoness a gentle smile. I trust you. Thank you, Lena said softly, before continuing with more confidence. First of all, go back to the small stream, so we can see if it will reflect you image. Okay, Neru said as she hurried back to the small stream that seemed to have plenty of fish. At least she knew where to get some food if she couldn't buy any later. Instead of worrying about it now, she went back a few feet to a small tree and leaned back against it and closed her eyes. After just a few moments, she was standing in her mind, standing on a grassy hill where Lena kneeled waiting for her. She had to admit she liked the changes to her mind since leaving Konoha. I'm not too sure how you will react since it is pretty close to removing the others, but it will be the easiest way to hide if it works. Lena explained as she summoned her tails and cradled the blonde in them as she kneeled next to her. This will give you an ability similar to the bloodline limits some ninja have. There is even a possibility that you can someday pass it on to children if I make a few changes later, if you like. What is it? Neru asked with a mixture of excitement and the smallest bit of fear. You will be able to shape-shift, Lena said, wishing she phrased it a little better upon seeing the blonde's eyes. So I can change into anything? Neru asked as images of her flying through the skies as a hawk or running through the forest as a fox flitted through her mind. I'm sorry, Kit, but no, Lena said as she hugged the girl to herself a few moments. What we'll do if you can quickly get the hang of it is change small features such as hide your whisker marks or change the color of your eyes or hair. Sadly, you have to grow your hair long if that is what you want to do. Later on you might, and I say might, be able to do more as you remove more seals. The more seals you remove, the more powerful your abilities will become. This is the last layer I want you to remove for at least a month. Our body needs to rest and adjust more to everything that has already happened. Okay, Neru sighed, clearly disappointed at not being able to change into other things. She was happy that she would be able to hide in plain sight, though, if Ninja was around. Actually, it would be a good ability if she was still going to be a ninja, but she was leaving that life behind. As usual, the removal of the layer of the seal was easily done, though it also had consequences. She was getting used to those, though, as the headache it brought wasn't so bad. Thankfully, her body wasn't aching like it did when she gained the ability to use yokai. Okay, now what? Neru asked, waking back up in the real world and crawling over to the stream. Sitting on the bank, she leaned over the edge and saw her image reflected back clearly in the gentle movement of the water. This next step can be very easy or very hard, depending on the person and their attention span. I'll help you keep it up for now, but when you go to sleep, you will automatically change back to normal. Lena explained, let's start with the whiskers. Concentrate on them. See them in your mind and in your reflection. See the marks fade, make them change in your mind, and will them to disappear. Neru watched in awe as the marks that she had for so long faded away from sight. A part of her was a little saddened as she rubbed the now flawless skin where the marks once were. They were a part of her, always had been, and seeing them vanish made her feel as if a small part of her vanished as well. I am sorry, Kit Kropka, Lena said softly while sending support, love, and encouragement over their link. It's the safest thing to do for now, though. I know, now what? Neru asked as she ran fingers through her hair, knowing that it would most likely be next if she didn't want to stand out. Should I change it to be red? No, make it black. And while you are at it, try and make your eyes brown as well. Lena suggested, this will be much better than a hinge because it cannot be undone unless you let it be or go to sleep. Staring hard at her reflection, she concentrated on her image again, slowly seeing streaks of black wash through her short hair. It wavered several times, changing back to blonde, before finally all of her hair changed to black. Blinking a few times, she was surprised to see her eyes were already brown. Looking at herself, she had to admit that she did look good with dark hair, but she missed the blonde all the same. Good. Let's see if we can find a merchant that has something different that you can wear. Lena said as Neru climbed to her feet and headed back into town. Neither of them knew if they would take the strange-looking coins that they had on them, but hopefully they would have enough for clothing and at least a cheap, decent meal. Screw the room. If they could just get a good meal, the newly made raven-haired girl would be happy. The few stalls set up outside from traveling merchants was all a bust, as no one had anything that they could use. Thankfully, though, they lucked upon a small building with a worn sign. The paint almost faded completely off, with a spool of thread and a needle. Upon Lena's urging, Neru went inside to see mostly women's clothing and bolts of fabric on shelves and on wooden mannequins. No way am I wearing any of this, Neru said as she shook her head in defiance. Though she already agreed that maybe it would be better to hide as a girl, seeing the dresses was a little too much. Most of them would draw too much attention to herself, and that was if they could even find anything in her size. You don't have to wear any of this stuff, besides most of this is for formal occasions. Lena said curiously, wondering why the woman had so many fancy-looking gowns at a trading/guard post such as this. Just ask the woman working at the counter if she has anything your size. Ask for a dress, too. I promise you everything will be okay. Fine. Neru sighed. She really did trust the fox demoness. After all, it was thanks to Lena that she was finally free from the hate. Making her way over to the counter, Neru couldn't help but admire some of the dresses. She couldn't help imagining that she had a normal life where she grew up in a loving home. She would have friends and family that loved her, and she possibly would be wearing some of the beautiful gowns. I'm sorry, boy, but I have a large order to do and would appreciate it if you didn't stand around gawking at my work." The woman huffed from where she was working at a table that doubled as a counter while glaring out of the corner of her eye. "Do you have any dresses that would fit me?" Naru asked softly, her nervousness getting the better of her under the withering stare from the woman. "I refuse to help fuel your perverse fantasies. Now get out." The woman snapped angrily as she turned to look at Naru fully. "Saw thee?" Naru asked in surprise, not sure what the woman meant by that. "Wait, you're a girl?" The woman asked, her voice much softer as her eyes softened just a bit while studying the younger girl. "What are you doing wearing such a ridiculous getup? And what happened to your hair?" "This is all I have," Nara said softly, all of a sudden feeling embarrassment wash over her for some reason. Normally, she wouldn't give a damn about what people said about her, but this woman was making her feel as if she was doing something wrong. "Oh dear." The woman gasped as she abandoned her work and grabbed Naru by the shoulders and studied her. After several moments, the woman started circling Naru, looking the girl up and down with a studious gaze. "We can't have you running around in rags like that. Are you and your family passing through?" "I'm alone, ma'am," Naru said softly before Lena could stop her. Lena quickly came up with a cover story, though, and told her host what to say. "And yes, I'm just passing through. I'm heading to Tanzuka town to meet my father since my mother died recently." "You poor dear," the woman said. "How much money do you have to spend on clothing, dear?" "I'm not sure. Do you take these?" Naru asked, pulling out the money purse, and handed it to the woman, who took it and peered into it. "You don't know how to use standard currency?" the woman asked in shock. "All I've ever seen is Rio," Naru said. "Sit over here," the woman said, leading Naru over to the woman's vacated chair and pushed the girl down into it while pulling a money box out from under the table. Taking out a coin similar to the few Naru had and two others, one silver and the other gold. Each country has their own currency, the land of fire being the Rio. However, about 10 years ago, all of the countries agreed on one of the annual summits to also bring back an older type of currency that could be used in any of the countries, which is the standard currency. "This," the woman said, showing Nair the copper-colored coin, "is a copper piece. 100 of these equal this, a silver piece." The woman said, showing the silver coin off before showing the last coin. "And finally, this is a gold piece, and it is worth 100 silver pieces. Now your basic Rio is worth 5 copper pieces." "I can't afford anything at all," Naru whined pathetically while dropping her head on the table. "Don't worry, dear. If you want to have a dress in the back, I can give you, as well as a few other things. Normally, I don't agree with children traveling long distances on their own, but I have a feeling that you are from Konoha," the woman said, making Konoha sound like a curse. "I'm more than happy to help a child get away from there, and I'm sure you're trained to take care of yourself." "How can I pay you, though?" Naru asked softly. "Don't worry, dear. You getting away from that horrible place and letting me help is payment enough. Anytime I can stick it to that place, I'm more than happy to do so. Just don't tell anyone." The woman said, "By the way, my name is Hikari." "My name is Naru," Naru said as she started to feel even more comfortable around this woman. A part of her was a little scared that it was going to turn out to be a trap, but as Lena said, this woman didn't know them, and for what the demoness could tell, this Hikari was being truthful. About a half hour later of trying on old outfits, out of a couple boxes the woman brought out from the back, Nara found 3 peasant dresses that fit her pretty well. 2 were brown and white, and the third was a blue and white. Right now, she was wearing one of the brown ones while the woman took a traveling pack and carefully put the extra dresses in it. Besides the dress, though, Nara was also wearing a pair of traveling boots that was also brown. And lastly, she was wearing underwear that the woman gave her new from the shelf, including a real bra that supported and accentuated her breasts rather than bind them. "I'm still not too sure about this," Naru said while looking herself in the mirror. She was surprised when Hikari came up from behind her and placed a black wig with long hair that fell midway down Naru's back on the girl's head and straightened it out. "No girl should have to suffer such a disgusting haircut, sweetie. I don't know what happened to your hair, but you can have this until you grow yours back," Hikari said, hands on the younger girl's shoulder while they both stared into the mirror. "You look ravishing, my dear. The boys won't be able to keep their hands off you." "That's what I'm afraid of." Naru sighed in disgust. "What was that, dearie?" Hikari asked as she toyed with the fake hair. Thank you very much, ma'am. Are you sure there's nothing I can do to repay you? Naru asked as she slammed down on the creeping doubt and fear that was trying to get control of her. Well, if you want, I would love to hear a song if you have time to play. The woman said with an encouraging smile. I'm still pretty new, but I would love to, Naru said with a bright smile to the woman. The woman went to sit back down in the main part of the shop again, where Naru first saw her, as the younger girl unpacked her fiddle and checked it over. After a few moments, Naru lifted the instrument and began playing a simple song that her clones memorized. At first, she was a little nervous, but as she saw Hikari's face and the large smile on it, it filled the younger girl with confidence. That was wonderful, Hikari cooed as she clapped enthusiastically. Thank you, Naru said, blushing a bit, though she was so happy that the woman liked it. The inn's bard ran off recently. I bet old Tai would be willing to give you a discount on a meal and a room if you play for the customers tonight. Hikari said thoughtfully, tell the old fart that I sent you. I will. Thank you again so much, Naru said as she hugged the older woman. Naruto, age 13. I really wish we had more money. Naru whined mentally as she made her way down the dirt road. On one hand, she was ecstatic to see the buildings not far off, meaning she would make it to the town by noon. On the other, she almost wished that some bandits would attack her so she could relieve them of their money for being stupid enough to do so. Over the last 2 weeks, she had to travel at a civilian's pace from outpost to small village on the way here, and every time she came across a group of bandits, they thought she was easy pickings being a girl carrying around a fiddle case. How wrong they were when she summoned 50 to 100 shadow clones to overpower them. Maybe if you didn't spend your last silver buying that ice cream. It was way overpriced, you know. Lena chided, though mirth could be detected in her voice. But it was so good. Nara sighed. It was the best thing she ever had, no offense to ramen. She had never had ice cream before, as she was lucky to even get edible food. When she was offered a sample at the last village she was at, it was impossible to resist buying some, and then buying seconds and thirds, blowing most of what she had left to the delectable treat. I know, sweetie, you've had a rough life. You need to remember, though, that until we get settled and find a job, you need to be careful how you spend your money. Lena explained for the 3rd time. Of course, Naru understood that the girl was just enjoying her freedom and things she never got to experience throughout her childhood so far. Despite her still technically being a child, she had to grow up so early, and Lena felt so bad for her and wished there was something she could do to fix it. I know, but at least when we get to town, we can maybe make some money on the square before heading to find an inn. Maybe I can find one to play it permanently in exchange for room and board, Nara said in hopes of finally settling down. It was kind of fun doing all of the traveling, but she wanted a place to stay at and belong. That could be good. In a few more weeks, and you can actually stop wearing the wig, Lena said. Naru's hair was growing at a pretty decent rate and already lost most of the natural spikiness it seemed to have when that short. Just be careful not to act like your old self when in public, and keep up your changes. Don't need Hunter Neen recognizing you. It was about an hour later when Naru finally made it to Tanzuka town, a little tired yet excited to see the huge city sprawling out around her. Of course, Konoha was large, but this town was more of a large city. She had heard mentions of Tanzuka being so big that you could find anything here, that it could give you your heart's desire, for a price. Searching for a place that looked good near the center of the town, she came along the market district that had stalls of all kinds set up, as well as many stores lining the streets. Finding a fountain, Naru settled herself on the edge of it with her fiddle case on the ground, where passerbys could drop money into if they liked her music. Taking her fiddle, she confidently held it in place and began playing, happy that once again she seemed to captivate the people as they passed by. Already she could see her case filling up with copper pieces as well as a few silver. This was going to be the largest take yet. For several hours she played, taking requests from some people and happy that she had her shadow clones learn even more songs the past couple weeks, as she wasn't lost at all so far. She knew the material now, a lot of different songs, as she had traded songbooks at the villages as she went through them, as Lena even taught her some old ones that people never heard yet loved. As it grew late in the day and her stomach started rumbling from hunger, she started to take the money in her case and transfer it to her money purse and put the fiddle away before the purse was snatched away. Angrily, she looked up to find 3 men in what looked like a uniform of some kind, one of them holding her money purse. "We haven't seen you around her before, miss." The one that seemed to be the leader of the 3 said, a cold look on his face. "I hope you have papers and a permit for playing out here." "Papers? Permit?" Naru asked dumbly. "It is against the law to operate any business or panhandle without a permit, miss. If you don't have either, I'm afraid we will have to place you under arrest and confiscate what you earned unlawfully inside our city," the man said again as the other 2 began surrounding her. "There you are," an older man called out as he hurried up them and got between the leader and her. "Please forgive my niece, she didn't know." "She's your niece, Haruno?" the man asked skeptically. "Yes, she was supposed to come straight to my shop when she got here. My sister lived in one of the outposts, and you know how they don't collect taxes for panhandling," the new man said. "Fine, old man," the leader said as he poured out a large sum of money, counting it out. "Here is what is left after the fine and her 15%. Make sure you take her and get her papers settled before I see her out here again, or I will be taking her in." Naru caught the money pouch as the man tossed it to her to find it almost as light as it was when she got here. Opening it up, she counted maybe 15 copper pieces, which made her groan. All of today was a huge waste as they took her money, and if they were the police here, then there was nothing that she could do without getting in even more trouble. "Have a good day, Haruno, Mississippi," the man said as he led the other 2 away. "Thank you for helping me." Naru sighed. "It's fine. They are good men and do their best to protect the city. They just follow the law a little too closely sometimes, and I don't think you deserve to be punished for something you obviously didn't know about." The man explained, "My name is Ryu Haruno, by the way." "I'm Naru," Naru said, no last name. "Well, it's nice to meet you," the man finally he said after staring at her a few moments. "So you new in town? Are you planning to stay long?" "Yeah, I'm hoping to find an I can perform at. I'm a bard," Naru said, showing her fiddle case that now held her instrument. A bard needs to know more than one instrument to be successful, especially in a big city like this. "Tell me, what other instruments do you know?" Ryu asked as Naru grew both angry and disappointed at the comment, because if it was true, then there went her plans. "It's all I know." Naru sighed as she looked down, noticing the cane in the man's hand and several bags full of food and produce sticking out of the top, sitting not far from him. "Well, I think we can help each other out then," Ryu said with a small smile. "I own a used music and bookstore, and I'm looking for help. If you work for me during the day, I'll not only pay you, but give you room and board as well. During the evening after we close up shop, I'll teach you whichever instrument you chose and allow you to borrow most anyone in my shop to practice on until you buy your own. I'll tell you right now, though, you really need at least 2 or 3 instruments to be considered a true bard." "What should I do?" Naru asked, unsure if she should even trust this. It was almost too good to be true. "Ask him what I tell you," Lena said. "How can I work for you? Don't I need papers and a permit?" Naru asked as she repeated Lena's words, as she looked up to see the man's intent gaze studying her. "Of course you do. As my niece, it will be easy to pick up papers saying who you are and that I am responsible for you. I'll also pay for you a permit to panhandle if you plan to in your spare time," Ryu said, his eyes full of mirth. "How can I trust you? You seem to have a bit more chakra control than a normal civilian," Naru asked, shocked that Lena noticed that through their connection while Naru didn't. "Don't worry, you don't yet have real training to sense stuff like that. That's what I'm here for, Kit," Lena said, easing Naru's mind. "I can also tell you that I'm not sensing any increased heart rate or any other signs of deception, so I think we could trust this man. For now." "That's because I'm a retired shinobi from Konoha. Much like you, I believe," the man said with a small smile. "I knew your parents." "Well, don't look at me like that. I can sense the Kyuubi's chakra pulsing in you. Any good sensory type could. I'll have to train you to hide that, as well if you were running from their kiddo." Naru was floored. This man knew not only her parents, but he knew who she was just by sensing her chakra. Was he just bluffing, or was he serious? If it was true, then he could turn her in. Trust him for now. If he is telling the truth, then it may be best to go with him. I don't know how to train you to control chakra to hide from another sensory type. "But what if he betrays us?" Naru asked nervously. "Then we kill him," Lena said with a note of finality. "I tried to adopt you, you know. I loved your parents, and tried my best to help you, but the council blocked my every attempt. Then they drove me from Konoha, led by my wife. Rio said sadly as he reached out and caressed Naru's cheek. Please give me the chance to help you now that I have a chance. Okay, I'll give you a chance, but if you betray me, I will make you pay. Naru said, staring the man in the eyes while fighting off the growing uneasy feeling. A part of her kept seeing this man attack her, hurt her like those men did in Konoha if given the chance. Another part kept seeing someone who wanted to be a father figure, something she always wanted, and it gave her the strength to fight off the fear for the moment. Okay, help me home with my groceries, dear, and then we will head down to City Hall and file guardianship papers and get you set up with permits to work and panhandle. Ryu said as he picked up a bag and let Naru grab the other with her free hand. Hiruzen looked over the reports of the latest returning group of Hunter Nin with a heavy heart. The reports was the same as the last ones. Despite all the leads that they heard, there was no trace of the girl that he thought of as a granddaughter. If only he stood up to the council all those years ago before the little blonde ball of sunshine was hurt so badly. He was a fool, though, and he deserved to pay for it. He deserved the pain far more than what the child did. Of course, with the bad news, there was some measure of good news as well. First, Kakashi's new therapist has helped him out a great deal in just the small time that the Hokage assigned her to the man. All of the old reports signing him off as stable was once again frauds by the council elders. But now the man was getting the help he needed to move on from all of the pain and grief he was suffering. If only the old man had seen it before, but he grew to lax the last years after resuming his position and just didn't give surrounding, much less his friends, the attention deserved. Thankfully, he got a wake-up call, but came at a cost that should never have had to be paid. On the last Uchiha front, the boy was surprisingly accepting of the truths behind his clan's massacre. His own therapist was doing a great job working with the boy, but the old man didn't expect any less of Yamanaka. The boy was moving away from his emo status, though he was far from becoming anything like the missing blonde once was. He was becoming close to his new teammates, as they now shared the main Uchiha house. In fact, if he heard correctly, Sasuke even just had his first date with Sakura. Speaking of the girl, Hiruzen was saddened by the way the girl's mother treated her. Sadly, he couldn't exactly do anything as Sakura refused to press charges. But the woman was in a lot of trouble to begin with thanks to her part of the long list of charges against her and the council elders, as well as Danzo. All of whom were now sitting in the dungeons below Yinbu headquarters with both Anbu and the daimyo's own samurai. The old war hawk was now missing an arm, and an eye now thanks to his betrayal against the Uchiha clan, which he was worried about informing Sasuke about. He didn't have any choice now, as the daimyo had made it clear that the boy would be allowed to know everything besides what the old man already promised Sasuke. Still no sign of her, the daimyo asked as he came into the office and sat in front of the Hokage with a tired look. A few leads, but when they're checked out, there's nothing. Hiruzen sighed, tossing the reports he was looking at across the desk for the daimyo to look through. This is not the way I wanted to retire. The daimyo sighed as he rubbed his temples with his thumb and forefinger as he looked through the paperwork that made up the latest reports on the search for the fourth Hokage's daughter. You are retiring? Hiruzen asked, a little shocked since he knew the daimyo since they were children and were close friends. Or had been in the past, but they had grown apart ever since the Kyuubi attack as Hiruzen became complacent and lazy. Yes, my son will soon be taking over, but I worry about some of his plans. The daimyo admitted. Care to talk about it? Hiruzen asked, curious as to why the daimyo was so worried. This cannot leave this room. Am I understood? You may be an old friend, Hiruzen, but if you betray my trust, one will have you executed for treason. The daimyo said. I understand, and I swear I will speak of this with no one. Hiruzen said, as his curiosity piqued even more. Okay then. The daimyo sighed as he relaxed a bit. I'm okay with some of his plans, despite them moving away from tradition, such as he plans to mix ninjas with our samurai in our ranks, and even cross-train our soldiers. I don't like it, but I agree that if we don't change with the times, then we will grow complacent and weak. It's some of his more radical plans, such as creating a new spy network, much like the one Jiraiya has made. He plans to make it by creating a guild called Free Bards that will give all of its members traveling rights much like the Sannin. Free Bards? That sounds. Hiruzen started, trying to formulate words at the outrageous notion. Using bards, trusting them with important information and the security of the land of fire? It was preposterous, as they weren't trustworthy in his eyes, as they were nothing but beggars and thieves. Preposterous? I know, but my son is convinced that it is a good idea, and if it works, it could be very beneficial. The problem is, how can you even trust those people? Gypsies is what most of them are: dancers, singers, thieves, people with no real ties to anything, much less our great nation. The daimyo explained. I thought about postponing my retirement or forbid him from doing this, but it is his choice to make. He needs to make his own decisions, his own mistakes, in order to learn and grow as a true leader. That's true, I suppose. I wish him good luck, Hiruzen said, gulping a little as the expression on his friend's face hardened. Thank you, old friend, but there is real business I wish to discuss with you. I was putting this off. I wanted to learn what happened to the young girl first. I think it is time I learned what has happened to young Neru's godparents and where they were while she suffered from these attacks, the daimyo said, making Hiruzen a little nervous. Tsunade, she was grieving too much and left the village and refuses to come back here. She didn't want anything to do with the village at all, much less her godchild. As for Jiraiya, he didn't want to take a child along with him, since it was dangerous to both him and her while maintaining his spy network. Hiruzen said, not wanting to lie. He didn't tell his old friend everything, as both of the remaining loyal Sannin refused to care for the girl, blaming her in their own ways for Minato and Kushina's deaths. You mean Tsunade blamed Neru for Kushina's death while Jiraiya blamed Neru for Minato's? The daimyo snorted in disgust. I'm not stupid, old friend. They betrayed some of my friends, supposedly their friends' last wishes. They have shown disregard to their responsibilities and bad judgment in their choices. That does not make good role models nor ambassadors of our country, so I have no choice but to revoke their status as Sannin as well as their traveling rights. If they refuse to return to Konoha to answer for what they have done, then they will be arrested. Please, old friend, reconsider this. Jiraiya's spy network is vital to our village's survival, and we both know Tsunade is too stubborn to come back, Hiruzen said, fearing for his last two students' lives and reputations. Then I guess Tsunade will be arrested, and as for Jiraiya, he can write his books here as well as run his network from here. He can send someone else out to gather the information, but both are to be confined to this village until either I or my son deem them worthy of regaining their status of Sannin, the daimyo said with finality. I guess I'll send someone out to fetch them. Hiruzen sighed in resignation. It won't be necessary, as I already sent some samurai out to retrieve them, the daimyo said. Do you want me to file these as me being your caretaker, or would you like me to adopt you? Ryu asked with a small smile, as Neru looked shocked yet hopeful. I wouldn't mind if you adopted me, Neru said a little shyly. I'm glad, and I promise to take care of you and help you in every way I can, Ryu said as he leaned over the papers. Tell me, is there a name you would like to use? You shouldn't keep using Neru if you're trying to hide from your past. You should pick a name to represent your new life. I really don't know, Neru sighed as her mind raced, trying to come up with something. How about Rune? I'll put you down as my daughter from a woman I met in one of the trading outposts that don't really worry too much about paperwork. It will be easily believable and hard to disprove. Also, I know the records keeper here, and she will help push it through quickly, Ryu explained as he started writing something down on the paper on the table in front of him while Neru sat next to him. Rune, I like that, Neru, or rather Rune said with a soft smile. She was going to have a father, a family. Good, just a few more minutes and we will turn these in, Ryu explained. Hey there, handsome. What are you doing here? A woman asked as she, well, the only way Rune could describe it, as sashay. She walked with such an air of confidence. Yet the way she walked was meant to be as seductive as possible while seeming as if she was hunting prey. The look on her face when looking at the old man was one of kindness and openness as she leaned over the opposite side of the table. Rune could easily see the woman was purposely giving Ryu an ample view down her filmy, lacy top at the woman's very ample cleavage. The woman was wearing a tight, filmy low-cut dress with lace with rose-like patterns and layered skirts with her high-heeled shoes peeking out. Her hair was a long, vivid pink that framed a heart-shaped face. Her eyes were the most exotic Rune had ever seen, with a deep, rich red that looked demonic yet exotically beautiful at the same time. Her body wasn't hid at all by her dress, showing off an hourglass-type body that looked like she could be a goddess come to Earth. Should I be jealous? Lena teased. What? No, I'm not like that. It's just she's so wow. Yet she seems so friendly, not like the women back in the village that looked even a little pretty. Rune said, though she couldn't hide a small part of her that truly admired this woman's body and wished that she looked like that. That thought was easy to push out of her head before it went too far, because if she did look like that, then she would get too much attention. The kind she didn't want. Hey there, Rose. I'm helping my daughter fill out her papers for citizenship here, Ryu said, giving the woman a strange look. And such a cutie, but if you want, I could take you out for some shopping and a makeover, Rose said while looking Rune up and down. If she wants to, feel free to later, Rose. She needs to settle in first, but stop off at the shop later, and I'll introduce you both properly, Ryu said with a smile. I look forward to it, Ryu. Nice meeting you, cutie, Rose said as she leaned forward and kissed Ryu on the cheek, as well as giving Rune a peck as she sauntered off. Rune couldn't help the old man's gaze on the woman as she swayed her hips as she walked. Who was that? Rune asked as she watched the woman walk out of sight. Ah, that was my oldest friend here in Tanzuka. She owns the Fire Lotus not too far from the shop. You will see her a lot as she stops by often, and don't worry, she's very trustworthy, Ryu explained as he gathered up the paperwork and rose from his seat, leaning on his cane. You like her, don't you? Rune asked, smiling a little. Of course, she is my friend, and well, she's a very beautiful woman. Any red-blooded man would have a hard time not noticing her. We have a very complicated relationship, though, Ryu said with a hint of sadness. Maybe in another lifetime. Come on, kiddo. Time to make this official. Rune followed the old man, deep in thought about how he sounded. At first, she thought about playing matchmaker, but she didn't know too much about that, and she wasn't all that comfortable thinking about it. Don't bother with it, Kit. They are close, that's clear, but there's also some kind of history there. Tread carefully, or you can cause more damage than what is already there. It was a sweet thought, though, Lena said, surprised that Rune wanted to help after all she went, though. Then again, despite it all, the ancient demoness could still see an innocence in Rune that was slowly coming back a little. Sadly, she also knew that the child would never regain the innocence that was stolen from her or the completely carefree attitude she once had. It was something that made her want to willingly attack and level Konoha. Act I Part 6. Rose. I don't know Naruto. If I did, I would have changed a lot of it. Thank you everyone so much for all of your great reviews and comments on my story. I love the ability to make covers for stories. I just need to get one made now. I've also had someone point out to me that a lot of people are worried about their stories being deleted because of having sex or other questionable material in it. While I highly believe it is okay to have some sexual content in a story, there are those out there who write stories solely for the purpose of having 1 or 2 chapters of nothing but sex in stranger and stranger ways. The thing is, most of the stories like that can be considered child pornography, as there are oftentimes kids in those stories. I can see where the site is coming from, wanting to keep that stuff off here, to keep from being shut down if the government decides to crack down on that material like they did with Megaplode. On the other hand, there are a lot of good stories with tastefully done scenes of sexual content that is being punished because of the stories that are made purely to do something just for the sex. I personally don't think that those stories should suffer because people insist on posting pure smut on here rather than where it belongs on adult-oriented fanfiction sites, though I don't really believe that child pornography itself belongs anywhere. This chapter was originally going to have the intro into what Rune's second job while here is going to be, and her introduction to the people she would be working with and getting to know. After reading a review, though, I decided to write what happens to Jiraiya and Tsunade, instead of just mentioning briefly later what their punishment are going to be. So, thanks Dark Wizard 447. Also, since there was an anonymous review, I just wanted to thank Tiger in the Moonlight and let you know that there will be a few small time skips here and there, and maybe a bit of a larger one later on. I did try to respond to reviews sooner, but when I tried to actually sign in, it kept trying to load the page without actually doing anything, much less letting me sign in. I will be responding to all of your reviews soon, hopefully as soon as I get done with this author note when I try to sign in again and hopefully upload this chapter. Naruto, age 13. Shizune stood behind her mentor and friend as she hugged her pet pig to her bosom, watching the older woman gamble away even more money they didn't even have. She loved the woman. She would have been an aunt by marriage, but she was getting so tired. All they did was gamble away everything they had in one town before running to the next while dodging debt collectors. Not only was Tsunade's fortune mostly gone now, what little money Shizen's family had was almost gone as well. Lady Tsunade, please let's stop while we're ahead for once. Shizen begged, not wanting to go through anything like the last time. She was a Kanochi, a damn good one at that besides an excellent medic need. So, she was used to having to use her body to seduce her targets to finish a mission. After all, sex was one of Kanochi's most dangerous weapons. To have to choose between Tsunade and herself being arrested and laying down with the slob of a debt collector while the older woman was conveniently passed out, Shizen didn't have much of a choice. Sadly, it wasn't the first time either, and every time Shizen tried to talk to the older woman about it, Tsunade changed the subject. I'm gonna win this time, Shizen. Just watch. Tsunade grinned as she downed a bottle of sake, forgoing the saucer. Please, Lady Tsunade, just this once can't we please quit before it's too late? Shizen begged, but it was too late, as the dealer called it, and Tsunade had a losing hand as well as losing the stack of chips. Damn it, you cheated! Tsunade screamed as she slammed her hands down on the table, causing it to break and throw chips everywhere. It was what happened every time. Tsunade would cause a commotion and grab Shizen, dragging her from the casino. This time it didn't work, as 6 men and women surrounded them, all wearing the Fire Daimyo's colors. They were half of the Daimyo's 12 guardians, meaning that if they were after them, they were royally screwed. Tsunade Senju, you are hereby revoked of your Sanin status and traveling rights. You are to return with us to Konoha to face our daimyo for the wrongs that you have committed, not only to debtors that you have gained and your protege, but also to a child of one of our country's heroes. A woman said, her voice sounding venomous as she glared at the older woman that was Tsunade. And what if I refuse? Tsunade asked, cracking her knuckles. Are you? The samurai asked, a gleeful edge in her voice. Yes, I think I am, Tsunade said as she swayed a little. Most people didn't even notice it, but leader of the group did. My name is Amelia La Cruz, leader of my lord's 12 guardians, and I am officially giving you one last chance to come peacefully, or this will get rough. Amelia said as she stiffened her body, getting ready to act as she licked her lips. And I like it rough. Little smartass. Tsunade growled as she lashed out with a punch aimed to take the young warrior's head off. Instead, the girl simply redirected the strike while burying her own armored fist in the older woman, causing Tsunade to drop to her feet, choking. Oh, did I forget to mention that while you're surrounded by us, our armor prevents you from using any jutsu or chakra. That includes fueling your strength with your chakra. Amelia smirked. She nodded to 2 men who quickly stepped forward and yanked the older woman's arms roughly behind her back and secured them in chakra cuffs. Amelia smirked as she leaned over and placed a paper tag on the blonde's forehead. And don't even try removing this, as that can only be done by the one who put it on. With just a simple hand seal, I can cause you unimaginable pain, so don't try anything. Please stop this. Lady Tsunade didn't do anything. Shizen pleaded from behind Tsunade, tears running down her cheeks. She attacked an official from our lord's court, and that right there can get her in a lot of trouble, girl. I won't press charges for that, though, since I want to see her suffer. She abandoned a small child to a life of hell. Amelia sneered. What the hell are you talking about? Tsunade demanded, her voice hoarse as she titled her head up to glare at Amelia. I know your dirty little secret, grandmother. Amelia sneered, a harsh whisper in the blonde's ear as she leaned forward before leaning back. The Uzumaki child was your responsibility, and you abandoned her. Therefore, you're setting a bad example as a representative of fire. That alone is enough to have your status as Sanin revoked and confined to your village. What did you mean? Tsunade asked, eyes wide as she looked up in shock at the fire guardian. Take her, I'm sick of looking at her, Amelia demanded. What did you mean? Tsunade screamed angrily as several men dragged Tsunade out of the building. Please let me come with you, Shizen begged as she hurried to Amelia's side, a worried look on her face. You may come if that is your wish, but try anything and you will be in chains right along with your mentor, Amelia said, her voice harsh as she turned to storm off. A few moments later, Shizune and her pet pig was following close behind. Son, what the hell are you doing inviting that filth into our home? Miku demanded as she stormed into the throne room, ignoring the guards that sent her a curious glance as they stood on either side of the young man sitting upon the throne of their nation. She was tall and beautiful, giving off a commanding aura while at the same time giving off a caring vibe from around her. Unlike the woman who pretended to be her while using a trained cat to torture or train the new Chunin, this woman was obviously a loving mother while being a woman not to easily cross. Not even by her own son. Relax, mother. I do believe our guest of honor is here. Besides, father knows about this and okayed it. Akira said, while giving his mother a cheesy grin while she narrowed her eyes at him. He didn't back down, though. He didn't even flinch when his mother's glare intensified. She knew he was a strong-willed boy, very handsome too, which was why Miku was so upset. She never pegged her son as a pervert, as she had personally banned any of those filthy books from being anywhere around her son. And now he was here inviting the disgusting pervert into her home to sign a limited edition of his book. It was disgusting. Ah, Lord Akira, I heard you were looking for me to sign a very special book as a present for your mother. Jiraiya laughed as he pushed past another guard that just entered to try and announce the arrival of the Sannin. Thank you for coming on such short notice, Akira said as he turned his attention to the white-haired man standing about 10 feet from the throne. He pulled out the book from between his leg and the throne's arm and handed it to the guard to his right. The guard nodded his head and hurried down in front of the Sannin, who took the book with a look of shock on his face. I never thought I would ever see another copy of this. It was my first book I ever wrote, Jiraiya said fondly as he brushed his fingers across the unmarred cover of the pristine condition book. Taking the pen the guard offered him, Jiraiya quickly signed the cover before giving it back to the guard, who in turn returned it to the fire daimyo's son. Here you go, mother, the first part of your birthday gift, Akira said with a soft smile as he looked up at his mother, who looked a little shocked. She gently reached over and took the book, looking at the cover. True, she did love the book very much, but when the white-haired bastard started writing his porn, it took away from innocence of the book in her hands. Please do stick around, mother, as I have more. What do you mean? Miku asked softly. Oh, I think you will like it, mother, Akira said with a grin before turning back to the Sannin. Tell me, Jiraiya, you write those Ika books to deliver coded messages to Konoha to report your finding from your spy network, correct? Yes, my lord. It is the easiest and safest way to deliver them to the Hokage, Jiraiya explained, slightly confused by this question. That is complete and utter bullshit. You hold the toad summons, so hold the ability to send a summons with a message back to Konoha in less than a few minutes. You write those stories because you get a kick out of that smut and make a lot of money from it. Well, and own more. My lord, I admit that it could be just as easy to use my summons to do it, but there are people who depend on those books as well. They help so many ninja relieve stress, Jiraiya tried to explain. Silence. Jiraiya, that isn't the only thing that I've asked you here for today. Several grave matters have come to my father's attention, and in effect to mine as well lately. We are conducting a full investigation into it, and until the time that it is over, you are hereby stripped of your Sannin status and are banned from writing any more of that smut. You're to be confined to Konoha until everything is settled. Is that clear? Akira said as he shot to his feet to glare down at the older man who was shaking in anger. You can't do that, Jiraiya shouted as he clenched his fist. Before he could blink, he was surrounded by no less than a dozen katanas, all pointed at very tender parts of his body. He was surrounded by samurai, and he couldn't do anything about it, even if he wanted to. The throne room was infused with seals that prevented the usage of chakra within, the same seals that Minato had helped develop for the 12 Fire Guardians before his died. I can and I have. All of your accounts and assets have also been frozen until this investigation is complete. A portion of your wealth will be stripped from you and awarded to one Naru Uzumaki once she is found for the child support you owed her. Akira growled out. He was shaking in anger, though some of it was directed at himself as well. If he only knew the pain the little girl was going through, he would have personally walked through hell to save her despite him being young himself. How the hell will I support myself then? Jiraiya demanded. By doing the same D ranks that all genin do, After all, that is what you are now." Akira sneered at the old man. "Guards, escort this trash back to Konoha and make sure both of the so-called Sannin are fitted with slave collars. If they even attempt to leave Konoha without permission, I want them to suffer." "Yes, sir." The guards surrounding Jiraiya cried out as several saluted and the rest dragged a struggling and screaming man from the chambers. "Happy birthday, mother." Akira grinned at his mother, who just hugged him tightly. "Best present ever, my son," Miku whispered in his ear. Several days later, both Tsunade and Jiraiya stood in the Hokage office looking more tired than they had been in their entire lives, as they had everything stripped away from them. Though they both were suffering, it was Tsunade that was suffering the most, as even Shizen had left her side in a fit of anger when confronted with how Tsunade evaded all of the debt collectors. In an effort to stand up to what she saw as an injustice, she acted strong before the fired daimyo himself, while the thing Shizen forced herself to do was dragged out of her in front of everyone. Despite being a Kanyuochi and knowing that they would have to use their bodies at times for missions was one thing, having to do so to keep both Tsunade and Shizen out of trouble was an entirely different matter. It was something that humiliated her, something that she was ashamed of and hated herself for. In the end, she had convinced herself that it was the right thing until Tsunade got over her pain and grief and realized what she was doing. Seeing Tsunade act so nonchalant about it, though shattered the younger girl's heart, and made Shizen smack Tsunade before storming off. Of course, Tsunade wasn't unaffected by all of it, as she was only trying to stand her ground before their lord, but Shizen wouldn't let her explain. In the few days since the incident, Shizen refused to even talk to her, much less listen to her. She had no one left except for her sensei and old teammate, but neither one was much help as they were dealing with their own troubles from this fallout. Jiraiya was the laughing stock of the village, especially the women who hated his novels with a passion. While of course there were his die-hard fans who cried foul over his treatment, he knew he was royally screwed. No matter how he tried to defend himself, he knew he was wrong. He could have taken the child with him and trained her to be a good Kanyuochi while traveling from one contact to another. He didn't though, because the little girl looked too much like Minato, the man who he thought of as a son. "I have come to a decision about what to do with the two of you. I want to so very much have you killed, but what you did doesn't deserve that in the eyes of the law. While I may seem a cruel man, I do follow my own laws that I have set up, which sadly won't allow it." Katashi, the fire daimyo, said as he leaned over the desk in the Hokage's office. "First off, we will talk about your grandchild, Naru Uzumaki." "Godchild," Jiraiya croaked out in a defeated voice. "Don't think me a fool, Jiraiya. I know very well Minato was your son." Katashi snarled as he slammed his hands into the surface of the desk, creating a loud boom. He was confused to see the look of utter confusion on the man's face. He didn't know. Only people that knew was Sensei and Orochimaru. Tsunade said, her voice quiet and weighed down with guilt. "We got drunk that one night, and when I found out I was pregnant from it, I freaked out. I had Sensei send us on a fake mission while I carried Minato to term. When I brought him back, I put him into an orphanage so you wouldn't find out. I was too ashamed to tell you." "You bitch!" Jiraiya sobbed as he realized just how much he did lose. "Quiet," Katashi demanded, once again slamming his palms across the desk surface. "While that may be, either way you both promised Minato and Kushina to be responsible godparents and sign the paperwork. Paperwork I signed off on personally as Minato asked me to officiate it. You both were responsible for Naru, and you abandoned her here, knowing full well what would happen. You didn't even send back child support for her to help her." "I'm sorry," Tsunade sobbed, once in her life completely sober and had been for the last few days. With the haze gone from her mind, all of the pain she normally drunk away was flooding back in her, making it difficult to even bother going on. "Oh, you will be before this is over," Katashi snarled. "I have come to a decision on what to do about both of you. For the charges of child abandonment, I strip you both of 15% of your wealth to be placed into an account that only Naru Uzumaki can access once she is found. Jiraiya can cover his easy enough, but you Tsunade have completely squandered much of not only your fortune, but what money that poor girl you drag along with you had as well. You will pay half of what you make into an account that will be split not only between Naru, but that young woman as well, until both are paid what they should be. Now, onto your punishments for making a mockery out of not only the shinobi system, but this nation as well. Until further notice, you are both stripped of your rank and will either become a genin or a civilian. Either way, neither of you are to leave this village until I or my son is satisfied that you are capable of handling such a privilege. You are also both banned from drinking and making any more of a fool of yourselves until your probation of 1 year is over with, which is when your cases will be reviewed by one of us. Any questions? After waiting a few moments, which was filled with silence, Katashi shook his head and said, "Dismissed." An hour later, and something to soothe the headache he already had, Katashi made his way into the council chambers that were mostly full. He was flanked on either side by his fire guardians, as the people, both civilian and shinobi, looked down at him curiously, while whispers shot back and forth speculating on why the elders haven't been present recently. It was about time that they found out. People of the Leaf, some very disturbing things have come to my attention lately about this once great village of Konoha. Sadly, it has likely caused a stain upon our great nation's honor, but thankfully it isn't too late to fix any of it. Katashi began as everyone grew quiet and gave him their undivided attention. Even Hiruzen, who just sat down in his own seat, which was both for his position as Hokage as well as his small clan. It breaks my heart to learn much of what I had, as it is a huge betrayal of what our nation is. A betrayal to the will of fire that our fathers before us and their fathers before them forged this great nation with. A loud chorus of murmurs swept through the room, mostly through the civilian council, as speculation over what the fire daimyo said ran rampant. "Quiet, fools. Your lord the fire daimyo has the floor," a samurai bellowed, cutting off the growing loudness of the council members. Katashi nodded in thanks toward the samurai, who returned a bright smile. After all, Amelia was his favorite samurai, as she had been raised by him after the woman that was her mother abandoned the poor girl. "Thank you, Amelia," Katashi said with a nod to Amelia. "This village has tarnished the reputation of our great nation by its actions towards a helpless child." "The demon brat?" scoffed an overly large man on the front row of the civilian council. The man didn't even have a chance to react before a bright flash of yellow flashed next to him before he lost his head due to a katana separating it before another flash left Amelia standing next to Katashi. "Arrest her," several civilian council members ordered, but they too soon lost their heads in the same method before the significantly paler survivors shut up and sat down. "Good. Once again, thank you, Amelia," Katashi said, flashing the girl a gentle, sad smile. "Your first mistake was breaking the Sandamine's law stating that anyone who mentioned the demon was to be immediately executed. Your second mistake was thinking you can commit treason with no consequences by ordering the arrest of MY Guardian, which was only doing her duty that I assigned. Do so again, and I can guarantee the same results. Those offenders will be stripped of all their assets unless they had families, and if they did, they will be levied with a generous fine. Now, if we can get back on topic of this village's stupidity and its blemish on our great nation's honor. You all abused a child, treated her, yes her, worse than trash. She was a comrade of this village, a member of it, and you effectively abandoned her, which by your own tenets makes you the trash," Katashi said as he paced back and forth with his hands clenched behind his back. "Her father was the greatest seal master this nation has ever known, but apparently you never had faith in him, as he chose his own child to keep the beast at bay, making his last wish to treat his legacy as the hero she was. You are all a bunch of ungrateful hypocrites, and frankly, I don't blame the child from leaving this dump. My lord, not all of us hated little Naru or treated her bad. In fact, several of our clans had tried to adopt her, but was stopped by the council elders," a large man with swirls on his cheeks called out. "In fact, my wife often sent extra food with our son to give her and encouraged him to befriend her. And that is why I still have some faith in this village, as I know there are still those of you who burn brightly with the will of fire. There will be changes, though, from now on, and if any of you have any problems with them, then I'm sure Amelia would be more than willing to take your complaints. Just don't expect to walk away, as this is a dictatorship and not a democracy. What I say goes, and in turn what your Hokage says goes, as long as it doesn't interfere with my orders. From now on, this council is dissolved, Any attempt to go around the Hokage's orders from now on will be an act of treason punishable by death. There will be an advisory council that will act in an advisory capacity, only they'll be handpicked by me. There will also be a shinobi council that again will only act in an advisory capacity as well. And before you bunch of idiots even think about trying to vote Sarutobi out of office when I leave, don't forget that I said this is a dictatorship. When it's time to appoint a new Hokage, I will personally do so. This is MY Nation and MY Village. You live to serve me, and don't you dare forget it. Nicely said, sir. Amelia said softly as he passed her, heading out of the council chambers to let the fools talk about what just happened and to give his samurai time to clean up and get the identities of the idiots who lost their heads so their assets could be dealt with. Thank you, dear. Let's head back to the office so we can prepare for tomorrow and what happens to those fools who call themselves elders, Katashi said, rubbing his head even more. His headache was growing more and more, and he was kind of looking forward to his son taking over for him. Despite the full closet of clothes and shoes that Rose kept piling on to her the last 2 weeks, since moving into the small apartment above the music store that Ryu owned, Rune still preferred the more simplistic clothing, didn't show off her body too much. The woman had taken to her like a mother besides talking to her over what happened back in the village. It took a few days of the woman sitting in her room here in the evenings before Rune realized just what was happening, that Rose was actually acting as a shrink during those times. It didn't matter though, as Rune could tell that the exotic beauty truly cared about her and acted motherly when not acting as a shrink. At the same time, Ryu had been tough on her as a worker and a student as he acted tough, yet fairly with her. However, when they weren't working, he acted like a father figure, and though his touch and closeness to her made her scared at first, she could deal with him being close, even hugging her now, thanks to all of the work Rose and Lena did getting through to her. She felt like she would never truly get over what happened to her, but she was moving forward, which was something all three said they were proud of. They were both shocked to learn about the mirror clones, though they both grinned at each other after being told of the clone side effects. They both made good use of the clones, as Ryu would have several reading material on different instruments during the day and working out on taijutsu and ninjutsu at nights. Of course, he could only give pointers on the taijutsu, as he had a ton of scrolls, though he couldn't perform them, being unable to move in the ways they described any longer. On the other hand, he was able to perform the jutsus in his basement training ground that was lined with seals that absorbed the attacks to keep the damage down while allowing for undisturbed practice. Good morning, dear, Rose said as she pushed her way into the room, once again dressed in filmy robes that clung to her curves with cuts that showed off more flesh that Rune wondered was decent out in public. I wanted to see if you wanted to join me for breakfast and spend the day together since it's your day off. We can even get makeovers and go clothes shopping. I'd love to, Rose, but I think I have enough clothing, Rune said as she began stripping her night clothes off while Rose went to the closet and began looking through the dresses hanging up. Nonsense. A beautiful girl like you can never have enough clothing, Rose clucked as she pulled out a red dress cut low enough to show some cleavage, even if Rune didn't have a lot as of yet. How about this? I was thinking more something like this, Rune said, reaching around Rose to pull out a white blouse and black ankle-length skirt that had straps that went over the shoulder and a black bodice. It's very pretty, dear, but you shouldn't be ashamed of your beauty, Rose said, kissing Rune on the cheek after replacing the red dress. She knew not to push the younger girl, as she was still getting over what happened and knew that it may be a while, if ever, that the girl would be comfortable wearing something like that. I'm not ashamed, Rose. I just don't like showing off my body, Rune sighed as she began getting dressed, letting Rose help her. Not even a half hour later, the two was sitting at one of the small cafes that served some of the best food that she ever had that wasn't ramen, eating one of several sausage, egg, and cheese croissants and a mug of hot chocolate with little marshmallows and whipped cream, while Rose nibbled on a scone and nursed a mug or tea. It would cost a lot of money, but Rose insisted, knowing that all of the food would be converted into much-needed energy for the younger girl being what she was. Mistress, a girl wearing thin green robes similar to Rose's own clothing, called as she hurried up to the two. She had long, bright red hair, green eyes, and light skin spotted with a few freckles that added to her beauty. Rune couldn't help noticing how the girl's bosom rose and fall as she fought to catch her breath. Did everyone Rose knew had such large chests? Would you care to join us, Cherry? Rose asked, motioning to a chair. The girl smiled in thanks as she sat down beside the two. We have a problem, mistress. Ren quit. He just walked out, said he was sick of dealing with the crap from the customers. Cherry said, finally catching her breath. It's okay, dear. I'll see if Ryu can suggest any bards to fill in until we find a permanent one. Rose said, Rune, this is Cherry and Cherry. This is the girl I told you about, Rune. Nice to meet you. Rune said, flashing a shy smile. Great to meet you also. Rose is always gushing about you, and I can see why. You're very pretty. Cherry said, blushing a little while Rose shot the redhead a knowing look. You need a bard? I can fill in. I've learned enough of the harp to play decently, and I've gotten really good on the fiddle. Rune suggested. I don't know, sweetie. I don't think you will like working for me. Rose said softly. But she could work after she gets done at the shop, mistress. We don't open until Ryu closes up for the night. Cherry suggested, hope shining in her eyes. Rune, dear, where I work is a place that may make you very uncomfortable. Rose said softly, We provide a service to the men and few women in the city that need to relieve some stress or need to seek some companionship. I know you probably heard some bad things about what we do, but there isn't anything wrong with it. It is something we enjoy doing and something others enjoy. Nothing you do is going to make me think any different of you. You're like my mom or aunt or something. Rune said with a reassuring smile as Rose began growing nervous. Sweetie, I own a brothel. Rose said softly as she took Rune's hand and squeezed it softly. What's a brothel? Rune asked, making Cherry giggle a little. It's a place that men and women come when they need some loving. Cherry said, Don't worry, our customers know the bard is off limits, and if anyone tries anything, they will get tossed out. Sex, dear, we sell sex. Rose sighed when she still saw the confused look in Rune's now wide eyes. But why would you like something like that? Rune asked, shaking a little. Sweetie, what those bastards did to you wasn't making love or sharing a passionate night with a lover. They raped you, hurt you deeply on so many levels. Someday you will realize there is more to it than the pain they caused. Rose said, squeezing Rune's hand. You will find the right person, and you will want to share everything with them, including your mind, ear, and body. For now, though, I think it's best you just forget about what I do. No, you've done so much for me. If you promise that they will leave me alone, I'll trust you and play for you. Rune said a little shakily, making Rose sigh. Sweetie, I don't think this is a very good idea. Rose sighed. I'll be okay. I want to help you. Rune said, You've done so much for me. I just want to do something for you. Rune, age 13. The common room of the Fire Lotus was beautifully decorated, much more so than any Rune had seen during her short travels. The tables were completely smooth with red cushioned chairs surrounding them in the center of the room, with booths lining the walls matching them. Covering the floor was also a plush red carpet that looked so expensive and sheer red silk curtains hanging up over each of the entrances. Right next to the fireplace was a small table and a single stool, also cushioned in red. The bar was also lined with the same stools, and again the surface was a smooth, lacquered top with no marks from people carving stuff into them. Most of the girls will still be sleeping, dear, but they should wake up soon and will probably be heading down for breakfast. Rose said, obviously nervous as she walked by Rune, Cheery taking up the younger girl's other side. This place is beautiful. Rune said in awe. You own it. Yes, someone I used to care about like a father provided the funds to buy out the old mistress in exchange for information and sometimes free service. Rose said, a little anger flashing in her eyes. Come on, I'll show you your station. Cherry said as she grabbed Rune's hand and dragged the girl over to the fireplace, which was where Rune believed it would be in the first place. Like most of the inns she visited, the bard was kept near the fireplace at their own little private table to keep them comfortable. I still can't get over how beautiful this place is, Rune said, still in awe as she glanced up at the very expensive crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. As much as it disgusted her, though she wouldn't say it out loud, she had to wonder just how much it paid to let people do that to you. All you have to do is motion to one of the servers, and they will keep your glass full of either water, cider, or if we have it, juice. It's your choice. You also get one free meal a night, but since you're friends with the mistress, I'm sure she won't limit the food or anything else you ask for. Rose takes very good care of all those she loves and cares for, such as her girls and, of course, you. She sees you as a daughter, you know. Cherry babbled on. She has been very nice to me. No one has ever treated me like she does. Rune sighed as she realized how true it was. The person who treated her the closest to how Rose treats her from Konoha was the old man, and he lied to her about so much. He bought her some things, but a part of her hated him as time went on, as a part of her blamed him for letting those men hurt her like they did. Even Lena agreed, as she said the old man could have kept her at his own home to protect her instead of an apartment that looked like it should have been condemned 30 some years ago. I know what some people think of her being the mistress of the Fire Lotus, but she is a wonderful woman who acts like a mother to all of us. Some of us are runaways and orphans that she took in and protected, Cherry said as something flashed in her eyes, something Rune knew too well. Please don't think she forces us into this life. It is something we chose to do, as she argued with us about it. We chose to do so. Why would I think she forced you? Rune asked curiously as Lena urged her to ask. Kit, this smells fishy, Lena said, caution in her voice. Rose may be on the up and up, but I've been worried about her since she has been doing so much for you. You think she's trying to get me to do this? Rune asked, unsure what to think, as Lena originally had urged the girl to trust the woman. I just don't like how this sounds, dear. I'm not saying to leave or mistrust her. I'm just saying to be careful. Lena sighed as she didn't want to see Rune hurt. Some people just don't understand. Most of us love this life, though sometimes we end up having to do some things we don't like with a client, Cherry said as she pulled Rune over to a booth so the two girls could sit in front of each other as Rose disappeared into another room. There are protections here to keep the more zealous men in check, but nothing is ever foolproof once we take them to the rooms. Except for those very few times. We love what we do, and if Rose ever suspects us of not wanting to continue, she refuses to let us. She gives those of us who don't want to entertain the clients other jobs, such as servers, cooks, and cleaners. It is honest work, no matter what some may think, and for some of us, it is all we can do. I'm not judging you. I just don't understand. It hurts so much. How could someone like doing it? Rune asked with a sigh before she could stop herself. Rose said you were hurt before, but she wouldn't exactly say what happened. You were raped, weren't you? Cherry asked softly as she moved over to sit next to Rune, making her a little nervous. I was attacked by a group of men not too long ago. Rune sighed as she hung her head, letting her bangs shield her eyes. Look at me, Cherry said as she gently laid a hand on each side of Rune's face. Gently, Cherry tilted her face, so Rune was forced to look into Cherry's face. Listen to me, Rune. It wasn't your fault, so don't think it was. I know what you're going through, as I've been raped before too, and I know how much pain it can bring. Then why? How can you enjoy it? It's disgusting and it hurts. Rune asked as her eyes watered, tears beginning to leak slowly as Cherry gently brushed them away with her thumbs, still holding Rune's face gently, yet firmly in place. It is when it's rape, honey. When it is something that both want, it can be the most beautiful thing in the world. It can be the most intense, pleasurable thing that you ever feel. How can it be? Rune asked, confusion in her voice as Cherry leaned her forehead against Rune's, their eyes locked onto the others. Will you let me show you something? Cherry asked softly. I promise I won't do anything to hurt you. What? Rune asked nervously as Lena urged her to get up and leave. Before Rune could, though, Cherry tilted her head and leaned in even more, brushing her lips softly against Rune's. Gasping a little at the contact, Cherry deepened the kiss, sliding her tongue into Rune's mouth, seeking out her tongue. At first, Rune began freaking out, but Cherry gently held her in place a few moments before Rune actually started to feel a small rush of pleasure. When she started to clumsily kiss back as she melted into Cherry, the girl pulled back to look at the confusion in Rune's eyes. How did that feel? Cherry asked softly, smiling a little at seeing the slight flush on Rune's face. I don't know, Rune said, her breath a little shaky as she brought two fingers to her lips. She was feeling a rush of something from the contact that their lips meeting brought. A part of her was whimpering in the back of her mind, wanting to feel Cherry's lips back against hers. It was confusing as hell, though, as so many conflicting emotions were running rampant through her, as a part of her was wanting Cherry to hold her, touch her while her mind was trying to squash those traitorous thoughts, as that would only bring pain. Sweetie, that's only a small sample of how making true love can feel. Not what those bastards did to you, as that is what is disgusting, as they use something that could be beautiful to hurt and violate you. Don't let them have control over you. Cherry said as she ran her fingers through Rune's hair, fingers brushing though the currently black locks of hair. They don't control me, Rune said with a little anger. They didn't control her. She was far away from them. Sweetie, Kit, I hate to agree with her, but in a way they're still hurting you. Lena sighed in Rune's head as the girl ignored the demoness comment. They do, sweetie. You are letting what they did to you control you. Letting them force you to be fearful of any intimacy with people who you could come to care for. I'm not saying to just forget everything. I know from experience just how hard overcoming your pain will be. I'll be here to help you if you let me, though, since I know what you're going through somewhat. From the way you are reacting, that was your first time, to which makes it even harder on you. Cherry sighed. I hope you aren't upsetting our guest, Cherry, Rose said as she sat a platter down on the table and sat opposite of the girls. She's been through a lot, Cherry, so please don't make any unwanted advances on her. I'm not mistress. I'm just trying to help, Cherry said as she looked up at Rose to see the stern expression on the woman's face. I know you probably want to help, Cherry, especially after what happened to you, but your cases are completely different. Rose sighed. It's okay, Rose, we were just talking. Rune piped in before she could stop herself again. The older woman gave her a look that showed her doubt, though Rose didn't voice it. Okay then, I brought us a little tea and cookies while we chat if you girls get hungry while we go over the details of the job and decide if it really is something you want to do. If you do decide you want the job, you will be given a room here in case you are too tired to make it home some nights. I don't expect you to take anyone there, though. It's only for you to rest in and keep some of your things and like changes of clothes, Rose said, seeing the worried look in Rune's eyes. Rose reached across the table to take Rune's hands and squeeze them comfortingly while giving a sad smile. I never, ever ask anyone to do anything they are uncomfortable with, sweetie. Don't ever think I would either. I love you and would never do anything to hurt you. I know. Thank you, Rose, Rune said with a watery smile. Lena wasn't sure what to think about the woman, though, as there were no hints of deceit there. But after learning what Rose does for a living, had the demoness a little worried about Rune's emotional health. And the kiss that Cherry gave Lena's young charge was something the demoness didn't know how to take. She was out of her element, as she never really cared this much for anyone, and yet young Rune was just like a daughter to her. Is this why she was punished and forced into the form of a fox demon? To get her to understand about caring for someone? Don't thank me, kiddo. I care for you as does Ryu. In fact, I'm pretty sure Cherry here cares for you also, Rose said with a soft smile while giving Cherry a sideways glance. Just don't rush things. Don't let anyone coerce you into something you aren't ready for, okay? Hey, I would never do something like that, Cherry exclaimed, a little hurt in her voice. I don't think you would on purpose, sweetie, but face it, you could be a little amorous at times, Rose said with a mischievous look. I'll be okay. After all, I finally have a family and friends to look after me, Rune said with a smile. It may have been an unconventional family, with Ryu being like a father, Rose and Lena both acting like mothers, and Cherry. She didn't know the girl that well yet, but that kiss, something was there, and Cherry was, or would mean something to her. She just wasn't sure yet, as she had a lot to think about, and she was still confused by the kiss as it caused so many weird feelings and actually left her wanting for more despite knowing the pain that more would bring to her. Good, just don't forget that, Cherry said, kissing Rune's cheek, this time in a more innocent manner. It had been a tough few weeks since moving in with her teammates in the Uchiha compound, but in all honesty, it was also something that she felt was one of the best things to ever happen to her. Sakura was out from under her mother, though her older sister was sadly still under the bitch's thumb. Not that there was much Sakura could do about it anyways. She may be an adult under the eyes of the law from most accounts, however, that still held many restrictions of a minor. Even though it was frowned upon, Chunin could drink alcohol or use tobacco. It was other things such as having custody of someone else, as that was a civilian matter, and the civilian council believed that Chunin were just not mature enough to take care of a dependent. She couldn't worry about that at the moment, though, as she was just finishing up dinner as it was her turn to cook, and she was making spaghetti and meatballs with breadsticks and salad. Of course, Gray preferred traditional meals, including rice. And Sasuke being close to the same, even if he did love tomatoes, which meant he should be more open to this meal. Speaking of Sasuke, out of the three of them, he seemed to have improved the most despite being hit hard from the truth about his clan's murder. He seemed to act as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders and became a lot more open to those around him, including both Gray and Sakura herself. Of course, he still was wanting to find his brother, but instead of getting revenge, it was answers he now wanted. Speaking of Gray, Sakura had to admit to herself that the guy was kind of hot. Not Sasuke hot, but still hot, and he was really nice despite the arguments the two boys would get into at times. They did seem rather heated sometimes, but for the most part Sakura could see that the two enjoyed the fights most of the time, using it as a way to blow off steam and have a little fun. He did have a strange quirk that Sakura found very odd, and it wasn't the fact that he didn't have much of a memory of his life before Konoha. At times the boy would just start stripping his clothes off down to his boxers while acting like it was nothing, at least at the times that he realized he was doing it, since at times it seemed to be more of a habit that he didn't realize he was doing. Of course, it usually earned him a Sakura special, knocking some sense into him, temporarily. "Hey babe, what's for dinner?" Gray asked, sniffing the air as he came into the kitchen to look over the Pinkette's shoulder. "Spaghetti, trust me, you'll love it," Sakura chirped as she turned around to see the boy in his ice blue boxers. Getting a tick, she turned around, shaking her fist. "Pervert. Be right back," Gray squeaked out as he barely missed the anger-driven punch and ran out of the kitchen as Sakura shook her head in annoyance and a little amusement. Tsunade looked tiredly at her apartment after getting a less than good night's sleep. For the time being, she was banished from her clan home because of her mistakes until her finances were put in order. She owed a lot of money to debtors, Shizune and her own granddaughter. Sober as she was now, she knew she didn't have anyone to blame but herself. A part of her wanted so much to just escape the pain, if not by her normal means of drinking herself to unconsciousness, then by putting an end to it in a more permanent method. After all, what did she have to really live for? So far, she had lost her fiancé and brother to a fool's quest of becoming Hokage. If that wasn't enough, she was stupid enough to go drink and gamble so much of her family's fortune, disgracing her heritage and making her clan's name a joke among the elemental nations. People even began calling herself the legendary sucker, making casinos begin to rub their hands in glee when they learned she was coming. Thanks to her constant binge, she even lost her apprentice, her fiancé's daughter Shizun, long before even returning to Konoha. She never knew about Shizun having to actual live up to that nickname, among other things. Knowing what the girl did to keep the both of them out of debtor's prison and have that forced on them by the inmates, as their chakra would be sealed. If that wasn't enough, she was stupid enough to give up her son and missed raising him. She even missed out on raising a beautiful granddaughter because she was so lost in her drunken state that she refused to take responsibility for the young girl that she promised Kushina that she would take care of if anything ever happened to the redhead and Minato. If only she kept her promise, then maybe some of her own pain could have been healed and the pain both Shizune and Naru went through could have been prevented. If only she was there for Naru, she wouldn't have been cheated out of being a shinobi and would have had her clan's name backing her, as would have been her true right. If only Tsunade kept her promise to Kushina, then Naru would never had to experience so much pain. "I deserve this." Tsunade sighed as she looked around the apartment that should have been condemned long ago. In fact, all of the furniture should have been too, if not burned, as it was barely holding together from one too many shoddy patch jobs. It was one of the apartments next to Naru's that she would have to live in until both probation was over and she paid back most of what she owed. She thought about going down the hall to see her old teammate, but it just reminded her of something else she lost. Jiraiya was a fool and would easily forgive most anyone easily enough. What she did, though, hiding Minato from him, she realized it was unforgivable, which is exactly what he told her. He refused to speak to her and even went as far as threatening her when she went to his apartment and tried to force him to talk. He never threatened her before, always letting her vent her anger on him, but not this time. "Just something else I managed to screw up." Tsunade sighed as she dropped into her ragged couch, only for one of the legs to snap, dropping the corner to the floor, leaving it badly off level. Burying her face into her hands, she began sobbing while once again thinking about just ending it. but it was something she didn't have the luxury of. Hiruzen was right. She needed to grow up, take responsibility, and set things right. She just didn't have any idea of how to go about doing it. Hell, a part of her wasn't sure she deserved to have another chance, or even if she wanted it. Jiraiya sighed as he looked around the apartment. He deserved this. He truly did. After abandoning his goddaughter. No, she was his granddaughter, and he abandoned her to the hellish fate she lived through in this damned village. Maybe Orochimaru had something when he said this village wasn't worth the effort to protect. His sensei and best friend, his teammate, took the only family he had away from him, and the worst part is he never even knew it. His current mood was reflected by the mess in apartment, as every piece of furniture in the living room/kitchenette was destroyed in his fit of anger. He wasn't pissed about having to live in this dump, as he had lived in places worse than this as he traveled, since he had to maintain his identity. Life on the road was hard, as he couldn't exactly flaunt his money except when gambling or visiting contacts, as he was really paying them for their information and not throwing around money as it looked. He never really spent much on himself, as he just didn't really need or want anything, except for a family. Tear stains joined the red markings on his face from the night of crying. Hell, who needed sleep anyways, as it was overrated? Is this what Neru, his little girl, felt when she was betrayed by those that should have been respecting her and protecting her? What idiots! And he was an even greater idiot than them. He felt like he lost a son when Minato died. And in truth he did, but he should never have took it out on Neru by abandoning her to her fate. True, he never in a million years believed things would go as far as they did, but a small part of him hoped that the damned fox would feel some of the pain that he knew the girl would feel. Why the hell did I even want that? Jiraiya screamed as he thrust a Rasengan through the small counter, which doubled as an eating area with a couple stools. Splinters flew everywhere as the room shook from the explosion. Shizune sighed as she sorted through the stacks of paperwork while wondering if this is what she should be doing. She was so upset, so angry, and so heartbroken over what happened with her mentor. When a Sandaime came to her, though offering her a place to stay and a job, she took it as she had nowhere else to go at the moment, seeing how she had very little money thanks to Tsunade. She never expected this, though, when asked about her skills. She was sitting in the office of the head of the hospital, her office now, as she went through all of the paperwork. So far, she found 5 doctors and 8 nurses that will be losing their jobs from the notes they were stupid enough to keep. Really, did they think no one would ever bother looking through files, finding so many notes saying how they thought one Mitarashi, Anko, should just die, and that she should never be given any help if they come in? No wonder the Hokage had the bitch that was the ex-head sitting with a Biki right now. As pissed and heartbroken as she was right now with Tsunade, Shizune would do her best to help the woman if brought in. After all, she was a doctor, and it was a doctor's responsibility to do their best to make sure their patient got the best care possible. Something this place just didn't know how to do. They didn't know how to take care of their own. This place rejected the very tenet of the Fire Nation and the will of fire. Why did I accept this? Shizune sighed as she slumped over, letting her head slam into the desk. Because you know you're the best person for the job, a man's voice said with a little humor, though the sadness it carried was unmistakable. Looking up, the young woman saw her Hokage standing there with a soft look on his face, though his eyes held so much pain. This place is a mess, sir. There's so much corruption and laziness in the hospital. Shizune sighed in frustration. As there is all across the village, Shizune. Hiruzen said, taking a seat facing Shizune from across the desk. There's a lot of work to do, and I'm glad that I have someone here I can trust here to take care of the hospital. Things are going to change around here, Shizune. There will be no more being soft on these fools. If they screw up, they will pay for it. The daimyo will not allow any more softness, and neither will I. It's time this village and myself find our backbone once again. That's good to hear. I just hope you have some doctors and nurses, since we are about to lose so many. Shizune sighed, tossing the stack of folders to the Hokage. These people not only need to lose their jobs, but need to be arrested for criminal neglect of their patients. I'll have Ambiyu pick them up and see about getting replacements for you. Hiruzen sighed as he flipped through the folders, disgust at some of the notes, calling Anko a snake whore and other names even more disgusting. He was happy that Anko has such a high immunity for poisons, as it looked like a few of them actually tried to combine several medications in a way that looked innocent to normal eyes. But anyone who knew about them would know that those combinations could have a very toxic reaction to each other, which would be fatal to most anyone. Oh, he was going to make sure they paid. Kakashi sighed deeply, breathing in the scent of the soft body pressed against his under the sheets. Anko's head laid on his chest, as if it were a pillow, as he stroked her hair as she slept. They were pretty much good friends for years, him being one of the few who saw the beautiful woman as she was. Sadly, it took him being blind to Naru, going through the same thing, and the girl being hurt badly and running away for the two to get together. He wondered if he even deserved having Anko with him, as in a way it felt as if he was being rewarded for the suffering that he not only ignored, but even the pain he caused the child. Why did he let the council and Danzo convince him that the young blonde was the fox? He made it so easy to, as he more or less become that bastard lapdog, and was surprised when the old man was arrested while Kakashi was only questioned. A part of him believed that he belonged in jail too, but the Hokage and Ibiki both told him that he was a victim of Danzo's manipulations and mind games. It took so much for him to see what was happening right under his nose, but he swore that he would make it up. He would prove that he was worthy of Anko's love and hopefully someday Nera's forgiveness. He would find her and do everything he could to make up all that he did and overlook to the young girl. He would even give his life to the girl if that was the payment she demanded from him for his part of her pain. Kashi, are you brooding again? Anko asked sleepily as she raised up onto her elbows, letting the sheets fall off of her shoulders as she looked up at Kakashi. Of course not, my princess. How could I when I have such a lovely woman in my bed? Kakashi asked, though Anko knew the truth. She was proud that he finally got away from the hate speech and mind games of that bastard on the council. But a part of her still hated the man that hurt Naru while loving the man that she knew was the real Kakashi. Kashi, listen to me. We will find her and we will take her in. Fuck what the council says. We will protect her and show her that people do love her. Anko said with fire burning in her eyes. She tried before so many times, but every time she tried to get close to Nera, those bastards on the council forced her into an S-class mission that in all honesty, she should have never made it back from. I know we will. I just wish that a little girl didn't have to suffer to make me see clearly what I was becoming. Kakashi sighed as he kissed Anko's forehead. Rune laid in bed in her room at the shop late that night, after her first performance at the Fire Lotus, thinking about everyone she met there in her first real kiss. All of the girls there were really nice to her, and though there were so many men around which made her a little uncomfortable after the kiss Cherry gave her, Lena was able to help her keep calm enough not to have a flashback. Actually, she was a little shocked that she didn't completely freak out when Cherry initially kissed her, but believed Lena had a point that her subconscious most likely didn't see the redhead as a threat, as she was another girl. Everyone that worked at the Lotus was really nice to her, treating her like a little sister as they got to know each other before opening. Even the guys that were the bouncers and workers for the few women clients that came and treated her like a little sister. When one of the clients went over the line of the small throw rug that Rune's place sat, one of the girls would get his attention and lead him away. Most of the clients knew the rules and respected them, but when the one drunk idiot didn't listen to the rules and started propositioning Rune, one of the two bouncers came forward, smashed the man's head into a table, and dragged him out while the other replaced the now broken table, while none of the clients seemed to pay much attention. Thankfully, Orchid came over to refill her drink, though she really came to make sure Rune was okay. The woman had long white hair tied in a tight braid with red eyes that almost glowed and seemed to be about the same age as Rose herself. She served as both a server and bartender for the Lotus and seemed to dote on Rune just as much as Rose had. As the night dragged on, Lena had to admit that her momentary worry about the mistress of the Lotus was unfounded, as she also made sure that no one bothered Rune outside of making a request. She even permanently banned the man who wouldn't take no for an answer for Rune when he was tossed out. He was a high-paying customer, and Rose didn't care, as she grew pissed that the bastard was hitting on not only their bard, but one of Rose's unofficial daughters when she didn't want that kind of attention. Thinking back to Cherry, though, Rune touched her lips again as she thought about the passionate kiss that the girl gave her. She wasn't very experienced with sex, much less very knowledgeable about it. She knew what Lena and the few people who talked to her about it explained, but all she knew for sure was the pain it brought. There was no pain, though, from the kiss, and though she was a little scared at the time, the kiss also brought other reactions that she wasn't prepared for. The biggest and most shocking reaction was the fact that she regretted when the kiss ended, as a large part of her wanted it to go on despite the voice in the back of her head that started to panic. Could it be true that it didn't have to hurt? Could she really enjoy it if she gave it a chance with someone she cared about? How could Cherry and the others do it, though, with people they didn't care about? As she remembered that Lena told her not long after leaving Konoha that it was something that was the ultimate expression of love between two people. She had so many questions as her confusion over the whole subject grew even more, but a part of her couldn't forget about that kiss. There was some kind of unspoken promise behind that kiss, and a part of her wanted to find out what it was. What do I do? Rune sighed to herself as she pulled the covers over her head, trying to figure out just what happened and what was happening to her. Rune, age 13. So, your birthday is coming up in a few weeks, huh? Cherry asked as she sat across from Rune as the two enjoyed a meal after the long night. As usual, they were busy since it turned out that while a lot of the customers did come for the more private services, there were many that just came to relax and enjoy the music and food. A little over a month, actually. Rune sighed nervously. She wasn't really too excited about it, as no matter how much she tried to ignore the pain of the past, she couldn't. Every year, she would be beaten and hurt on her birthday, even worse than her weekly beatings, and that made her fear her birthday, no matter how safe being here made her feel. 3 months did a lot for her, as Ryu taught her the music to become a better bard, as well as the skills she needed to protect herself despite her not wanting to become a ninja anymore. Even Lena was teaching her stuff, such as small spells that were pretty fun and helped her safely learn to control her yokai. What do you want for your birthday then, sweetie? Cherry asked as she brushed a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. Rune couldn't help blush at that, as Cherry always called her stuff like that. And despite Rose also calling her names like that, she could tell that Cherry meant it in a different way. After all the few times Cherry cornered Rune, the redhead had kissed the younger girl with a deep passion that filled Rune and left the girl wanting more of it. More of something else. And then there was a shameless flirting between the two, though at first Rune wasn't sure what was going on. It made her feel embarrassed a little at first, but it also made her feel good. She liked it, like knowing that Cherry thought she was pretty after having to hide as a boy for so long. It felt so good just being a girl, finally, despite the fear she had of it at first. Cherry helped her get over a lot of the leftover fear the last couple months as they became best of friends, as well as Ryu, Rose, Lena, and all of the others around her, making her feel good. They made her feel loved and wanted, something she never experienced before. What do you mean? Rune asked after a few moments, putting down her mug of warm cider. Birthday presents, silly. What would you like? Cherry asked while giving Rune the redhead's best Cherry smile. The smile made Rune smile more herself, thinking that Cherry's name fit her so well in so many different ways, from her cherry red hair to her cherry and outgoing personality. I don't really need anything. I'm just happy having you all in my life. Rune sighed as she tried to evade the question and the feelings it was threatening her with. I'll figure something out then, Cherry said with an even brighter smile. Are you staying over tonight, dear? Rose asked as she sashayed her way to their table and sat down next to Rune, giving the younger girl a peck on the cheek in greeting, as well as leaning across the table and giving the redhead one as well. I think so. I have the day off tomorrow, and Cherry and I were planning to go shopping in the morning. There's a few places I wanted to check out, and I'm hoping to have enough with my tips from tonight to get that jewelry set from the thrift store, Rune said with a hopeful look on her face. Lena had told her that the set looked so familiar when she saw it a week prior, though the demoness was having a hard time remembering why. It was just a set of cheap costume jewelry that was made with cheap gems that looked a little gaudy, but something drew the girl to them as well as the fox demoness. There was a choker set with a small red gem, 2 bracelets with the same gems, and a damaged belt with another of the gems inlaid into the buckle. That eyesore? Rune asked as she arched an eyebrow at the girl. The woman had seen Rune looking at it intently and offered to buy it then for Rune, but the girl insisted on buying it herself with her own money for some reason. It was kind of weird because Rune had accepted all kinds of gifts that cost so much more, but something kept her from accepting the offer for some reason. It isn't that bad, Rose. Rune giggled. It's actually kind of pretty. You're kind of pretty. Those things are an eyesore, Rose said with a teasing smile. Kind of pretty? Rune asked with an exaggerated sniffle. Okay, you're beautiful, Rose said with a playful roll of her eyes. The woman meant it, though, as Rune was very beautiful, and Rose knew that given another year or two that the girl would become a real beauty when she matured a little more. Hello, ladies. A new voice broke in grabbing their attention. When Rune looked up, she saw a strange man. They're wearing very expensive-looking clothing and surrounded by two of the city's guards standing on either side of him. The man could have been considered very handsome if it wasn't for the cruel gleam in his eyes, as his eyes looked over the three at the table, while both Rock and Stone hurried behind them with a sad, apologetic look on their faces that Rune never saw there before. The two men were the bouncers for the Lotus. Their names chosen because of the rock-hard muscles and the stone wall aura that they gave off to people who went against them. Hello, Lord Darius, Rose said with barely veiled disgust as the man's eyes lingered on Cherry before switching over to Rune herself. And who might you be, my beautiful little flower? My name is Rune, Rune said, fear creeping into her as she averted her gaze to Cherry to see the slightly fearful look in the redhead's gaze, as well as a look of anger as she fidgeted under the man's gaze. Ah, I take it you aren't one of Rose's girls then, the man asked with a quirked eyebrow. No, she isn't. She's just my bard, and she's getting ready to leave for the night, Rose said as she gave her a stern look that filled the girl with worry. Too bad then, Darius said with a snort. I guess Cherry and I will just head up and have a little fun then. We're closed, Darius. Why don't you head on home? Rose said as she kept glancing hard at Rune and motioning for the girl to leave while trying to avoid the man noticing. Well, since this fine young woman is getting ready to leave, maybe she can keep me company tonight, Darius said while smirking at Rose. Or perhaps I should have some of my father's men to come check out your books and make sure that you are paying all of your taxes. Leave her alone, Rose snarled at the man who only grew an even smugger grin. Mistress, don't worry, it's okay, Cherry said as she climbed from her seat, resignation filling her voice. Don't, Cherry, I'll handle this, Rose said as she started to get up only to have one of the guards with Darius roughly shove her back into her seat. It'll be okay, Mama, Cherry said softly, giving Rose a pleading look to get the woman to just leave things to her. That worried Rune even more as Cherry and several of the other girls only called Rose Mama when no one else was around as they showed her respect as their mistress in public where anyone could hear them. As the small group moved toward the curtained exit to the hallway that lead to the steps to the upstairs rooms, the two guards stationed themselves at the bottom to block anyone from going up. Rune, baby, I need you to go home, Rose said as her voice wavered a bit as she avoided looking at Rune. Why? What's wrong? Who are they? Rune asked, worry and fear filling her. He is Lord Darius, the mayor's son. Everything will be fine, sweetie. He's just here to talk to Cherry for a little bit, Rose said, though Rune could not only see worry in the older woman's eyes, but worry as well. I do need you to run home, though, for now, sweetie. I don't want you to be here when he comes back down to keep him away from you. Listen to her, Kit. Lena sighed, urging Rune to listen. She was sure she knew what was happening, as this kind of thing wasn't uncommon, even when she was still at full power before her punishment. Even though her memory seemed like Swiss cheese at times, she knew that some sick bastards that held the power like this man and his father held would often abuse it. Will Cherry be okay? Rune asked while swallowing hard with worry. Of course she will, honey. Darius is an asshole, but he won't hurt her. Rose sighed. But I need you to head on home for tonight, sweetie. Okay, but I'll come by as soon as I wake up. Rune sighed as Rose and her moved toward the curtained exit to the foyer. Before Rune could leave, though, Rose engulfed her in a hug, giving her a kiss on the head. I love you, honey. I'll see you later. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her head pounding brutally, making her wince as she tried to sit up only to find her arms secured tightly by her sides. There was some kind of straps tied to something that the woman couldn't see in the darkened room. Widening her eyes, Tsunade tried to break free from her bindings to learn that her ankles here secured in a similar manner to the not-so-soft bed. You were seriously trying to kill yourself, weren't you? A sad, almost broken-sounding voice asked from the corner of the room. The voice sounded familiar, but in her hazed state, she couldn't figure out anything other than it was a woman's voice. If it wasn't for the ANBU making their regular checkup on you, The poison would have finished you off. Hell, it was lucky that I even had a vial of antidote on hand since the poison you used was so rare. It was then that Tsunade remembered what happened as she finally broke and gave up on even trying anymore to fix things as there seemed to be no way to. Everyone that she knew was angry at her, though the villagers still treated her very well, as they either didn't know what she did to Shizune or didn't care about Naru. No one would listen to her other than the old man Hokage, and even he was on bad terms with her, so she took a half-dozen medicines that were commonly sold at any pharmacy and a few herbs bought from the Yamenka flower shop, and combined them in a way that would quickly cause reactions throughout her body, forcing her major organs to fail. The medicines were not supposed to be used together, as they had nasty side effects if combined, and the herbs only managed to increase the potency of it. "Why did you do it?" The voice croaked, cracking as it tried to stay strong. "Why not? I fucked up everything I had left because I was too blind to see everything I did have until it was too late." Tsunade said, tears welling up. "I threw my son away, lost my granddaughter, alienated my friends, and lost the one woman who I thought of as a daughter. All because of my selfishness and stupidity. I deserve to die." No, no, you don't deserve to die. You sound like you're pretty sorry about everything." The voice sighed as someone moved to stand above the woman and run their fingers through her hair. "How long has it been since you even washed this? It's all sticky and greasy." "I don't know." Tsunade sighed, wondering why she was being so open with whoever this was. Maybe whatever they pumped her full of was making her more honest and open. Hell, it was making her thoughts foggy as hell, and she knew several medicines that acted as sedative while having the side effect of making the person more open. "You know you hurt Shizun very badly." The voice sighed as the person pulled their hand back. "I don't know if she will ever be willing to give you another chance." "I don't deserve it anyways," Tsunade admitted as she turned her head away from the direction of the voice. "I love her, and look what I did to her. All the pain I caused her. If I got her to give you another chance, would you really change? No more drinking or gambling. Would you actually listen to her this time?" The voice asked, growing a little flatter with doubt, yet there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. "I'd do anything if she would at least talk to me." Tsunade sobbed painfully. "Then I guess I'll give you a chance." The voice sighed. "When I release you, I want you to move in with me, where I can keep an eye on you and make sure you don't pull another stupid stunt like this." What? Tsunade asked in confusion. Why the hell would this person want her to move in with them? "I never stopped loving you. You hurt me badly, but I never stopped loving you." The voice sniffed as Tsunade finally realized why the voice sounded so familiar. It was Shizune's voice, and she sounded like she was going to give Tsunade a chance. She couldn't stop herself from crying when the woman turned on a soft light, providing a little illumination showing what Tsunade was suspecting. She was in a hospital room. "Thank you." Tsunade sobbed as Shizune gave her a weary look. "I'll be back in a little bit to check on you. I need a little time to think." Shizune sighed as she kissed Tsunade's forehead before walking out of the room and softly closing the door behind her. Sasuke laid on top of his home's room with his arms folded under his head as he looked up at the stars. He was having trouble sleeping again as he wondered yet again if he did the right thing. Obviously, his father would be greatly disappointed in him, but Sasuke wasn't so sure he gave a damn about that man any longer. He was starting to think that the bastard was better off 6 feet under. It was his mother he was worried about. Thinking back to her, though, he was sure that he made the right decision not to be the one to carry out the death sentences for the council elders, and instead let the Hokage and the ANBU deal with their punishments. Everything seemed so strange, though, now that he knew the truth, as he felt so much lighter, as if a crushing weight had been lifted from him. His goals that he spent so many years working toward was pointless now, leaving him with a bit of a void in his life. For the first time in his life, he found himself directionless in a way, with so many options for his future that it made it confusing and a little hard deciding what to do. Of course, he knew he was still going to be a ninja. That didn't change with the revelations about his clan and the truth behind their murder. While it wasn't public knowledge, he knew a large portion of the clan was in the wrong, and Sasuke didn't want the clan to ever fall back into that pattern. In fact, he cursed himself as he realized that he was well on his way to becoming his father's son if everything that happened didn't put a stop to it. He silently thanked Naru for saving him, yet felt guilty for all the pain the girl went through. He swore that if he ever got the chance, he would do anything in his power to make it up to her. Taking a deep breath, his thoughts drifted to his future team, as the Hokage had already told them that he was proud of them and the progress all of them made the last few months. He told them that he was happy that they were regaining the will of fire that was almost extinguished due to their circumstances and manipulations of certain people. Kakashi was a big surprise as the Hokage explained to them that they might as well get used to him being late to team meetings. But after the first couple weeks, the man almost always showed up early. He seemed sad while having a determination to do all three of them right. Irika was teaching them the knowledge that the team would need, but Kakashi was teaching them about teamwork as well as ninjutsu and some taijutsu. Of course, Kakashi wasn't the only one with supposed improvements, though Sasuke knew for a fact that Sakura had also made a lot of improvements. The girl was taking her training seriously after she moved in with them, only saying that she would prove that she wasn't worthless. She was determined to show that she would be successful as a ninja and shove that fact, along with the kunai, down the bitch that was her mother's throat. The girl was really impressing Sasuke, and he had to admit now that his obsession with his brother was mostly gone. He could see Sakura for the girl that she was, and with her fangirl ways mostly gone, he thought that just maybe he could come like her. Speaking of Sakura's mother, Sasuke was a little pissed that Sakura couldn't take care of her older sister because the girl was a civilian. Despite mostly being viewed as an adult since becoming Chunin, the laws wouldn't let anyone under majority have custody of another child. It was a messed up law, though, as it stated all children would be protected, and yet they learned that it wasn't so for Naru, which managed to piss Sasuke off even more about the situation. Right now, Anko was keeping an eye out on the civilian girl, as the bitch of a mother was serving her 6-month sentence for a small crime that was uncovered by the recent investigation. In fact, many civilian council members were serving sentences ranging from 6 months to life, as well as being levied with fines. Finally, there was his newest team member, who was a mystery to them. He was a strange one indeed, with his messed up memory and weird habits. One of said habits was stripping down to his boxers at the oddest times, which often earned a bop on the head by Sakura as punishment for being perverted. His Kekai Jinkai, though, was something that complemented Sasuke's own ninja abilities, as it controlled ice, while the Uchiha was very proficient with fire. Of course, the two could get into arguments, but they had also become best of friends along with Sakura. It was actually kind of funny. Out of all the teams, the Hokage had told them that they were displaying the best teamwork despite starting off with the worst. "I'll make you proud of me, mother, and I swear I'll make the Uchiha name something you would have been proud of," Sasuke promised his mother as he closed his eyes. For a moment, he was sure he heard his mother's laugh over the breeze, as it felt like his spirit was uplifted greatly. He could almost hear his mother's voice telling him that she was already proud of him. After breakfast with Ryu, Rune hurried straight over to the Fire Lotus to hang out with her best friend, though she was filled with worry. Meeting that bastard last night had shaken her up a little, and the way Cherry and Rose reacted to him and sent her home despite the plans to spend the night at the Lotus. Thankfully, the shop wasn't too far from the Lotus, and it only took a matter of minutes to get there, even with several people opening their shops and greeting her as she passed. Once she pushed her way into the Lotus, a cold chill went up Rune's back at the chill and somber atmosphere that seemed to permeate the foyer. Once she pushed her way through the sheer curtains to the common room, a knot formed in her stomach. Most of the girls were gathered around in the room, most having sad expressions with several really angry ones. It was easy to see that many of them had been crying as well. "What's wrong?" Rune asked, looking around the room as her fear grew even more. Rose stood and hurried to gather the younger girl in her arms and held tightly as the girl realized that Cherry was missing. "Where's Cherry?" Rune asked as she started to shake. "She isn't feeling good, sweetie. She's resting right now after Granny gave her some medicine to help her," Rose explained. Rune knew that something was serious, as Granny was a doctor that took care of the girls here and insisted that they all called her Granny, as she was really old, yet she seemed so young. "What's wrong with her?" Rune asked, her voice cracking with worry. "She's just resting, sweetie," Rose said, her own voice wavering. Rune pulled out of the woman's arms and tore off through the curtain and up the stairs to Cherry's suite, and didn't even bother knocking as she rushed straight through the door. "Cherry!" Rune sobbed as she took one slow step after another as she stumbled to the redhead's bedside and collapsed onto her knees. The young redhead was covered in bruises as she breathed irregularly despite being asleep. She tentatively reached out to touch her before letting her hand drop to her side in fear of hurting Cherry even more. "She'll be okay, sweetie," Rose whispered into her hair after embracing Rune from behind and hugging her tightly. "What happened to her?" "Rune is so but that man last night. He didn't like when she told him to go to hell." Rose whispered. "She'll be okay, sweetie, but she needs to rest. Come downstairs, and I'll get you something to eat." "I already ate." Rune sighed. "The mayor's son did this? Did you report him?" "Sweetie, he is the mayor's son, and this always gets swept under the carpet." Rose sighed. "Those bastards are going to get away with this." Rune sobbed, looking at the battered face on her best friend as she heard Lena growling angrily in her mind. "If I wasn't stuck here, I'd kill the little bastard." Lena snarled, making Rune wince, but think about what was said by both Rose and Lena. "Always, this has happened before?" Rune asked nervously as Rose helped her up. "Every once in a while he comes in here and demands free food and company. He gets rough sometimes, but never anything like this. Still, when I made a complaint before, it always makes things worse when he comes with more of his cronies." Rose said sadly, "If I knew this was going to happen, I would have never let Cherry." "I have to go," Rune said as she pulled away and stumbled a couple steps before she ran from the room and straight out of the Lotus and kept running until she dropped her hands and knees crying. She knew the pain Cherry was in, and she never wanted to see anyone in that kind of pain, especially her best friend. "I wish there was something I could do." Lena finally sighed. "I don't have any magic that can heal her." "He'll pay for this." Rune snarled, her eyes flashing red for several moments. She couldn't let this slide. She refused to. She could take the pain when it happened to her. She was used to it and grew up with it, but she refused to let her best friend constantly go through it. "He'll never stop. I know men like this." Lena growled. "There's only one way to deal with trash like this." The tone of the demoness voice scared Rune for a moment before she realized exactly what the demoness meant. And for a moment, so did she. It meant taking a life, though, killing someone. She would be a murderer. "I'm sorry, Kit, I didn't mean." Lena started. "No, you're right," Rune said as she clenched her jaw. "If something isn't done, he'll hurt her again." "No, Rune, listen to me. Let Rose handle this. It's her job." Lena tried to persuade Rune to forget about the direction of her thoughts, which was being influenced by Lena's own anger. "Fine job she's doing," Rune snarled as she climbed to her feet. "I'm doing this. Now either you can help me figure out how to deal with him, or I'll do it myself." "Fine, but only if you agree to rest for a little bit first," Lena replied with a deep, shuddering sigh. "Fine," Rune grumbled as she pushed up to sit on her knees and look around her to find herself in an alley that looked somewhat familiar. It took a few moments to realize that she ended up in the richer part of town that she passed through a few times with Rose when going to some of the upper scale shops. "Hey boss, why don't we make some of those whores come tonight?" A man's voice asked as three shadows passed down the path at the end of the alley. "Forget them. I really roughed up that slut last night, and I don't want to have to deal with that bitch, Rose." A familiar voice replied. It took Rune several moments to realize it was Darius's voice, that bastard son of the mayor. "Give the slut a few days to think about the offer I gave, that either she becomes my little pet permanently, or I start killing the rest of those whores." "That bastard," Lena snarled inside Rune's head, mimicking Rune's own thoughts. "If only there was enough seals removed, I'd bite his ankle." The comment was a little weird, but Rune shoved it to the back of her mind for the time being as the Fox Demoness mental voice took on a more depressed tone. Rune was about to ask what was wrong when the men's voices broke into her thoughts. "Well, what do you want to do?" One of the voices asked, a strange tone in his voice. "Find some toys for me tonight, and if you find a good one, maybe I'll let you have a go when I'm finished," Darius said, his voice sounding slimy and disgusting. "When they say toys, they mean do they?" Rune asked mentally as she fought down the bile in her stomach. "Girl, sweetie, the bastards are planning to. Let's just go back to the shop," Lena said, sadness and disgust, lacing her tone as she tried to urge Rune to walk away. Instead, the demoness sighed as she felt the power surge through the girl, energy washing through her hair as her eyes flashed momentarily with power. "Green." It's bright and eye-catching, Rune said with a mental smile. Lena just shook her head, pleading with the girl to just walk away for the moment, when Rune climbed to her feet and noticed a flash of light in a pile of garbage at the side of the alley. With a smile, Rune moved over to pick it up and admired the emerald green coloring of her hair and eyes. With a bigger smirk, Rune threw the mirror on the ground and summoned two mirror clones. I think it's time for someone to pay the piper. Rune, age 13. Did I hear you, gentlemen? We're looking for a good time? Rune purred as she was flanked by her clones, which were exact duplicates of her, green hair and eyes and all. They weren't as beautiful as the women in the Lotus in Rune's opinion. Her body wasn't anywhere near as curvy and voluptuous as the girls, but she knew there was something there that the head bastard seemed interested in, and she was hoping that he would still see it. What's it to you? Darius asked as he sneered at her, but he was obviously looking them over. He arched his eyebrow as his eyes traveled over the three girls' bodies, realizing that they were identical. Well, we're triplets and our parents abandoned us. If we become your pets, we would have a roof over our heads at least. Rune said as she took his arm and leaned into him, her body pressing up against Darius while looking coyly up at him. On the inside, she was shaking with disgust and a little fear, but her hatred and anger at this man was keeping her fear away mostly. So you three want to be my pets? Darius asked, a smirk slowly growing on his face. Careful, Kit. These men will more likely kill you than keep you around, Lena said cautiously. In fact, I really think you should forget this and just run. No, Lena, Rune said mentally, replying to the demoness with shaky confidence. I won't let them get away with what they did to Cherry, only to do it again and again. Would do anything you want, Rune purred, her voice becoming suggestive when saying anything. Well then, I think we can come to an arrangement, Darius said, running his hand down Rune's back to cup and squeeze her ass, making her eep. But first, we need to see just what you fine ladies can do. Of course, Rune said with a sweet smile while scowling mentally. Then let's go, ladies, Darius said, and you will refer to me as Master. Yes, Master, Rune and her clones said in unison, though all of them shared the same urge to throw up. One of the clones took his other arm while the third walked between the two guards behind him as they walked slowly deeper into the richest part of town until they came to one of the largest compounds. The two guards stopped as soon as they entered the mansion to bar the door and follow them into the foyer. Darius grabbed her hand roughly while the two guards grabbed her sisters, roughly keeping them from following Rune and Darius. Aren't we staying together? Did I tell you to talk? Darius snarled as he stopped and let go of Rune's hand to backhand her across her cheek hard enough to knock her off her feet, making her vision swim. And no, Master, Rune said, her voice cracking as she was on the verge of tears. The pain in her jaw was quickly fading thanks to Lena, but it was a shock that was making her shake a little. Good. You're a much faster learner than that whore, Darius said with a smirk as he grabbed her hair and yanked her back to her feet. He ignored Rune's squeaks and protests as he dragged her from the room and down a hallway to a bedroom, where he shoved her inside and shut the door after him. Kit, snap out of it, Lena shouted angrily in Rune's head, though her anger was directed at this man who dared lay his fingers on her adopted daughter. Strip, Darius growled as Rune regained her senses, but it was too slow as he picked her up and threw her onto the bed and crawled in on top of her, kissing her roughly as he fumbled with her clothes trying to rip them off. What was I thinking? Rune cried mentally as she froze up, trying to force herself to move and do something. This monster was kissing her, pawing at her, and all she had was instruments and her storage seal tattoos. Kit, listen to me, you have to concentrate, Lena urged Rune, sending her support over their bond. Ryu taught you a couple jutsu, use them. What? Rune mumbled in confusion, her head swimming as memories hit her from her clones. They were shattered when casting fire jutsu that engulfed the guards in flames. A moment later, their shrieks of pain filled the air, surprising Darius, who leaned up to look at the door. What the hell? Darius snarled as he let Rune move enough to go through several hand signs. Fire release, flame bullet, Rune called out, gathering chakra to create the oil and igniting it into a ball of fire, throwing Darius off of her while engulfing him in intense flames. She wasn't very good at the technique, wasn't her affinity either, but she was able to create a fireball large enough to set fire to the bastard civilian that was pinning her down. If she was stronger, or even better with the attack, she could have almost instantly killed him since he didn't know how to shield against it. His screams of pain as he flailed around the room, catching everything he touched on fire. Move it! Get out of there before someone comes to the place burns down. Lena shouted out, snapping Rune out of her fear as she jumped from the bed unsteadily. She was fixing her clothes as she stumbled from the room to find the guards already dead, their bodies on fire in the middle of an inferno. The fire was too big to get to the door, so she made her way to a window, and after finding it sealed, she jumped through the glass, holding her arms over her face to protect herself from the glass. It took several minutes to run from the burning mansion, ignoring the cries of the workers fleeing from the building. As she ran through the shadows of an alley as night had fallen in the time that she was in the building, surprising her. She didn't know she was there that long, but her fear must have made things seem to go by much faster. She kept seeing images that was disturbing her as memories were starting to take form from what happened with the clones. She started shaking as Lena reminded her to change her hair and eyes back, which she started to do before she collapsed in tears as she shook. Where the hell is she? Ryu asked with a sigh as he made his way down an alley with Rose, checking yet another alley with Rose as several of the other girls along with the guys checked other parts of town. All of them was worried sick about her after she ran out of the Fire Lotus and seemed to disappear. Rose was sure that she probably tried something stupid and all Ryu could do was pray that the girl didn't get into any trouble. He kept sending mental prayers in hopes that they would be heard and Rune would be safe. This is why I really didn't want her to see Cherry. Rose sniffed, her eyes bloodshot from the crying between worrying about Cherry and now Rune. I knew she would do something to try and help her. She's a good kid, Rose. Ryu sighed. Both of them are, and neither of them deserve the hell that they've seen in their lives. That bastard Darius should be killed. Hell, so should his worthless father. And who is going to do it? Look what happened to you when you confronted them over it. Rose exclaimed, turning to glare at Ryu. This happened after the QB attacked. Ryu said in defense of himself. In truth, he knew that he wasn't hurt this bad before the mayor did this to him. His leg healed, not completely, but enough to easily walk. When he confronted the mayor about his son, the man had his goons attack the leg that was well known around there to already be damaged. After they finished with it, it never healed right with the additional damage. Don't feed me that, you old fart. I know better. I'm not as clueless as some people believe. Rose snapped. Sweetie, I never thought you clueless. Ryu sighed as he caressed her cheek and leaned in to kiss her forehead. I love you too much to think you clueless. Then don't lie to me, Rose said, almost ready to continue when they heard soft sobs coming from farther down the alley. The two hurried down the alley to find Rune on the ground, curled up in a ball in the fetal position. Her clothes had small rips, soaked in blood, a few bigger rips looking as if someone tried to tear them off of her. She smelled a little of smoke, which confused and worried the two. Rune, sweetie? Rose asked as she kneeled down to stroke the young girl's hair. I killed them. I killed them. Rune cried who ging har nis tøyter. Who Rune? Rose asked, fear filling her. Darius and his guards. Rune sobbed. They hurt Cherry, and I wanted that they were touching me, tearing my clothes off, that they were beating my clones, beating me, and... Oh, sweetie, Rose cried as she pulled the girl in her lap and held her tight while shooting a look up to Ryu. They knew there was going to be trouble with what happened, as the mayor would be out for blood. Hey, Jiraiya sighed as he sat in the chair near Tsunade, refusing to look at her. Hey, Tsunade replied tiredly. So how you doing? Jiraiya asked, running his hand through his hair. He wanted to forgive Tsunade, but she had betrayed him, hurt him so deeply. How could he forgive her for what she did? Better, I guess. At least Shizune is talking to me. Tsunade sighed. And the hospital food has gotten better since we were gone. I could go for a nice bottle of sake, though. You and me both. Jiraiya sighed. He hated seeing the woman like this, so defeated and broken when she was probably the strongest woman that he had ever known. As much as he was angry at her, as much as he hated her, he still loved her. If he was honest with himself, he never stopped and probably never would. He may have been seen as a womanizer, but in all honesty, he felt as if she was his soulmate. He may have pretended that he was with other women who was actually his contacts, but he never actually slept with another woman. Yes, he spied on women for his books, but he never really laid down with one. Jiraiya, I don't blame you for hating me. I hate myself for giving up Minato and the kid. Tsunade sighed, I was just so scared. I didn't know how to take care of a kid, and with everything that was going on, I thought Minato would have been better off. And when I found out about Naru, I was too lost in my alcohol and mourning to even bother coming back. I don't hate you. I may be upset with you, but I don't hate you. I could have taken a kid with me, but I didn't want to be burdened down with a kid that reminded me so much of Minato. I may not have known he was my son, but I still loved him like one and treated him as one. It hurt so much looking at the kid that I couldn't deal with it. I was too afraid I would do something to her in a fit of rage to take her with me. I was afraid she would slow me down or be attacked by our enemies in an effort to hurt me or Konoha if they learned the truth. Hell, there's so many excuses I could come up with, but the fact is I abandoned her just as you abandoned Minato. We both fucked up big time, and it's only right we were paying for it. Jiraiya said, shocking Tsunade a little. He sounded so serious, too serious for the goofball that she knew, but she figured that with everything going on, maybe he was finally growing up to be the man she was sure he could be. I wish I could go back and just change everything. Tsunade sighed after several moments of uncomfortable silence. I made so many stupid mistakes and made so many people suffer for them. We've all made mistakes, and even if we were suffering for them, a little girl suffered the most because of them. Jiraiya replied sadly. It's her that we have to make things up to. I want to Jiraiya, but how do we find her if we can't even leave the village? Tsunade asked softly. We may not be able to leave, but I do still have my contacts who are keeping an eye out for her, and the Toads are acting as a go-between. Plus, the old man is keeping several teams out, rotating them, and having them search every village in Fire Country. Jiraiya explained, we'll find her. What if she isn't here any longer? Tsunade asked wearily. She is. Do you honestly think a kid can get past the border? Jiraiya asked before feeling a cold shiver down his spine. He really hoped that it wasn't a bad sign. You're right, we just have to keep hoping that she'll be found. Tsunade agreed, though her eyes didn't hold very much hope in them. How is she? Violet asked, her long violet hair framing her face, worry in her eyes as she brought tea to the table as Ryu and Rose dropped almost bonelessly across from one another. Will she be okay? Iris asked, her short blonde hair bouncing a little as she hurried to the table. As all of the women at the Lotus, they had come to love the young Rune as a sister, and one of them, and was worried about her after Rose, and Ryu took them to Rune's room there instead of at the shop since it was better lit and quieter. They were hoping she would be more comfortable there, where she could check on Cherry upon waking up. Rose had already hung up a sign apologizing that the Lotus would not be open for business tonight. Thank you, sweetie, Rose said, giving the girls a sad smile as she accepted the tea. She will be okay. She was in shock, but she's out of it and sleeping peacefully now. What happened? Violet asked, though they had an idea. Rock had come back with news of someone burning down Darius's home and killing him and his 2 personal guards. At first, they shook it off, thankful that it happened, though, until Ryu and Rose showed up with an upset girl in their arms. She killed that bastard and his guards. Ryu sighed, causing the girls to gasp, though they already had a feeling that it was the girl who did it. Rune was close to Cherry, closer than any of the others there, and it wasn't a surprise that she would want to pay the bastard who hurt the redhead back. Still, none of them thought she would really do something like this, though all of them wanted to. They knew that it would bring a lot more trouble down on all of them, though, as well as a lot of other people, as well as there were a lot of people the mayor knew wanted his son dead. The mayor would go after every single one of them, too. She's upset that she actually killed someone, but it was their screams. She burned them alive with a fire jutsu, and their screams are getting to her. She'll be okay, but I doubt she will have a good night's sleep for a while without some medicine to keep the dreams away. Rose sighed sadly. Not that she was sleeping very well to begin with. Ryu added, how's Cherry doing? She doesn't know about Rune, but she came down and ate earlier. She's okay. Sore, but okay. Violet said, rubbing her eyes. She's a fighter, you know that. Nothing keeps her down for long. As much as I know this is going to cause problems, I'm not sad to see that bastard dead. Iris said, He deserved it after what he did to Cherry. Please ask Ivy and Orchid to please keep an eye on both Rune and Cherry. Rose said, we're going to head into town and see what's happening. There could be trouble brewing, and it will be best if we know in advance, so we could try and keep Rune and Cherry out of it. Mistress, you have company, Rock said as he came into the common room from the foyer. Rock, please, just tell them that we're closed and I'm busy. Rose sighed. I'm afraid I must insist on a meeting. A man said as he pushed his way into the room, followed by a woman and man, both dressed as the fire daimyo samurai. Taking a closer look at the man made Rose gasp as she recognized the man as the son of the daimyo. Of course, my lord, Rose said as she jumped from her seat before bowing to the man with her fist over her heart. No need for formalities, my lady, the man said with a grin. I am Akira, and this is Amelia and Natsu, my personal guards. I am here on business from the fire daimyo, and it looks as if I may also have been dumped into the middle of a murder investigation. A murder investigation? Rose asked, trying to feign ignorance though the shock was clearly on her face along with worry. Please do not feign ignorance on these matters, my lady, for I am no fool. I know that the bastard wasn't innocent, but I need answers if I am to complete my own investigation into the corruption of this town's mayor. After the events in Konoha, we're taking all reports of possible corruption in our towns and villages very seriously, which is why I am personally here. Akira said, while I can't promise that the murderer will go unpunished, if you cooperate with me, I promise that I will do my best to help them and see that justice is done here. Rose, I think we should tell him everything. I know his father, and I can tell you Akira is a good man. He can help us, Ryu said, joining Rose and putting his arm around her. I remember you, Ryu Haruno. You were one of my dad's friends. We always stopped to visit you when we came to Konoha. I see you traded up. That pink-haired bitch was a nightmare, Akira said with a soft grin. Let's just say I didn't have a choice. Ryu sighed. And yet you send that bitch money every month, Rose said, making Ryu snort in disgust. You know why I do? Ryu snarked back. I did it, a weak voice said from the stairway heading to the second floor. Everyone turned to look at Cherry, standing a little unsteadily there, both eyes open since the swelling went down. Still, her face was a large splotch of purple as all of the bruises made it look like one large one. I killed him. Cherry, Rose gasped. What happened to you, my lady? Akira asked as he went over to kneel before the redhead and took her hands to look up into her eyes gently. I'm no lady, Cherry snorted, though a sad tone could be heard in her voice. That's funny. I see a very beautiful young woman before me, Akira said, his face full of honesty. She's lying about killing him, sir, Amelia said from behind him, though she was giving Cherry a kind look. Darius did this to you, didn't he? Akira asked softly. I heard some rumors of him doing things like this since I arrived a couple days ago. I was a little surprised to find him dead this morning when I went to confront him over this with his father demanding this place be shut down and all of you arrested. You can't do that. It was my fault, Cherry cried out, choking back sobs as she began crying. Please, punish me. Please. No one else has to suffer. You're right. No one else has to suffer, Akira said as he kissed the back of Cherry's hand before standing back up to face his two samurai. Natsu, inform the others that I want them to arrest the mayor. As for the murder of Darius, it was an act of self-defense, and the names involved are to be kept secret to protect the victim's privacy. Yes, sir, Natsu said as he bowed, fisting his hand over his heart before turning to head out of the lotus. Amelia, will you please see what you can do to help a lady here? Akira said, motioning to Cherry. Of course, my lord, Amelia said as she moved over to bow to the young redhead. I am an experienced medical need and can help relieve some of the pain your injuries seem to be causing you. If you'll please lead me to a place I can check over your injuries in private. Oh, of course, Cherry said, a little stunned at what just happened. Was everything really going to be okay? Was she finally free of that bastard, and no one was going to have to suffer for it? As she kept asking herself those questions, as she led the strange woman upstairs to her room. Can you please take off your clothes? Amelia asked, shocking the redhead as she pulled off her helmet and shook her hair free. Her face, it was almost like looking at Rune, as it looked so much like the girl that it was eerie. After a few moments, she finally broke out of her shock and started peeling off her clothes. I usually charge for this, Cherry said in an attempt at teasing the woman. As beautiful as you are, I bet you earn a lot, Amelia said with a truthful and kind smile. I'm not beautiful, Cherry said, turning her head as Amelia came up to her. At first, she thought the woman was feeling her up as she began caressing her hands going over the bruises. It took a few seconds for Cherry to realize there wasn't any pain from it. It actually felt warm, and everywhere the woman's hands traveled left her feeling good as it seemed to draw out the soreness in her body. Believe me, you are, Amelia said softly. You don't have any medic needs here, do you? We have a few who know some ninjutsu, a little medical jutsu, but nothing for this much. Cherry sighed, almost in bliss as the constant throbbing pain was leaving her. You had a few cracked ribs, which I'm sending chakra to in order to speed up the healing process, but you shouldn't do anything stressful for a couple days until they're fully healed. Most of your bruising will be gone within a few hours, Amelia said as she stepped back to admire her work, making her look like she was looking Cherry's naked form over making the redhead blush. Relax, sweetie, I don't swing that way. Though if I did, I admit he would be very tempting. Amelia said, It looks like I got everything. Just take it easy for now, though. Why do you keep acting like I'm pretty? I'm just some common whore. Cherry sighed as her eyes began watering again. Is that what that bastard told you? Amelia asked, a growl entering her voice. Why, he said no one would ever really want me. Cherry sighed. He said I'll spend the rest of my days here until I grow too old, and then I'll end up on the street. Listen to me, Amelia said as she picked up a robe and draped it over the redhead's shoulders. You aren't ugly, and I can tell you right now, I know someone who is interested in you. Wahoo! Cherry asked, confused, as Amelia steered her to the bed and sat her down on it while Amelia sat next to her. Akira is, I could see the look in his eyes. You're the first girl who's really caught his attention, Amelia said truthfully. But I'm just a whore, Cherry repeated. Normally she never thought like this. She knew better, but she couldn't help it after everything Darius told her. They may have been lies, but she still couldn't get them out of her mind. So my mom was too. She dumped me with the fire daimyo after she had me. My dad was some asshole from Konoha who on his first mission decided to lose his virginity with my mom, who worked at a brothel that was part of his bastard sensei's so-called spy network, Amelia said in disgust. I wasn't wanted by either of them, but the daimyo took me in and raised me. I've become the leader of the 12 guardians, and I was just the bastard child of a whore. Your past doesn't make it. It's what's in your heart and the choices that you make that shape you. And working in a brothel is just as legitimate as any other job. In fact, I think you have to be very strong to do what you do. What? How could being a whore make me strong? Cherry asked in surprise. Because, sweetie, I saw you the other night when we first came into town. I'll be honest with you. There's another reason that we are in town, and I came here to check into it. I saw the shy guy. He was really depressed, and it looked as if he didn't feel like he was worth anything. I saw the way you took time to talk to him and make him feel better about himself. I saw the way you cared about him as a person and not just another client. That has to be hard to do, to actually care about the people that come through here, and that makes you strong. Amelia said. You really mean that, don't you? Cherry asked softly. Ido sweetie, Amelia said as she leaned over and kissed Cherry's cheek softly. What was that other business that you were here for? Cherry asked, changing the subject as she blushed from the contact. We're searching for someone who was hurt badly by her home. We don't want to force her back home, but we do want to make sure that she is okay, Amelia said, and it looks like she is. Why do I get the feeling that you don't like this person very much? Cherry asked. It's not that I don't hate the person, despite the fact that I spent years doing so. I just can't hate her after seeing what her childhood was like and all the pain she's been through. Amelia sighed. I was more jealous of her, though, than hated her, I guess. Our father acknowledged her while denying me. I never even got to meet him before he died. I'm so sorry, Cherry said, taking Amelia's hand. Don't be, it isn't your fault. As much as I want to blame her for it, I can't. She's my sister, well, half-sister, and as much as a part of me doesn't know to be angry or jealous, I love her. I'm glad to see that she's happy, and I don't want to mess with that by telling her this. So I expect you to keep quiet about it, Amelia said. I saw the way you looked at me, so I know you put two and two together. This is the only reason I told you about her. I don't want to cause her any more problems when she finally has people she can call family." "But you're her family," Cherry said softly. "No, I share a father with her. I don't know her. She has her place here, and I have mine by my lord's side. You are more family to her than I am," Amelia said, her voice cracking a bit. "We will be here a few more days while we take care of the mess with the mayor and his pathetic son. After that, we will be moving on." "At least talk to her a little," Cherry said, hoping that it may change the woman's mind about revealing herself to who the redhead was sure the woman was talking about. "Don't worry, I will. My lord plans to offer her something that can possibly help her if she is ever in need. And by the way, she is a good friend in you. Thank you for trying to protect her," Amelia said as she got up and straightened her clothes. "She protected me first," Cherry sighed. "I'll see you again later. Make sure to say hi to Akira later also when we come back," Amelia said, winking at Cherry before ducking out the door, leaving a lightly confused, yet relieved redhead behind. Rune, age 13. It had been a couple weeks now since the fired daimyo's son and his entourage rolled into town and left, leaving many changes that swept through the town, making it a better place for everyone that made it their home. New laws were put into place to protect places such as the Lotus and its workers, shocking many, though no one really challenged it. One of the biggest changes, though, was leaving a new mayor in charge that was handpicked by Akira himself to enforce the changes with a police force that was picked clean of corruption by the new mayor, Rose herself, the first ever female mayor of Tanzuka Town. As the days went by, though, Cherry couldn't help but count the days until Rune's birthday, as it would mark the return of the Fire Prince, as well as Cherry's new friend in Amelia. Of course, the redhead kept her promise to not tell Rune about her older half-sister, despite her reservations. But Cherry found it hard at times to keep quiet. She was more than thankful to the musician for everything the girl did for Cherry by getting rid of that bastard Darius and his goons despite the state it left the girl in. Taking a sigh as Cherry stopped to look up in the mirror and put down her brush as she thought about the younger girl. She was doing much better now, though Cherry knew that when left to dwell on it, Rune would get upset at the high-pitched, awful cries of the dying man as he was burned alive. Nothing could have even compared to that, as not even beating someone to death would rip such cries from a person as experiencing the flesh melting from your body as flames slowly consumed your body. Just the thought of that creeped Cherry out, sending shivers through her body. Pushing away from her vanity, Cherry made her way from her room and down to the common room, smiling softly as she heard music wafting through the air, letting the redhead know that her friend was there. As usual, the music was beautiful, the harp giving off a beautiful melody, which meant that Rune would also be singing as well. The girl's voice could be so haunting at times, drawing you in and making you feel what she was feeling. She could even make you feel what she wanted you to feel, as more than once she had calmed down the anger of several men on the verge of starting a fight, making it so the boys didn't have to intervene. Taking a deep breath before pushing through the curtains that separated the common room and the stairs, Cherry pushed her way through, intending to make it through her first night back to work without any problems. As she entered the room, she looked over to find Rune perched on top of her stool, strumming her harp. As they locked eyes, they smiled at each other, knowing that they were there for each other and that the night would be okay. Hiruzen rubbed his temples as he looked over the paperwork that just came in. He hated when any of the people in his village was hurt, even though he could admit that many of them deserved it at times. It still hurt his aged heart when any of the people he was sworn to protect was hurt in any way, even when they didn't deserve his sympathy. That was part of the reason everything went to hell recently, but he refused to let his sympathy get in the way of what needed to be done any longer. He may feel sorry for them and hate that they get hurt, but he would do what needed to be done, including killing those he once held dearest to his heart. His old teammates were now dead, and though a part of him missed them dearly, they stopped being the people he knew long ago when they demanded that little Nara be killed. Taking a deep sigh, he pulled the next folder onto the open space of his desk and flipped it open, overlooking the contents. Spreading out the pictures of a recent murder, he studied the body in the pictures with sadness, while also a part of his mind admitting that though no one deserved this, though if anyone did, it was this woman. She was the mother of the two Haruno girls, though, in his opinion, she didn't deserve the title. He knew the way the woman treated the two girls, though there was nothing he could do about it, as both girls refused to talk about it, and there was no evidence of any crimes that she could be convicted of, at least before now, as both the fire daimyo and himself put laws in place that protected children better, both civilian and shinobi. Of course, that no longer mattered since the pink-haired woman was dead after somehow managing to escape. The matter of her escape was still being looked into, but it looked like one of the ANBU guards spent some time in her cell, and after their activities, the woman actually managed to knock the man out and take his uniform and keys. The idiot who couldn't keep his pants on was being held by a Biki, with the least of his worries being at least stripped of his rank and made a Chunin or Jinin if he wasn't completely kicked from the shinobi ranks altogether. She was found in an alley behind some of the seedier bars, her clothing ripped and evidence that she pissed off the wrong person. Of course, Hiruzen knew the woman also had a habit of doing that, as she often got close to men, sleeping with them to steal their wallets or squeeze money out of them. She had tried to do it on Minato, as well as so many others, many of them claiming he was the father of their children as soon as he became Hokage. He was famous, the youngest Hokage ever from any village, and many of the less scrupulous women sought to use him for his position. Flipping though the paperwork and reports the folder contained, it appeared that there was a large amount of alcohol in the woman's body at the time of death, as well as recreational drugs. The drugs turned out to be something that caused a strong high, as well as occasionally causing hallucinations. There were also bruises that not only pointed to being severely beaten, but also pointed to being restrained. It couldn't be confirmed that she was raped for sure, as she was dead and couldn't confirm it, but there was a high probability that she was. The problem was, it couldn't really be proved, as the woman was known to sleep around freely to pressure her partners to give her money, sometimes as blackmail, to keep the men's wives or girlfriends from finding out. Other times because it would look bad on the men, as they were members of prestigious clans, such as the Hyuga clans, and the tryst would cause a scandal, heaping a lot of negative publicity on the clan and putting the man's position in question. There were plenty of rumors going around. The woman had even been overheard several times gloating over it, but again, there was nothing that really could be done, as there were no witnesses willing to come forward. Sadly, though, it seemed the woman went after the wrong person this time. Looking at the next page on the report, Hiruzen realized that there was a small problem that would be caused from this fallout. Sakura was a genin, and in the eyes of the community, an adult due to her status. Her sister was not a genin and was a civilian and was only 16 years old. She was technically old enough to take care of herself if she had the money or a way to provide for herself. Yet she could be considered a minor as well, and some civilian members could demand that she be placed in an orphanage, and since there was no one left behind, those idiots could also try and maneuver and get what little money and property the Haruno woman left behind. Good thing he regained all power. He decided that he would admit that she should have a guardian, and what better guardian than the girl's own father? Hiruzen knew the man and knew that he wanted to be a part of the girl's life all along if it wasn't for the mother. She drove him away and got him to agree to send money back every month to take care of the eldest daughter, though the mother was never happy with the amount sent. It was more than enough to provide for them if the woman didn't throw a lot of it away on clothes and drinking while letting very little go to the daughters. "Bear," Hiruzen called, waiting a few moments as a darkly dressed man with a porcelain mask of a bear melted out of the shadows to bow, fist over his heart, to the Hokage. "I need you to go pick up the elder Haruno girl and bring her here." "Right away, my lord," Bear said before he stepped back, melting into the shadows once more. A small smirk tugged at the corner of his lip. Despite his age, he still found that cool seeing someone melt from and back into the shadows. It was time to put a family back together. It took a few days to feel better, but Rune had to admit that despite everything that happened, she was feeling a lot better. Of course, she had to admit that despite knowing better, she had developed a bit of a fear for fire. Okay, a big fear, as she grew nervous every time she even got near the small fire burning in the fireplace. It was caused mainly because of watching that bastard burn to death, while she really didn't know if she cared a whole lot about said man's death. Yes, she felt a little bad being the one to end someone's life, but they should have never hurt her precious person by what he did. Looking over to Cherry, who was helping finish cleaning the room, as she was allowed to work the room and talk to the customers, she was still forbidden from taking anyone to her room. Rune had to admit that the girl looked amazing as usual, and a small part of herself momentarily wished that she looked a little more like the redhead. She hated that part of herself, since she kept telling herself that she didn't give a damn if she looked good or not, but she couldn't help her feelings that wished otherwise. Sealing her heart back into the low-profile storage seal tattoo on her inner wrist on her left hand, Rune got up and walked over to Cherry, picking up some of the dirty dishes from the tables as the redhead sent her a thankful smile. "You were great tonight, Rune," Cherry said with a soft smile that Rune returned. "Thanks, Cherry. I'm glad you're feeling better," Rune said as she was passing Cherry to carry her load of dishes to the kitchen. As she was passing the redhead, Cherry leaned out and kissed Rune's cheek with a playful look. "After we're done, meet me in my room." "Okay," Cherry said softly, winking at Rune, making the young girl to swallow nervously. She wasn't sure why. She was actually a little confused as to why she was so nervous. Cherry was her friend and would never hurt her. "You are so naive," Lena said, her voice full of mirth. The demoness was glad that her charge, or vessel, could still be so naive after everything that had happened to her throughout her short lifetime. She was uncertain if she should say anything about what she suspected was going to happen or let things take their course. With a deep mental sigh, the demoness decided to let things go where they were, since she knew Cherry would never hurt the girl. And this could even help Rune some, hopefully anyways, if the girl didn't react badly to it. "What do you mean?" Rune asked, worried when it took several moments for the demoness to reply. "Do you trust your friend?" Lena asked, her voice a little serious, which was a stark contrast to her attitude just a few moments earlier. "Of course I do," Rune said confidently as she dumped the dishes in the sink to be washed. "Then remember that no matter what happens, she cares for you and won't hurt you." Lena sighed as Rune made her way back through the common room and up towards Cherry's room. She believed that the redhead just needed to be reassured that they were still best friends, maybe even kiss a little. Cherry had been through a lot recently, and Rune could tell the redhead was still shaken, how she was still shaken up a bit herself. Rune was about to ask what Lena meant by that, as she opened Cherry's door to only widen her eyes in shock. Cherry was sitting on the bed, only wearing her sheer robe that was tied close, though not tightly, as it was showing a large amount of cleavage, making Rune swallow nervously for some reason. "Hey, Rune," Cherry said as she slowly stood up and sashayed to the door and gently shut it as Rune stared at her in shock. It wasn't that she never saw Cherry naked before, but the way the redhead was acting, it just made her nervous, yet excited at the same time. Rune allowed herself to be led over to the bed and sat down on the edge while Cherry sat next to her, keeping a hold on her hand as their fingers intertwined. "You know that I love you as a friend, right?" "Of course I do. I love you too, like a friend," Rune replied, adding the last bit after a few moments. A shy look coming over her face as Cherry tilted her chin up to kiss her on the lips. "Sometimes friends share things, do things together. It could be just to relieve stress or when one of them are feeling lonely," Cherry said as she kissed Rune again, her hands beginning to roam over Rune's body a lot more than normal when they made out. "TH things?" Rune gasped, her breath deepening as she grew more excited, yet nervous with every moment. With every caress of her body came fear, mixed with something else that made her want the redhead to never stop. "Things that can make both of us feel so good," Cherry said as Rune let out a soft moan as her only response. "Will you let me show you? Let me make you feel good? Show you that it doesn't have to hurt." I trust you," Rune moaned as she found herself being pushed back into the bed. A part of her was becoming more and more scared, though she didn't want this to stop. All fears were quickly wiped away as Cherry climbed on top of her and leaned down to capture her lips again. Rune slowly opened her eyes, a little fear filling her as she felt something or someone pressed up against her back and an arm wrapped around her, holding her to them. Turning her head a little, she saw a shock of red, realizing that she was in Cherry's arms as the two spooned under the covers. A little light spilling through the curtain window and across the bed. Her eyes flashed open as memories of what happened came flooding back. She never knew that it was possible for two girls to really be together like that. But what shocked her even more was how good it felt. There was no pain like there was when those men attacked her. But maybe that could be because they were men and Cherry was a girl. "Sorry to burst your bubble, Kit, but if you were willing and they weren't trying to hurt you, being with a man can be just as good if not better," Lena said, making Rune sigh. She didn't really think much of it when things started, as she was feeling things she never felt before, and it was like she was drunk in a way. She needed to feel the things Cherry was doing, but now that it was over, she was wondering if they should have done it. Was it even okay to have done that? Kit, don't beat yourself up over it. It was okay to do it. More than okay, actually. It would even be okay to do it again as many times as you want, but you need to be careful if you do it with men. Cherry can show you some techniques to prevent pregnancy, I'm sure, if you ask, though. Lena explained, and don't worry, when I realized you were in good hands, I went to sleep, so I wouldn't be spying on a private moment with you too. Thank you, Lena. Rune sighed, though a small part of her was still worried about what happened between Cherry and her. Would it change their relationship at all? In a way, Rune wanted it to. She was beginning to think that they were more than friends, that they were maybe in love, even if they were both women. Kit, remember that she said that you both were friends. Don't let yourself get attached in that way, Lena said, urging Rune not to let herself get that close to Cherry while cursing herself for not convincing Rune to not go to Cherry last night. Don't worry, Lena. I don't love Cherry like that. We're just friends. What was it she called it last night? Friends with benefits? Rune asked softly. Please just be careful, Rune, Lena urged. I will, Rune said as she snuggled back into his sleeping redhead's arms. Are you sure about this, sir? Amelia asked as she rode in the carriage with her lord and the man she considered a half-brother. I'm sure, Amelia, Akira said as he played with a ring in his hand as they rode back toward Tanzuka Town with his guards outside on horses while Amelia rode inside with him. Though it took a lot of convincing with my mom. I definitely never saw her like that, but I'm glad she gave you her blessing, though. I have a feeling you would do this even without her blessing. Amelia sighed. She knew that Akira had spent a lot of time with Cherry while they were there, and she knew he grew very attached to the redhead, but she was shocked when he announced to his mother that he was planning on asking her to marry him. A small smirk grew on Amelia's face as she mentally counted her winnings. Of course, neither of Akira's parents were exactly okay with the betting pool going around the last couple years on whether Akira was gay or not. But they both bet beside Amelia that he was not gay, while everyone slowly bet that he was, and those who didn't at first slowly changed their bets. The three of them won a lot of money from that. It was kind of funny. What was even funnier when my parents and you won the betting pool, Akira said with a smirk. Why, you knew? Amelia choked out. Oh, sister of mine, of course I knew. I'm not oblivious. I just never felt this way for anyone before meeting her, Akira said wistfully. Well, I'm glad you finally found someone. I just hope that it works out for you, Amelia said, truly meaning it. She would love to see her brother settle down with someone like Cherry and be happy that I said I would have a bigger update this week. But I've had some unexpected things pop up, and I won't be able to work on this tomorrow, so I'm posting what I have finished so far. There's only a few more chapters, though, until Book 2, which brings the question of should I continue it here or make it as another story. To Devin Wolf, there really isn't too much fairy tale stuff yet besides Gray, but I guess I should add one anyways. So, this story will have elements of fairy tale, but nothing big besides Gray replacing Naru on Team 7. As for the spells, the Mirror Clone is a spell that I made up, and the Fireball Rune used to kill Darius is a jutsu that Ryu taught her to protect herself. I am planning to use mostly spells that I made up and from the Slayer's universe. I am looking into a few skills and spells from Nanoha that 00 fandom suggested. I'm glad that you like the story so far, and in the end the story will match up more with the description, though I suck at writing story summaries. Act 2 will be about Rune's journey to learn new things, as well as coming to terms with her past and heritage. Act 3 will actually be where Rune returns to Konoha with her Genin team after she joins one in the end of Act 2 for the Genin exams, where she will show the people there that she is much more than they gave her credit for. Rune, age 14. Are you sure you want to do this? Sakura asked as she sat on her sister's bed watching the older girl pack her belongings. Neither of the two really had all that much, as their mother never really bought them anything very often, with the only real birthday gifts they ever received were from friends. Sakura, I won't go to an orphanage, and if I try to stay with you, the idiots on the council will throw a fit and cause you all kinds of trouble. Lilith sighed as she turned to face her younger sister. Besides, it's about time my dad did something. It's the least the bastard could do after so many years of neglect. Maybe you should at least give him a chance. Sakura sighed, running her fingers through her hair. She had a feeling that there was a little more to the man leaving than what their mother claimed. The man was a successful merchant in Tanzuka Town, unlike Sakura's father. They knew he was a piece of shit as he pretended to be more than he was as he was drummed out of the ninja corps for his disgraceful behavior. He even treated Sakura and Lilith like filth the few times they were near him, even worse than the way that their mother treated them. Hell, the two probably were meant for each other, using others for their own gain. I'd rather Mom was still alive, Lilith said as she finished packing what little she had in a single suitcase that the Hokage had provided her. The comment made Sakura gasp in shock as they hated their mother and both refused to even go to the woman's funeral. At least I could be with the monster I knew rather than the one I didn't. Okay, I think I can understand that, sis, but maybe he won't be anything like Mom or my dad, Sakura said hopefully. There's nothing to be done about it now. Lilith sighed as she sat next to Sakura and hugged the younger girl tightly. I love you, Sakura, and I'm proud of how you are doing. I love you too, sis. I'll miss you so much, Sakura said as her eyes began misting as the two hugged, knowing that they wouldn't see each other again for a while. I'll write you every chance I get, Sakura, Lilith said with a bright smile for Sakura while brushing the tears that began to spill. Even if we are in different towns, we will always be there for each other. We are sisters, and nothing will ever change that. Yeah, you're right, Lilith said as she pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket and gave it to Sakura, who opened it. The younger girl's eyes widened as she realized what it was. This is the deed to the house, Sakura gasped. Sell it. I don't want this house. Too many bad memories, Lilith said. Too much pain for both of us here. I guess only good memories I have is with you, Sakura sighed as she agreed with her sister. Come on, you can walk me to the Hokage's office, Lilith said as she got up and went to pick up her suitcase, only to be stopped by Sakura getting it. I'll carry it there, Sakura said with a sad smile as the two walked from the room, leaving their shared pain-filled past behind them. Despite becoming Cherry's lover, or, as the redhead liked to call it, friends with benefits, Rune couldn't help sighing in depression as she put another book on the shelf as she checked them in from the latest shipment arriving. The store was closed for the day, which at first Rune thought was because Ryu was going to spend the day with her as it was her first birthday, that she didn't have to hide in fear from the mobs that would hunt her just in order to hurt her. Instead, her adopted father hardly spoke to her all morning as it came closer and closer to 10 in the morning. It was as if he was upset with her about something. Rune, after you're done with the stock, can you make a delivery for me? Ryu asked as he dropped a small package on the counter. That was nothing new, as the old man had often had her do the deliveries since she came there, since it was much harder for him to carry some of the things when relying on his cane for support. Not that he always needed it, just when his leg acted up really bad, which she admitted was quite often now that she thought about it. Sure thing, Papa. Where does it go? Rune asked, eyeing the package. It was a little smaller than most deliveries, but seeing as they usually were all different sizes, it really didn't matter. It's for Cherry at the Lotus, sweetie. Make sure it gets there before noon, even if you have to take a break from doing the stock. I have to go to another damn meeting. Sometimes I wish I turned down Rose when she asked me to be her advisor, Ryu said, grumbling the last part. He stopped to kiss Rune's cheek before leaving toward the door, saying one last thing before leaving the shop. I may be late, Rune. I'll try to hurry, though. Love you. Love you to Papa, Rune said as the door closed, ignoring the stinging in her eyes. Did he forget all about what today was? He closed the shop down, though, but as she thought about it, he had done it several other times when there was a large order like this one. Maybe he'll remember and come home early. Rubbing the tears out of her eyes, Rune set back to work, determined to finish long before having to go see Cherry. That way she could maybe spend some time with the girl, since Rune was sure the redhead hadn't forgotten her birthday since they had become so close. Sighing in bliss, her memories drifted to the beautiful redhead who had wormed her way so deep into Rune's heart so quickly. Happy birthday, Kit, Lena said as she yawned inside Rune's mind, making the girl giggle a little. Who knew the biggest, baddest of the nine was such a lazy body? Morning, sleepyhead, Rune said as she smiled. At least Lena hadn't forgotten her birthday. I'd never forget your birthday, sweetie. And I'm sure the old fart will remember too. It isn't really an excuse, but things have been hectic ever since Rose took office as she and the old man clean house, so to speak, Lena said. And for the record, I'm not lazy, just not really much I could do trapped inside of you. The demoness voice was so soft and tender, full of mirth that it took all the sting out of her words, though Rune did frown a little. She wished there was something she could do for the fox demoness. I wish there was a way to give you more freedom. Rune sighed as she checked in a few more books and went to shelf them before getting started on the strings for the different instruments that use them, such as harps. Well, there's a way to give me minor freedom as a fox outside of the seal when you summon me, Lena said hesitantly, as she was still unsure she wanted Rune to do it, as it meant having to remove 2 more seals. And the first seal, she didn't really want the young girl playing with, as it was the most dangerous out of all of them. I feel a bud in there somewhere. Rune sighed as she sorted through the different sizes and types of strings, checking them off as she went along. I know you have taken all of your training more seriously after what happened to Cherry, but I still don't know if you're ready to remove the next seal. Personally, I don't know if you will ever be ready. Lena sighed. So you think I'm pathetic? Rune asked, sadness lacing her voice as thoughts of the demoness believing her to be not worth the next step flitted through her mind. Don't ever think that, Kit. I love you, and I believe in you. I think you're probably the best host that I ever had. The next seal level, though, is extremely dangerous as it floods your body with a mixture of demonic energies, including corrosive chakra and yukai that can kill you if you don't control enough. It also heightens all of your negative emotions and can make you go berserk. It covers your body in something referred to as a demonic cloak. Yours will take on the shape of a fox. Lena explained before saying the next part softly, surprisingly meaning every word. I love you and don't want to see you get hurt trying to do too much. And this could be too much if something sets you off. I think I understand. If I'm using this power and I have one of my flashbacks, it could make me lose control. Rune said, a little fear filling her as she thought about the consequences could be. If she was around people she cared about, and this cloak, if it was corrosive like that, she could end up killing someone she cared deeply for. And that's why I'm worried about you using it. I don't think you are weak or pathetic, but you are still recovering from everything that has happened to you. I know you don't have many flashbacks anymore. All of the people around you help keep them at bay, but you still do have minor ones and anxiety attacks. In your newfound fear of fire, it could really end up being bad without you meaning to. Lena sighed. Okay, so for now we leave well enough alone, I guess. Rune sighed as she finished the strings. The last thing were a few instruments that children of nobles ordered and would be about to pick them up sometime in the next few days if she wasn't sent to deliver them. Let's get the package delivered to Cherry. Maybe Ryu will come back early, so it might be best to get back quickly. Lena suggested, which after a few moments Rune had to agree. Maybe Ryu didn't really forget, and he would hurry back to spend the afternoon together. Okay, let's go, Rune said. Her mood lifted highly as she picked up the package that needed to be delivered to Cherry. Something's wrong, Rune said softly as she walked into the common room of the Lotus. There was no one around there, and the room just felt wrong as the unnatural seeming darkness permeated every inch. It seemed deeper than normal, much darker than she had ever seen this room before. There's people around. I can sense them even inside of you. Lena warned, be careful. Surprise. Voices yelled from all around as a bright flash of light momentarily blinded Rune. After her vision cleared, all of her friends, including her papa Ryu and Rose, were all around with brightly colored streamers hanging from the ceiling and a large cake on the center table with candles burning in it. I don't understand, Rune said, her eyes stinging as she began realizing that her papa didn't forget. She was so happy that so many people that she cared for and loved were surrounding her, apparently there to celebrate her birthday. There's nothing to understand, dear, Rose said, hurrying forward to hug the shocked girl tightly. All of us are here to celebrate your special day. We've been planning this ever since we found out about your birthday, sweetie, Ryu said as he joined in on the hug. What about the package? Rune asked as her head spun a little. Your birthday present for me. Cherry giggled as she joined the group as all of the women and few men surrounded her, wishing her a happy birthday. My present? Rune asked as Cherry took the package and opened it to show another brightly wrapped package inside that Cherry sat down on another table piled full of presents. There were so many of them that it made Rune's head spin just looking at the large pile. It wasn't until late in the evening that Rune could actually rest as the part died down. She was sitting alone at a booth in the corner as most of the people had left or had to go do things. Even Cherry had to go as Akira. The daimyo's son wanted to talk to her alone. He was one of the biggest surprises, though, as he came all the way here to give her a very expensive-looking lute, as well as a ring, making her as a member of his newly formed Free Bards Guild, which, coupled with her papers, gave her sand and traveling rights to any country allied with the Land of Fire. Even his personal guard brought her a gift, which was an old book filled with many songs that Rune had never heard of. Ryu had told her that it was worth thousands. From Ryu, she got to keep all of the instruments that he let her practice with, as well as several new outfits, including a nice formal dress. Honestly, she wasn't sure when she would wear it, as she wasn't really into that sort of thing, but she had to admit it was beautiful. And to go along with it was several sets of jewelry from Rose and a makeup kit. Cherry's gift was a little shocking, as Rune had believed that she had lost the chance to buy that set that seemed to draw Rune to it. Cherry had the gems reset since the original set was mostly unusable into a beautiful golden choker, bracelets with the gems set on the inside where her wrists are, and a golden hoop belt. All in all, they were very beautiful, and Rune was wearing them at the moment. They felt so light against her, while at the same time, she could feel a strange coming from them. Strangely, when asked, Lena didn't have much to say. In fact, she hadn't really said anything since Rune put them on. "Hey, Runa," Cherry said as she came in to sit across from Rune, a slight blush tinting her cheeks as she toyed with a new ring around her finger. "Eh," Rune said with a soft smile, her exhaustion showing H= on her face. "Wow, I never knew birthdays could make you so tired. Just wait until Christmas then." Cherry giggled while giving Rune a playful wink. A small amount of worry crept over Rune, though as Cherry's expression grew more serious. Yet the redhead seemed so happy, and Rune was sure it had had nothing to do with her. "What's wrong?" Rune asked softly as she reached over to squeeze Cherry's hand. "You know I love you, my best friend, right?" Cherry asked softly, almost sounding guilty. "Well, Akira asked me to marry him and move back to the capital with him," Cherry said softly. So quietly Rune almost didn't hear it. She did, though, and it felt as if her heart was beginning to shatter. "And you're going?" Rune asked, afraid of the answer. "I told him yes, I really like him. I think I love him. I've never felt this way for anyone before. I feel as if we are soulmates," Cherry said dreamily before noticing the shocked expression on Rune's face. If you don't want me to..." No, I do want you to go if he makes you happy. I know we're just friends and that one of us would move on sooner or later. I'll miss you though, but congratulations," Rune said while giving her brightest smile to her best friend. It just showed how happy that Cherry was that the redhead couldn't tell just how fake it was. "Thank you, Rune. And just because I won't be staying here doesn't mean I won't come to visit. And I expect you to come visit me too," Cherry said. "I will, I promise," Rune said as she leaned over to kiss the redhead one last time before rising from the table. "I have to go, though. I'll come back later and get the rest of my presents, okay?" "Okay. Just please make sure you come by later since I want to spend as much time together as we can before I have to leave," Cherry said. "I will. I'll see you later, Cherry," Rune said before hurrying out of the Lotus. She barely made it out of the building before tears began leaking from her eyes. She hurried a few blocks away before ducking in an alley and leaned against the wall before collapsing against it crying. "She didn't mean to hurt you." Neither of them did. A familiar voice said, causing Rune to look up in time to see Akira's personal guard lower herself next to Rune to pull the smaller girl into an embrace. "Why do you give a damn, you bitch?" Rune sobbed as she struggled to pull away from the bigger, familiar-looking woman. "I keep asking myself that same question," Naru Uzumaki. Amelia sighed as she pulled the shocked girl against her and kissed the top of her head. "For so long I hated you. I hated you so damn much. Now that I got to know you, I know how foolish I've been, and I love you, little sister." What the hell? What are you talking about?" Rune gasped in shock and denial. "I don't have any siblings. My only family is dead. We shared a father, though I loathe to call the man such." Amelia sighed. "My mother worked at a brothel, and he decided to lose his virginity while on a mission. 9 months later, I came along, and Daddy Dearest refused to acknowledge my existence." "You're lying." Rune sniffed, though she didn't have any fight left in her, as she sagged in the older woman's arms. So you deny me too? Amelia asked, sadness tinging her voice. You're just trying to get me to calm down and not cause a scene for your master. Rune spat out bitterly. This woman would lie to her and get her to care just to turn around and leave her. He's more like my brother, and I love him like that. The same way I'm coming to love you, little sister. Amelia said softly, would it be so bad to have a big sister? I want it to be true. Rune sighed as she closed her eyes. She didn't want Rune to leave her, and she didn't want this woman to become her sister, making the younger woman love her only for Amelia, to leave her as well. I may not be around all of the time, sweetie, but I will come by to visit you if you want me to. And I know your friend will come with me, since we love you and only want you to be okay and happy. Amelia sighed, kissing the top of Rune's head again while stroking the young girl's hair. I'd all like that. Rune hiccuped as she rubbed the tears from her eyes. Come on, sweetie, let's get you back to the shop and inside. We can talk more there. Amelia said, helping Rune up. The two slowly made their way back to the shop where they found Ryu separating the special orders from the shipment. Would you girls like some tea? Ryu asked kindly as Amelia nodded. They were going to head to the back when they heard a knock on the door, which was weird since the close sign was up and the few people who were considered family had keys to get in. Sorry, we're closed, Ryu said as he opened the door, letting a Konoha ninja in, followed by Lilith Haruno. Congratulations, Mr. Haruno, it's a girl. The ninja said cheekily while the pink-haired girl glared angrily at him, as well as the occupants of the room. Just wanted 2 more chapters to go until I finish this arc up. I hope everyone is enjoying it. Since I had a couple reviews from guests, so I wanted to answer the questions here. Yep, Gray is a character from Fairy Tail, and he has a bloodline limit that controls ice, such as he does in Fairy Tail. As for Rune and Lilith, sorry, they're more like sisters, and won't become a couple though they will grow close to each other as sisters. Anyways, since I've had several people say I should put warnings here of stuff I use, which I own nothing except my OCs. So here's a list of things I either borrowed names, likenesses, or even ideas and spells and skills from so far. There will be more skills later, maybe such as from Nanaho. This is just a list of what has appeared so far. The Lark and the Wren by Mercedes Lackey. The House of Night book series by Kristen and PC Cast. Slayers. Fairy Tail. And of course Naruto. Rune, age 14. A whole month had passed since things went to hell on what started out as the best birthday ever. First of all, she lost her best friend and her very first love to the Fire Daimyo's son. She couldn't really stay mad at him, though, as unlike a lot of guys that Rune knew, he loved Cherry and cherished her. He was a good man, and Rune knew he would take care of the redhead and make her happy. Of course, there was a bright side to breaking down after learning of the engagement, as she found out she had an older sister. At first, it was a little awkward as Amelia admitted to hating Rune until learning of the younger girl's past and meeting. Rune herself didn't exactly trust the girl at first, either, as a part of herself believed that Amelia was just trying to draw Rune's attention from her lord and Cherry until they left town. Rune was happy that she gave Amelia a chance, as they hung out a lot just chatting and even doing things such as eating out, going to movies, and shopping. Of course, Amelia also decided to teach her swordsmanship, and with the mirror and shadow clones helping with the training, the weekends that Amelia spent with Rune was more than enough time to train in it. Thankfully, the Daimyo's palace wasn't so far from town, as Rune had even visited there twice to see her sister and Cherry, and the second time for the wedding. Rune had to admit that it was beautiful, and Cherry made a gorgeous bride with Amelia and Rune as bridesmaids along with Rose. Speaking of sisters, Rune also got a new sister, adopted sister that night. Unlike Amelia, though, Lilith was spiteful to both Ryu and Rune. At first, it wasn't so bad. She seemed angry, though not spiteful, until she found out that Rune was her little sister. At first, Rune believed the girl recognized her, but she didn't, though the girl did admit the bard looked familiar. Lilith was pissed that she was stuck in Konoha with her mother while her father was here playing with Rune. At first, Lilith had claimed that Rune was just using Ryu, betting him even just to get his money. That was put to a stop, though, when Rune confronted her about it, which shut the older girl up. But Rune was sure she still suspected it from the looks given. Now Ryu had taken Lilith and moved into a big house with her and left Rune in the store's apartment, saying that he needed to spend some alone time with Lilith and spend time with both of them at the store during the day. Spending less time with her papa mean a lot less training with him, which hurt a lot more than she believed it could. It was making her feel that he was growing away from her, and may even leave just as Cherry had. Ryu had insisted on rune training, even if just a little at first, in order to learn how to protect herself. After the incident with Darius Rune, had actually begged for more lessons, taking them more seriously, so she would be better able to protect her precious people in the future. Now, though they had been lucky to train 2 days a week in anything, jutsu, much less music, she had thought about confronting Ryu about it, but she was afraid her papa would get upset and tell her that he didn't need her anymore now that he had his real daughter. "Will you help me with this already, you stupid airhead?" Lilith growled from the stairs as she struggled with an old document box. Rune cursed herself for getting distracted from dusting the shelves and groaned in annoyance as she moved to take the box from the older girl, annoyed that the pink-haired bitch needed help with such a light box. "Don't forget, Kit, she's a civilian and hasn't built up muscle like you have through training," Lena reminded her host. Of course, looking at Rune, one could tell that she stayed in shape, but no one would be able to tell that she had a lot of muscle, as being Lena's host made her muscle mass more dense instead of bulky, so she kept her more feminine curves instead of the muscle mass some women gained with the amount of weight training Rune had done. "I guess." Rune sighed mentally, then aloud said, "Where do you want this?" "On the table. I want to look through them," Lilith demanded as she took several deep breaths after being relieved of her burden. Rune didn't need to ask what was going on, as Ryu had told Lilith to go through the books and paperwork and get a feel for how things were done here. "Aren't you almost done with this stuff? I thought Papa only wanted you to go through the current stuff," Rune asked as Lilith sat down and opened the box. It wasn't as stuffed full of old receipt books like the others were. Instead, it seemed to have a lot of old letters in it, as well as separate receipts at first glance. "Don't call him that," Lilith snapped before pulling out a large handful and dumped them on the table. "And I'm going through the old stuff, consolidating it, and putting everything in order better. I swear I don't know how the hell the old man could still be in business as disorganized as he is." "Yeah, well, he's well loved around here. A lot of people come here because they know he will give them a good price for good quality work." Rune shot back before huffing and storming away from the girl to finish cleaning the shop front. Today had been a slow day, with just a few repairs needed that she personally already did instead of leaving them for her papa, as she had learned how to do that first thing, as taking care of her instruments was the very first lessons Ryu had given her. Sometimes she really wanted to just wrap her hands gently around Lilith's throat and slowly squeeze more and more until the girl's head popped off. Of course, that would only end up hurting Ryu, and if there was anything she wanted to avoid, it was hurting her papa. Of course, when she looked deep in the older girl's eyes, she could see a pain and loneliness that startled Rune enough to make her forget how annoying Lilith could be. That is, until Lilith opened her mouth again to make Rune's anger at the girl return. "What's that noise?" Lena asked as Rune was finishing up with her cleaning and started to put away the cleaning supplies. "Huh? What noise?" Rune asked as she blinked a few times. She was zoning out again, she realized in annoyance at herself. She listened a few moments before she heard sniffing coming from where Lilith was working on going through the box of junk. Hurrying back as she worried about what happened, she found the older girl's arms folded on the table and head on them as she shook with sobs. "Lilith? What's wrong?" Rune asked, worried, as she stood over the girl who shook with sobs. Lilith didn't even look up as a crumpled piece of paper was shoved in her face. Sighing, Rune took the note and read it, realizing it was in Ryu's handwriting, or at least one side of it was. "I am getting sick of not being able to see my daughter. Belle, I send you thousands a month to support my daughter. I love her and have every right to be able to see her. She has every right to know me and her new sister I adopted. Look, I still care for you. Hell, I still love you. Can't we please work something out? Ryu, fuck you. You have no right to see her. You're nothing but a crippled loser of a man. And if you stop sending me money, then I guess I just won't have the money to take care of her. And don't even think about trying something. You know the council is on my side. Danzo is on my side, as is the elders. Belle, P.S. Stop sending me letters wanting to see the little bitch. Only thing I expect to see from you is money." Rune's jaw dropped reading the letter as she realized just how bad the Haruno mother was. How? How could any mother act like that? I knew she was a bitch, but she always told me Dad didn't want anything to do with me. Said he was a deadbeat who didn't send money. Lilith cried as Rune sat next to her and pulled her into a hug while rubbing circles in her back. All of these receipts in this box is money he sent to us, birthday, Christmas money he sent to me that she took. She hid it and lied to me. Papa loves you very much. Even before you came back here, he talked a lot about you. He missed you so much. Rune sighed, hating to admit it to this girl who had been nothing but rude since coming here. She was beginning to see the reason behind that behavior, though. Do you think he'll forgive me after being such a bitch? Lilith asked as she pulled away. The vulnerable look in the older girl's eyes made Rune sigh yet again, wanting so much to use a certain Nara's catchphrase. Of course he will. You're his real daughter after all. Rune said before she realized how that came out. She had to admit it was the way she had felt a little lately, as why would the man want a damaged replacement when he could have his true flesh and blood daughter? What the hell do you mean by that? Lilith asked as she grabbed Rune's wrist as she started to get up, managing to pull her back into her chair. With all of the stress and heartache lately, Rune couldn't help feel a shiver of fear as Lilith's tightened around Rune's wrist. Please let me go. Rune whimpered softly, Lilith barely hearing her. Listen to me. I can see how my dad treats you. He loves you. You're just as much his daughter as I am, and that makes you my sister. Lilith admitted as she realized how stupid she had been. If only she had a more open mind when arriving, she could have gotten to know the younger girl better and could have been well on the road of forging a sisterly relationship with Rune. Please let go. Rune begged as she started shaking, her eyes starting to glaze over as she kept trying to blink away the images of the men who attacked her, pinned her wrist down. She knew it was just Lilith. She could hear the girl's voice, but none of that helped. Rune, are you okay? Lilith asked softly as she let the younger girl's arms go. As she reached up to wipe the tears away from the younger girl, she screamed and jumped back, tripping over the chair to fall back on her ass on the floor, her legs tangled up with the overturned chair. As Lilith's worry grew, she got up to check on Rune, who kicked the chair away and scooted backwards on the floor, where she curled up into a ball in the corner. Don't hurt me, Rune sobbed as she shook uncontrollably while burying her face in her knees while hugging them tightly to her chest. Oh shit, Lilith cursed as she looked on at the crying girl, trying to figure out what was going on. Biting her lip, she went over to kneel next to the girl and reached out to rub the younger girl's back, who flinched away but didn't run as there wasn't anywhere for her to get. After a short while of whimpering and begging to be left alone, while Lilith whispered comforting and reassuring things, Rune finally calmed down. I'm so sorry. Rune sighed, her voice cracking as she rubbed her eyes while avoiding looking up at Lilith. Are you okay? Lilith asked in worry as she made herself more comfortable next to Rune as she pulled the girl in her lap, making Rune squeak out in surprise. What are you doing? Rune asked, blushing a little as Lilith cradled Rune's head against her chest while stroking her hair. Comforting my little sister, Lilith said as she gently squeezed Rune, who sighed tiredly as she let the older girl cradle her. Want to tell me what that was about, though? A bunch of guys attacked me before I came here. They hurt me really bad. I probably would have died if, Rune said, stopping herself before mentioning Lena. They raped you, didn't they? Lilith asked as she took a long look at the girl. She didn't really know Naruto that well, or Naru as it turned out, but she knew the girl didn't deserve the pain the idiots heaped on her. A part of her wondered if this was Naru after hearing the meeting with her mother and the idiots who were behind what happened to Naru. It was impossible, though, as the eyes and hair was different and there were no whisker marks. Okay, so it wasn't Naru, but Rune must have been through hell just as Naru must have suffered through. Rune didn't say anything, but the way she stiffened and the small nod told Lilith all she needed to know. Someone hurt her new little sister, and she hoped the bastards burned for it. I know I've been a bitch since I came here, but we're family now. Family, real family, is there for each other for a spite if they share the same blood or not. What are you saying? Rune asked, hope shining in her eyes as she pulled away so she could look up into the older girl's eyes to see if there were any signs of lies there. I'm saying that I want us to be family. I was stupid and believed what my mom told me when I knew better. No more. I won't let her hurt me anymore by making me turn away those who love me. Those who I love, even if I was too scared to admit it. Lilith said, making Rune hug her tightly. You're serious? You're really serious? Rune asked, crying a little though this time it was because she was happy. She gained two sisters and a father when she started with nothing. Then again, she might lose Lilith if the girl found out that Rune was lying about her true identity, especially since they knew each other, if only a little. Of course I'm serious, little sister, Lilith said, happily kissing the top of Rune's head. Make sure you're sure about this. Once you do it, then it can't be undone. Lena warns as she sensed what Rune was planning. Rune smiled mentally at Lena while nodding her head. I came from Konoha before I found my way here, Rune said softly as she pulled away to sit on the floor facing Lilith while leaning back against the wall facing the older girl. She was getting nervous, though, as she tried to form the words to confess who she was. Ow! Lilith asked, confused, as she cocked her head, studying the younger girl. Your facial features, they look like her, but your eyes, your hair. Don't forget my whiskers, Rune said, grinning, nervously making Lilith giggle a little as she realized that a ninja from Konoha never recognized the girl before her. They were trained to see underneath the underneath, and he overlooked the most wanted girl from Konoha right now. Of course, there were still many civilians who was on the fence on what they believed about Rune, but almost the entire shinobi population was searching for the legacy of the Fourth when the truth came out. They had to let the general population know a little as they searched for the ex-blonde, so if anyone spotted her, they could grab her up and whisk her away to the Hokage Tower, so she could be cared for like she should have been. Of course, they never let it out, the kind of pain and humiliation the younger girl was forced through. That idiot didn't even recognize you, Lilith said. She didn't really like shinobi that much besides her sister and a few others she personally knew, as many were egotistical and believed civilians below them. Or at least from her experience from the bastards that often visited her home at nights. Nights, she was kept up from the noises from the master bedroom. You can't tell anyone, please, Rune pleaded. Relax, little sister. As far as I'm concerned, a majority of Konoha can burn to the ground, and I wouldn't give a damn. They're mostly a bunch of hypocrites, Lilith said, though some people are supposedly getting better. Sakura isn't the little clone of our mother anymore. And from what I heard, there was a big shakeup in the council. A lot of them were imprisoned or executed for treason. And Rune, your so-called godparents came back after the daimyo forced them. From the gossip, they had a lot of problems, such as Tsunade being a drunk and gambler, and Jiraiya, a huge pervert. They've straightened up a lot, and now they're doing their best to turn their lives around, so they can take care of you when they find you. As if I'll go back, Rune said with determination. Don't worry, most are too stupid to realize it's you, and I sure the hell am not turning you in. Lilith said, the daimyo knows where I am, but his son promised that I would not be dragged back unless I go back freely and on my own. He said they messed up, and this is their consequence, and they would have to deal with it. Rune expects it. Good, let those bastards suffer, Lilith said, giving a reassuring grin to her younger sister. You should tell her, Rose said as she poured herself and Ryu another saucer of sake. They just got the information that Ryu had been looking for ever since finding little Naru and taking the girl in. Neither of them liked the idea of the woman abandoning her own daughter, as Ryu explained to Rose about Kushina apparently being alive while the woman's daughter was here. Rose didn't believe that there was something else going on, as she believed that Kushina was a bitch that abandoned her baby because of the fox. Ryu still swore that something else had to be going on, which is why they used their contacts to see if they couldn't find the woman. Still, it was Rune's right to know and her decision on what to do. I was going to until Lilith came into the picture. Now Rune is starting to doubt that I still want her, and if I show here the information about her mother, she will think that I'm trying to get rid of her. Ryu sighed, maybe in a few weeks when Lilith gets settled and things get back to normal. Sweetie, I don't mean to knock your girl, but she needs a reality check. She's been nothing but a bitch to both you and Rune. Rose grumbled before downing her sake and refilling the saucers again. I know, I should have done something more. Ryu sighed, running his fingers through his hair while letting out a long, tired sigh. And how Danzo personally threatened you if you didn't leave Konoha and you had no proof. He threatened your daughter if you didn't do what he said. You had no choice, Rose said, taking his hand and squeezing it. I just feel like I failed my baby girl, Ryu grumbled. You didn't fail her. You did what you could, sending her most of your money while I've seen you go times without, Rose said as she got up and walked around the desk and sat in Ryu's lap and held his face firmly between her hands while being gentle. She forced him to look into her eyes. If anyone failed, then it was your ex-wife. She's a failure as a human being. She's dead, you know. Ryu sighed. So? She was a bitch in life, and she is in death. Nothing has changed. She didn't all of a sudden become good. She wasn't an angel in any sense of the word. Rose said, I know, Rose. Thank you. For everything. Ryu said as their faces drew closer and closer, their lips brushing against the others in a kiss. You know, this is a new desk, right? Rose asked with a mischievous look in her eyes. So, Ryu asked as he arched an eyebrow, but the way she started moving in his lap let him know where she was going with this. It's been forever since we had aloe time, Rose whispered as she nipped Ryu's ear. Want to break it in? It was several hours later that Ryu found himself walking home, tired but happier than he had been in a while. He had almost forgotten how Rose could make him feel, making him feel better about himself while giving him more confidence. She took away the stress and worry that had been bothering him as they made love on her desk. They loved each other, sometimes as friends while other times as more, but they would always be there for the other no matter what was needed. As he came to the door of the shop, he froze as he heard the giggling of two familiar girls. A small smile spread across his face as he pushed open the door and called out, I'm back. Papa. Rune cried as she bounded out of the back and threw her arms around him in a hug. That wasn't anything new, as Rune could go from being very independent to needing to feel the warmth of his arms as he held and comforted her, but just to let her know that he was there and loved her. What surprised him was the second set of arms that hugged him. Welcome back, Daddy, Lilith said with a nervous smile as she looked up at Ryu. So what did you two break? Ryu asked jokingly as Rune smacked his chest softly. No, we didn't break anything, Papa. We just decided we would rather be happy as a family than sad as strangers. Rune said, I'm so sorry for the way I acted, Daddy. Lilith said sadly as she looked down. Ryu cupped her chin and gently tilted her head up to look in her eyes. I love you, Angel. I always had, and I always will. Ryu said as he hugged her and kissed the top of her head, making her break down in tears as he held her. For the first time in a long time, she was truly happy. Is he okay? Sakura asked as she poked the small pillar of ice that formed around the devil cat that was trapped inside thanks to Gray's bloodline limit. She wouldn't admit it, but she was smirking internally at seeing the pain in the ass cat in this position. At first, she thought this cat was the most beautiful creature she had ever seen, a perfect angel as he sat there licking his paw and washing his face. However, when she walked up to reach down and pick him up, she was in for a big surprise when she lifted him up to look into his eyes to coo at him. She screamed as his claws flashed, tearing up her arms and face as she dropped him and fell to her knees, clutching at her damaged face. Luckily, Shizen was walking by and healed up the damage since it was minor despite looking and feeling bad. He'll be fine, Gray said, smirking. Not if I get a hold of him first, Sasuke said, anger in his voice as he glared hatefully at the cat. How dare the little bastard damage Sakura's face like that? Even if Shizune healed the pink-haired girl, Sasuke still wanted to skin the little bastard. As much as I would love a new fur-lined kunai pouch, the Fire Daimyo's wife will be pissed if we hurt him, no matter how much I want to, Sakura said, sighing as she punched the glass, softly causing it to crack and shatter, leaving a dazed, soaked, and shivering fur ball on the ground. Good job, my cute little Genin, Kakashi said with pride in his voice as he picked the softly mewling cat up by the scruff of the neck. So what do you think? Hiruzen asked as he watched into the crystal ball as a red-haired woman blinked and blinked again at seeing how well the three did capturing the cat, despite the rough start. They did okay, I guess, Nefrit said as she crossed her arms under her breasts, squeezing them together a little and lifting them slightly. The small trickle of blood from the old man's nose made the woman smirk. She had to admit that the team had the best record of catching the latest incarnation of Tora than any other. Despite getting a late start because of what happened to them, this team looked like it had more promise than the others despite all of them trying to become more serious after learning about Naru's circumstances. This team would go far now that they got a reality check up their asses. I'll take that as a good sign, as you never praised Genin. Hiruzen chuckled as the woman did the hand seals to hinge into the much larger form of what was passed off as the Fire Daimyo's wife to the newly minted genin. Of course, the real Miku would be pissed if she found out that they made her look like this. Take it as you wish, old man, but mark my words. Those genin will be something special if they continue to grow as both individuals and as ninja. Do not let anyone try and take their humanity from them, or you will be sorry. Nefrit said as she smirked before the office doors were kicked open and Kakashi came in holding a squirming cat with his 3 genin coming in after them. She smirked as she noticed Gray starting to strip off all of his clothes, but his boxers before sitting in a chair against the wall. You pervert! Sakura screeched before punching the boy in the head. Ahem. Kakashi cleared his throat. Lord Hokage, Team 7 reporting that mission was successful. We managed to catch the Fire Daimyo wife's cat. Oh, my baby Tora! Nefrit cried out as she took the cat and hugged it tightly to her before skipping out the door, making everyone's sweat drop. You owe me big time, Nefrit. I'm thinking at least 3 cans of tuna. The cat whispered so that only Nefrit could hear. I'll buy you 4. Nefrit whispered back to her summons as the door closed behind them. Good job on a successful first mission together, Team 7. I'm proud of you all. You have each shown a large amount of growth in your personal lives, as well as your skills. Hiruzen said, truly proud of the people before him. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Kakashi said, bowing his head and putting his fist over his heart before straightening back up. Hiruzen was happy for him, as he seemed to move on from mourning his past for the most part thanks to Anko, though he would always regret his mistakes and miss those that he loved who were no longer with them. Sasuke was another one who seemed to change a lot, as he no longer spent a great deal of time brooding, as he became a very productive teammate, and even grew close to his 2 live-in teammates. He had even started seeing Sakura in the way the girl always dreamed about. Sakura herself had grown as a person, and as a ninja, as Tsunade began working under Shizune as her assistant. It was kind of ironic that the student had become the master, though that left Tsunade without an apprentice, which she actually offered the spot to Sakura recently. She had also stopped judging everyone by her preconceived notions and instead started to get to know people before judging them. That was unless someone really pissed her off, then the Hokage pitted the fool who would dare do that. Gray was one who could manage to piss the pink-haired girl off, but usually their arguments were just for show as the two loved each other like siblings. He was a bit of a mystery to Hiruzen and the clan heads, but they all agreed that he seemed very loyal to the Leaf and his team. His bloodline limit was also very strong, able to have a mastery over ice that few had ever been seen to have. Though his memory was still shredded beyond recovery according to the Yamanaka, he still pushed on and lived his life to the fullest with his teammates, his family. Good job today, Team 7. I'll be watching as I expect great things out of you. Hiruzen said, giving the 4 a smile before dismissing him to get back to his paperwork. He had high hopes for the future of this generation of shinobi as they looked to be even more powerful than their parents. He just wished that the girl he saw as a granddaughter was there, as he was sure she would have been the best of all of them. He just hoped that she was happy wherever she was.